Hello and welcome everybody. We are finally here. The moment has arrived. The NACE Starleague Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge. I am Ionadon, joined today by Wida, casting this wonderful event. It is just the culmination of these players really duking it out for months. 4 qualifiers leading up to today. The top 8 players, point earners, making it tonight to this challenge. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. $2,000 in scholarship prize money here available for these players. So it's a big challenge for these players to win. Wida, how do you feel going into this? We have some really good competitors.
Yeah, I'm feeling awesome, right? Again, it's always interesting to see like what type of players are in the not competing like the traditional scope of like Hearthstone events, right? Like again, being more committed to this collegiate side of things, maybe not so much the regular side of thing. Like these are names that people might not be super familiar with, but again, they always bring entertaining gameplay to the table, which I think is one of the key deciding factors when you are going to sit down and watch a Hearthstone event, right? Because I think that for some of the collegiate stuff I've done in the past, it's always been very entertaining gameplay and super interesting decks, and always have to see how they maybe sidestep a little bit from the traditional meta. Yeah,
it sort of creates its own little meta sometimes, its own community. But yeah, it's been great to look into all these players. I'm familiar with quite a few of them from different organizations and different tournaments. So seeing them kind of succeed and compete in these settings as well is wonderful, and kind of different from other collegiate sort of Hearthstone play. Not team based here. This is individual play. So really highlighting those individual players really nicely here. And we have to start things off. We have a couple our top 8 coming in here. 2 different groups here, Group A, Group B, both going to be competing here, and we'll get to see one of those first Group A matches here. Group B matches, Super Chicken versus Taco Cat. So let's talk about these players before we jump into their game here shortly.
I mean, if we go by the nature, right, cat beats chicken, I suppose. Right? That's kind of the that's like kind of just like the nature of it, right? But again, obviously, maybe that's not going to be the case because it's a taco cat. So it's
more
a
edible.
Super chicken. It's a super chicken, right? So like maybe this super chicken is split into something that a cat can't beat. But no, I think this is going to be super interesting to watch. I've been looking for some lineups. They are relatively traditional, right? These are decks that if you're looking through a lot of other competitive lineups today, whatever tournament you're going to be watching, these are, generally speaking, like what we're looking at, right? So, just in terms of like the lineups and stuff, like if they're in like deck that, obviously I think the big elephant in the room, or the big bracket in the room, more so than anything else, is Kazakhstan right now.
Yeah,
right? I feel
literally.
Like ever since that card just came into the meta, as literally every other Kazakhstan card in the past comes in and just decides to take, you know what, I'm just going to dominate whatever that's going on, right? And that's something that I am super interested to see if that's going to be the case here as well, because again, we're looking at the switching already has in the Warrior, obviously that may or may not be banned, right? So that's something that we need to look out for. The players are definitely still going through that ban phase.
Yeah, but speaking of their potential decks here, we do have their lineups before their bans here. And speaking of that, Kazakhstan sort of meta that you were talking about, we see Super Chicken kind of going a different direction. That Kazakhstan Druid being that most popular, able to ramp out quickly. In this case, Taco Cat bringing in the Glowfly Swarm package, so kind of having that early potential board there as well. And Super Chicken going the other direction, going more of the Beast Druid. I've been seeing people kind of shift a little bit towards that more aggressive meta. Beast Druid able to kind of compete with that a little bit better. Obviously, with Kazakhstan, anything can happen. You ramp up, by turn 4 or whatever, you've got your 8 mana, and suddenly Kazakhstan comes down and it changes the game entirely. But yeah, both of these players, let's talk about. We have.
Sorry to break you off here for a second, right?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Screens right now. Look at what's grayed out here. What he's going to be on.
Oh yeah. Well, there you go. So enough talking about the Druid.
The past 2 minutes of you monologuing, just throw them out the way, dude. Like they're just.
Oh, perfect.
Don't matter anymore. But obviously, Kazakhstan is still going to be in whatever else is going to be on screen here, right? Like, again, so we both threw out the way. I think that's just to catch you for a second, right? I think the Beast Druid is a really cool deck, and it just feels very natural to play. I think that is the very just the down nitty-gritty of it. I think it's just incredibly cool, very free-flowing, fantastic flowing deck here. Another deck that I kind of want to highlight here is actually going to be Super Chicken's Shaman, because I think it's one like Burn Shaman is just one of those decks that have kind of come into the meta and just kind of taken like almost like an old school freeze mage style of like spot in it. I think it's just one of those decks that has that very cool feel of okay, you have X amount of damage, but you have so many different ways to get there, right? Because you can completely lock out board-based decks with Snowfall Guardians. You're looking at just Brilliant McCoying, whether you need to use it for Brucan, just go turbo value. Sometimes you need to go for that Snowfall Guardian situation again, right? Like, it's just one of those decks where you have so many different angles of approach. And it's a super hard deck, but it's incredibly rewarding to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And then of course you have Wildpaw Caverns, that really powerful card. Sometimes can solo certain matchups just by itself. Getting it out on turn 1 with that Lightning Bloom coin can really just win some matchups. So curious to see how these play out. But Super Chicken with I would say a pretty standard, not too surprising lineup there, bringing the combo OTK, ALTK, Warlock, as well as looks to be just that control warrior build there with the Onyxian Drakes and the Dragons, of course, Kazaku-san and Onyxia as well. So pretty, standard kind of control-y decks with their kind of win conditions there. So we'll see how that plays out into Taco Cat's lineup with also, another popular deck here in that Fel DH with the Quest, also kind of being a big popular one. And then the kind of standout here for me for Taco Cat being, the Priest. Some people have been bringing that, but, not as popular you see in the competitive play. This combo Priest here, this Miracle Priest. And then, of course, to round it out for Taco Cat, we have what looks to just be a Libram Paladin as well. Not as popular in the competitive scene, but certainly does make an appearance here or there and has a pretty good matchup spread on ladder for sure.
Yeah, definitely right. Libram Paladin is one of those decks that's just incredibly hard to really get fully rid of because there's just so much staying power at both in and out of game almost, right? Like it's just so many of these cards are so high quality. Lady Lyadrin, all these types of things just continue to generate so much value across the games here. But I think that the Priest is one of those decks that is super interesting, right? Because there was a bit of a debate going into this weekend, actually, on Twitter, where I think Gabby, probably the best Hearthstone player in the world. Bit of a toss-up.
Some might say,
One of them just up there, definitely, right? And like his take on it was like, if you're playing the Malagos version here, you're just bad. You're just like bad at the deck.
Well, don't tell Taco Cat that.
No, obviously, right. But like, I think I'm paraphrasing heavily here, right? But like, still, it's one of those decks where like you have this version, you have the other version that mods Malagos and does a bunch of other stuff, right? But like, it's one of those decks where you really need to be comfortable in what you're doing with the deck because you have a lot of these. It's a lot of combos need to be tied together. You need to have these massive turns with you gotta get those power with fortitudes out. You gotta get those massive Nasmani turns going as well. And like those Nasmani turns are what wins you the game.
Yeah, no question. It's really about it's almost just staying around and doing almost nothing for a while, discounting your hand, and then suddenly you get this massive swing. Of course, with those Elec Mounds, the Psych Splits, just getting big discounts on those through the Nasmanis, the Fortitudes as well. And then Malagos, I can see obviously the inclusion there. It helps facilitate getting that extra draw. But maybe, Gabby has a different take on that.
Yeah, okay. So we also have gotten information on what our initial matchup will be today here, right? So we will be starting off with Shaman against Demon Hunter. And this is a matchup that I've found to be pretty interesting, right? Because again, the nature of the Demon Hunter is that there's a pretty decent amount of healing in that. It can help you stay top up. Which obviously, again, Shaman, yes, there are specific scenarios where you can 30-0 someone, but those are incredibly... They're just out there, right? You need to do continuous chip damage. And it's one of those things where it's like, healing will sometimes just be enough, right? Going into it, you have the Eldrazi Warblades, for example, super strong card. So like, what are like in that specific matchup would you say are the really deciding factors?
I think it's almost a game of cat and mouse, like a game of chicken. It's for the Shaman, you have to make that decision. Sometimes it's based on, if you're finding good things off of your studies, if you find like a Phoenix or something, that can sort of take you one direction. Say, oh, how much burn do I have when this Phoenix awakens? Can I get to that damage point before they get their massive heal? Because really, like you said, Demon Hunter has a ton of heal. So getting that chip damage in isn't quite as crucial in that matchup. But if you get an early Wild Paw Caverns to get things going, of course you can freeze some of that heal with the Warblades. And then kind of just slowly chipping away, but getting a big multicaster, getting a bunch of cards, and then finding that sort of finisher for the Shaman. And then for the Demon Hunter, it's really it feels like cycling the deck, getting through your win condition before the Shaman does, and it's almost a race of sorts for both of those matchups. So I'm curious to see how they do play out. Less of a board for the Demon Hunter to take advantage of later in the game. The Shaman does like to build a board early on, but later in the game it's a lot less crucial, especially if your opponent's not playing too many minions. You're not playing your Guardians to freeze and get big swings that way. So the win condition has to come a different way. We'll see how Super Chicken navigates this.
Something I actually want to talk about here for a second, right, is that Tiger Cat is playing the McFerridon version.
Yeah.
Which is, I would almost say, is probably a downside in this specific matchup, right? Because in the Shaman versus Demon Hunter matchup, this is definitely not optimal. Because again, obviously there's so much freezing going on, right? You have double wind chill, you have the sleep breakers coming in, providing even further copies of this.
Yeah.
And then you start putting Macaws into the mix. Like, this McFerridon is never getting to attack, right? So, it's just there. And obviously, right, there's been some in the past where okay, it's just a way for me to get Fellscream Blast, stuff like that, like just being able to activate stuff on your opponent's minions. But even then, that's probably not going to be the case here. So I'm interested to see whether or not it's going to act as almost a dead card. To a certain extent, right?
It's interesting. So sometimes in this matchup, like especially if your opponent's not playing minions, sometimes McFerridon, what's cool about it is A, it acts as board clear in certain matchups, but B, in matchups where there isn't a board and you want to get your combo off, you want to get your performers, you want to get that combo with the Felfire Deadeye, and the only way to do that is making them have minions yourself. So if you get some discounts off of the quest completion and get a couple of those a little bit cheaper, you can kind of combo all together with that McFerridon. Force them to have minions when they didn't. You have that 9 damage or 9 potential swings on board to get to generate those hero powers once you played the Kurtrus. So could see that happen. It's more of a rare occurrence, but certainly a potential avenue for that McFerridon in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I was just waiting for everything to get fully ready and set up, and then we're going to be fully good to go here, right? So I just kind of want to hear you out here for a second, right? So obviously I'm the one that's away from home, right? Like this is not my home field.
Sure.
To a certain extent, so I need you to provide the expert level of analysis here. So,
I'll do my best.
So who's gonna take it? You said it was a game of cat and mouse previously. Well, what was the game of cat and chicken? Who wins then?
Yeah, cat versus chicken here. I've seen both of these players play. Both really strong players. I will say Super Chicken has impressed me almost every time I've seen him. So if I had to just base it on player alone, that's where I would lean, just because I've seen him navigate really interesting situations really well. But class-wise, just looking at the classes and the actual options here, I think that this I don't know. Taco Cat does play the priest, so I could see that as a weak point here in this matchup. Although it could take the warrior if the warrior's not able to remove enough of those boards. But the warrior again does have those big board clears, and priest doesn't have too many of those board bills, so it has to kind of line up well. I think I see that priest being the weak point here, and Super Chicken might be able to take it.
Interesting. So that means I have to be Team Taco Cat, right? Like.
Yeah, you gotta be.
Because we can't predict the same thing. That would be.
We're impartial too. We gotta be impartial here.
Definitely. There's no bias ever in commentary. Ever.
No, that would be absurd.
Never no bias. To be fair, though, there is no bias from me coming into this event today, right? I'm just here for a good time. I'm here to,
of course,
have fun, enjoy some great Hearthstone, and watch some players win some scholarship money as well, right? Again, just going to be in there, repping their schools, repping their programs, which I think is also another big thing that I think is worth talking about, right? Again, it's a like a lot of these teams will have coaches and stuff like that on staff that will help,
Right.
improve these players, right? So it's not just a win for the player itself, essentially, that's going to take the crown today. It's also a win for the program, right? Which I think is something that definitely also adds a layer of value to just performing well today.
Yeah, no question. And it's about the stakes are higher than just the scholarship, of course. This means a lot to these players. They've been working really hard to get here. Of course, they've got their teams as well. This is individual, but they have their coaches, their teams supporting them from behind as well. And we have players here on the same team that have both made it in a couple of situations that we'll get into when we get to those matches. But pretty impressive stuff for some of those schools, and the schools that didn't get players to make it also did field some good players that it was tight. You had to win like one of these quarter qualifiers, or get top eights, top fours in multiple of them to make it into the top eight. So some really good players not even making it into these finals. So that says a lot about the players that did make it.
Yeah, definitely, right? And that was some pretty rough tiebreaker scenarios that.
Yeah.
I know the other caster that we'll be reeling in later tonight.
Caster/coach.
Caster/coach/ Mr. Do-It-All.
Yeah.
Bill Lesmos just coming through later. I was talking about how they had like 4 players and breakers almost, something like that. Right. There were some pretty cutthroat tiebreakers going into this, which also speaks a certain level of like action stuff. But we're going to be talking about action. We'll have some of that. We're going to be taking a short break. We'll fix some stuff, and then we'll be right back.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but we are back. 2 of the games have been played so far while we were off here. Super Chicken taking the first game with the Shaman, and Taco Cat taking the second with the DH. So 2 of those out of the way. We were talking a little bit off camera here about these matchups, and really, I think it's going to come down to that Warlock and that Priest on either side being the weak links, and we'll see which can get through here. So far, business as usual. Shaman gets through, Demon Hunter gets through. Now with those remaining decks, any predictions on what these players are going to bring here for Game 3?
I'm gonna check to see if it's already been decided, because then I can look smart.
Then you can look real smart, yeah.
Yep. And we're going to be seeing Warrior and Paladin, so yes, I am going to be looking real smart now.
Oh, again, wow, great prediction.
Yeah, I am, it's this thing where, like, I'm just, I can see into the future, that future side. It's fantastic. And shout out to the production team for telling us that that's going to be the case here for us. As obviously, we were talking a little bit about the whole Paladin situation with it being the Libram Paladin.
Yeah.
And going back to like Hearthstone history more so than anything else, right? Mid-range type of paladins going into control warriors have tended to be these days.
Yeah, I mean, it can really come down to it. You're right. The Paladin, especially these Libram type Paladins, have a lot of threats, especially with just infinite Librams coming down. The one difference, I think, in the Paladin these days that sometimes can lead to big wins for the Warrior is that hero, actually. The hero, Cariel, you lose that hero power to keep summoning minions. So if you're not careful about when you play it, the right opportunity, the right, you've seen enough removal, whatever it may be, you can potentially run out of threats to even buff on your side. So you have to play this interesting game. I do think the Paladin usually comes out on top, but it's not as clear-cut as I think it used to be.
Interesting decision here, actually. Sure, obviously will get something off the Stonehalf Vindicator, right? That will always be playable here. So obviously that's, generally speaking, a pretty good one. But I was like more looking at being very mana efficient, but that might just be. But you're now down another minion, right? But you've gotten to clean out your deck a little bit, and now you're just going to be dropping the Elder Seeker and that way around will wish him as well. On top of that, going to go for the second one.
Wow, yeah.
the mental game, right? I always put that card off the top, But if you're looking at like this as a control warrior player, right? Like you're already down a Bladestorm, and we can just like look at the threats coming in continuously, right? And the big talking about the whole Cariel one, it's more so the fact that you go from creating the threats with or to create them in hand.
Sure.
Right? So it's just giving your minions.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's pretty good, right? Obviously, it's backloaded, not front-loaded like a normal Blessing of Kings is, but still, it's still pretty powerful at the end of the day here, and it's also just really powerful because I think these liberal popes are going to start coming through. They are going to be down 4 mana. They're essentially free to a certain extent. These are going to be insanely strong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And getting Cariel down this early is also quite good. It's sort of that weird middle ground. If you get it in the middle of the game, you've already lost a lot of your threats. It can reduce your potential threats. Obviously, you were running Smite. We can have that potential for from the hand damage by buffing it as well as those Librams. So we'll see if Taco Cat decides it's time for that Cariel, or with that Libram of Hope pickup, maybe get that down, keep providing pressure on the other side for Super Chicken, make him use that removal every single turn, and eventually they run out. That's how it works with the Warrior. It's really about trying to create enough threat every turn, but not use too much. So they're forced to use this, their premium removal on the fewest amount of minions, big minions, essentially.
Yeah, right. Again, obviously already when the Nexium Drake down, which tends to be one of the huge combinations, right? Because it's essentially just a shield slam. But again, the Blaze Storm being down here is actually really big for these huge singular minions, right? Because execute no longer present in the call set for this year, right? So you're looking at traditional shield slam as well on top of that. And obviously, with one frozen buckle down already, that excess armor gain I was talking about for a second here. Obviously, heavy plate is still there, but it's a lot more expensive. But this hand is actually kind of grim, right? There's no actual removal threat here. And had it not been for this variant, though, like Suching would still be relatively safe, would still be able to just hold on to 11 HP because of the fact that there's going to be this top minion in the way. But, granted that, if this variant comes through here next turn, expectedly, as long as, wait a minute, it's both Samira and Carrier Room, actually, so there's no way this breaks, right? Because there's still one Broomstick in deck, there's still two others, so like, had it been for pretty much any other case, because we're gonna get to this face like, again, you go about this being more proactive, start changing these things together, and then you can kind of try to rebuild from that. This is still pretty expensive. Again, no more removal spells really in the hand for now, so this variant should just come down and just provide another massive threat. And you can even start building more of these slippers and all. And I think the big thing here is
and those devout pupils, those cheap pupils can be pretty powerful. We'll see if Taco Cat decides to play both, or maybe hold back, just play the one, play around things like Blade Storm, but not play too heavily into something like that Brawl. We'll see what Taco Cat decides here, but a couple different options, getting some good pickups there with the Taunt and the Divine Shield, both being those devout pupils. On the other side, though, I think Super Chicken last turn, like you said, that axe being used to cycle the deck, needing those threats, needing the removal, because right now we are certainly lacking in removal for this type of board anyway.
Yeah, but again, obviously, I think you very rightly mentioned, right, that you need to find that balance here of not overextending onto the board and leaving a potential opening. It's worth noting, right, against Super Chicken, granted, he can find a bit of a lull, and he can get to it, right, to Gesaka-san will provide an out at some point, right? So, that is also something that you need to be able to, because again, that can completely start flipping the script. Obviously, Locust's no longer being a spell to get from Gesaka-san is probably a bit of that's obviously not ideal for Super Chicken right now, right? And you would like to see that damage plus board presence that he just provides, but now it's interesting. This actually, like, considering the state of the game, right? This is an above average alliance battle. You agree? Like, this is like way above average.
Yeah, I mean, especially, we could have had, if we didn't have that variant earlier, we could have had much fewer options at this state of the game to buff. So getting a pretty good result there. And, obviously there's devout people with instant value. And of course the Blade Master as well, really good value to get that buffed up. On the other side, Corsair Cash in the hand, have already seen all three weapons, so a little bit of a disappointment there. But we do have the Nixia that is a pretty good answer to wide boards from Taco Cat as well, which we are just one turn away from seeing.
Also, like weapons, and also means that the rate bottom Nixia in general will be a better thing. You might even be able to generate some rankle value off of your own whelps potentially. There's like Nixia in this deck is pretty interesting because it has multiple impactful angles to look from. So here's the Brawl, and granted, we haven't seen the layout in all these situations just yet, right? But Taco Cat has been pretty good in terms of being able to not play into Rancor, for example. I think Rancor has been a really low value card, so Super Chicken being stuck with 2 copies of Rancor in hand for pretty much what feels like the entire game at this point just feels pretty bad, right? And also this Corsair Cash is just dead, because we've seen one Outriders Axe, the Bulwark has been in his hand since like turn 5, and Outriders Axe itself was picked up a while ago. And I think this is fine, right? So again, do you want to play it more as like a slowed down version?
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, the Rancor not going to have too much value in this matchup, especially. So trying to use it there to get rid of some Divine Shields, get as little, a little bit of value, get rid of one minion, getting a little armor, and also just utilizing the mana here, setting up for this Onyxia next turn, negating a lot of this damage here, able to stop all of the assault for this turn. from Taco Cat does help a little bit here. And as we can see, Taco Cat's starting to run out of stuff in the hand. There are quite a few draw mechanics here with that Knight Anointment, the Stoneheart Vindicator, and the Bannerman all available. So not out of threats just yet. And that's a big pickup as well. Find that Libram of Hope.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the thing that's the thing we need to talk about right here in terms of just how this functions from this point out, right? Because we saw how, like, with like all of these like very cheap holy spells have already pretty much been emptied from the deck. So that was almost a guaranteed Libram of Hope. That's just a massive threat on demand. But if this set of minions is dealt with pretty much from Super Chicken, depending on how heavily Taco Cat will be able to overstep and overextend here, right? This Brawl might just come in clutch here, because if Taco Cat just kind of empties his entire hand onto the board, which that actually might be a good hit, right? Like close.
Yeah, we don't mind playing that here. How many cards can we draw from that? Do we have left? I believe we've seen. Do we have one Hand of a Doll left? I think we've seen both Librams. We've seen one Noble Mount, I think. So I think we have a Noble Mount and a Hand of a Doll.
Both Noble Mounts turns in the early game, I do believe.
But yeah, an interesting situation here for Taco Cat as well, because playing that Libram, it just, with the current board, can be dealt with pretty easily with that Onyxia, and keeps that board in Super Chicken's favor. So going a different direction here, and going for buffing the Pupil out of range from just one hit from that Onyxia. So going to have to trade 2 of those Drakes in, and then the Onyxia to get that clear. Ooh, interesting situation here for Super Chicken. Has that Brawl option, like you said. Could be, could obviously result poorly, but most of the time is a pretty good result here. So let's see how it does turn out for Super Chicken. Ooh, there are all the whelps. Does get rid of the big taunt, and one whelp survives. So Super Chicken winning that Brawl.
It's the whelp that could, Like, it's just the whelp that could. So again, obviously, working on the immovable object here will buy Taco Cat an unbelievable amount of time. And also worth noting here that Taco Cat can just continuously keep buffing up this Mr. Smite. Just play this Carriel out, and then just hit your hero power continuously over and over and over again. And at some point, that is just going to be pretty much close to a guaranteed OTK. Because with the Bulwark of Asnoth being gone already, that is also something that we need to talk about, right? Because again, there is no longer the ability for Super Chicken to completely deny these massive hits coming through, because all the chip damage has already been done. So I'm just seeing whether or not how these Librams are going to be used. I guess you're just going to make your things as big as possible. Again, worth noting, Shield Shatter is a card that now kills off the Carriel Roam, but obviously won't kill off the Libram of Hope. But here it is.
Oh, there it is. The Kazakusan makes its appearance. That does mean the rest of the deck is gone, so we won't be seeing those Blade Storms and other removal options from Super Chicken anymore. But we'll find potentially other options here. We have Pure Cold, Banana Split, Grimmer Patron. I think I did not see what was chosen there. Dr. Boom's Boombox, Looming Presence is some armor and draw. After these choices.
Not to really kill you're going through all these treasures, right?
Yeah, we don't.
but I'm kind of just looking at the maths here, okay, for a second, and I'm like, okay, 10 plus 5, that's 15.
Yeah,
plus
that's a lot.
10 from Smite. Potentially even 14.
Does not hit the Smite there, but that is still just going to be enough here. Super Chicken not able to find those removals, and going for the Kazakusan probably would not have had too many opportunities with the current hand in the board, so unable to find the answers this time around. And that Paladin, like you said, that mid-rangey sort of grindy style can just outlast, especially when that warrior doesn't find its tools, has double rancor in the hand, a dead Corsair Cache. It certainly doesn't help the situation. But so that is 2-1 now. Taco Cat taking the lead with that weak link deck just remaining that we were talking about, that priest. So we'll see if that priest can get through. It has to get through either the warlock or the warrior here remaining for Super Chicken. We'll see what these players do bring in this next match. I think we might see that warrior once again, though.
Yeah, again, obviously we don't know the fact that we're going to be seeing the priest 100% here, right? So you start going through the matchups, but we're talking a little bit about this before we actually went live, the two of us, right? And we're looking at this and saying, this is like the one matchup that the Warriors brought to beat. It is this priest deck, right? Like, it's just one of the things like, this priest deck produces maybe 1 or 2 boards. You know what Control Warrior is fantastic at dealing with? 1 or 2 boards. And then it's all down to whatever generated circus is going on, pretty much, like from the priest hand, right? Like, I mean, and again, like, I don't believe there's like Suffolk value within that. I can like tend to do that. It's not the rally, for example, right? That can bring some stuff back and you can start copying and get the luminencing and all these type of situations, all the good stuff, right? So you have the first initial waves, but there's no third wave. So again, thinking about the fact you see Blade Storms, you're talking about Double Brawl. This deck list from Super Chicken is so adequately equipped to completely annihilate the boards that we produced here. So that is going to be to see whether or not Cat will be able to find a way out of that.
Yeah, it might come down to just the draw here. If Super Chicken is able to find those removals, like you said, before Cat is able to get this big board down, it's going to be tough to navigate for Cat. So maybe getting an early prediction here, but I think we're going to see a game 5, which is our favorite thing as casters to see.
I don't want to get out. I don't want to
jinx.
I don't want to jinx it, right? I mean, and even then, it's not it's not the end of the world most of the time either, right? Again, obviously, game 5 is very common in Conquest because the format is pretty much just like built to bring out game 5s because of like how people have kind of taken the approach to it as a format. We do have some connection issues that will be solved within a second or so. Obviously, again, good thing that we have this feature in the game, right? It allows us to pause the match whenever a player disconnects, just automatically does that. You're going to get to look at our lovely faces for a second here again, I do believe, which is going to be fantastic, right? So,
oh yeah, can't get enough of us over here.
So obviously, like, let's talk about like more perspective, because this matchup, when you're looking at stats, is horrible. It is like, it's not like Freeze Mage versus Control Warrior levels of bad, but it's close, right? This is one of the most polarized matchups that we have in the metagame at the moment, and I think that's something that is definitely worth talking about here. Obviously, the remaining deck that Super Chicken will have to push through with is going to be the LTK Warlock, which, funnily enough, the matchup percentages almost swing the complete opposite way.
That's right.
Right? So, like, we might be going from polarized matchup to polarized matchup. I think the big difference, the big kicker, for me, right, is that LTK Warlock has some absolutely bananas draws that the Priest just won't be able to deal with. However, those draws don't really exist for this Priest in this specific matchup, just due to the fact that as long as the Warrior draws at least 1 brawl, they're pretty much just going to be out home safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you were saying, yeah, it's kind of the tale of 2 matchups here, but one being a little bit more reasonable to get that weird swing. Like you said, that LTK can find those draws that can win any matchup. Even, it comes a race again with that Priest versus Warlock, where with this Warrior versus Priest, it doesn't matter how fast you go with the Priest. You can't go fast enough to beat a Brawl or any of those sort of spot removals, the Blade Storm. If you're just summoning 1 minion, there's quite a few options for the Warrior pretty early on in this matchup, especially for that Priest. So a little bit tougher on that end, but certainly both these matchups that we might see here can be polarizing. We'll see if either player is able to win that negative matchup.
Yeah, again, right, and those are like the type of things that are just like, these matchups are super, super important, right? Because again, it can almost feel weird when you're playing when you're playing Conquest, right? Because like sometimes you're just happy to completely just like lose a matchup.
Yeah.
Because you're going to, okay, I know I was going to lose this matchup. It's not the end of the world because I'm not going to get run over by this deck continuously. And then you kind of just sometimes just build decks that focus, or lineups, sorry, should I say, that focus on just beating one deck.
Yeah.
Over and
absolutely.
over and over again. And that can obviously that can be a flawed approach, which we have seen alter in the past, but it's not. It has kind of just been other than just bringing the 4 best decks in the metagame, that has kind of tended to be the most, just the most. Damn, words are hard today, right? Most prominent. I was like saying,
Yes.
because like I was looking for it, I was saying like promising, but it's not the most promising thing. It's like it has been prominent, right? So like the most prominent strategy in terms of playing Conquest, and I think that is that
Right.
also your experience with casting and competing in the format.
Yeah, I think like you said, it has sort of that give and take where if you are good at predicting the meta, you're good at predicting what players are going to bring, and you bring one of those counter lineups, you can really succeed. Especially if it's a deck that not like LTK where it can find a win in those weird situations. If you really can isolate a deck that struggles against certain matchups, you can take a lot of wins that way. And then there is that strategy of bring 4 good decks, which has also seen some success, especially I think in the current meta. I've seen it have a decent amount of success just because the meta is so kind of vast at the moment. It feels like there's quite a few options with almost every class that you can't make those clear predictions if you just bring good decks. Sometimes those percentage points can, when you're playing sort of the player matchup rather than the matchup, your player diffs, as you will. Those sometimes the good decks can really highlight those player diffs a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've come a long way as well, right? Because I remember like going all the way back to the start of competitive Hearthstone. It was like, it didn't matter if like which matchups were good or bad for you, because we didn't really have that big of a reliance on stats we do now in terms of like competitive setup, right? We are back now. Again, we missed a couple of turns, it seems like, but just to paraphrase from what I can see here, Tarkat has essentially just played his free mana Discover Reduce spell. That's pretty much what has happened. It's the only thing that has happened so
yeah. I was going to say, I don't think we've seen too much. A Corsair Cache looks like it was played by Super Chicken, but other than that, it's been a pretty pass sort of game so far. But right now, here, Taco Cat going in on his Manis as soon as possible, trying to get things going before that removal is found. We see a Blade Storm in hand. We see a Sword in board, as well as a Shield Slam. Right now, a way to deal with this board. Let's see if it's strong enough here to survive. Getting the Elec Mount out here, going to be pretty powerful.
I mean, this is obviously going to be really, really, really strong, right? I'm just thinking about how can you actually manage to fit in the Malagos here as well? You can. This actually fits into Malagos, which I think that we use both Desperate Prayer shot, because even if there's no Desperate Prayer that's going to be drawn from this Malagos, and you play the Malagos now, this might just be the turn you've been talking about. Wait, the Discover actually could be an issue, right?
Oh, it does become an issue. No.
This is the most likely outcome, right? Because of the fact of it's 3 separate 50-50s, so it's not that. It actually isn't that likely. It isn't even a 1 out of 3 here, right? Again, look at how something now just can start to dissect the board. There's obviously still going to be the Elec Mount on the back end that needs to be dealt with, but even then, this is not a board that is really going to threaten, because the Bless already was used, so there's no huge burst of damage coming.
Yeah, and Super Chicken being aware of that Elec Mount as well, able to clear off all those Nismanis, and that's a lot of the threat there from the deck. We do have the Malagos to reload here for Taco Cat, but Taco Cat was really hoping to get that Malagos down and cycle everything there. Did not hit that all 3 50-50s, as you said. And instead, we get that Malagos down here. Let's see if we find enough threat here to win the game for Taco Cat. It really feels like it's going to come down to this turn here for him.
Yeah, you're looking at these things, right? Again, obviously only has used both of the Nazmanis already, right? And again, with and there's no rally, there's nothing to really bring it back, so what you see is what you get in terms of being able to actually fully make use of it. So you're looking at with Illuminance, all these situations, you're looking at it and thinking, well, this is a bit of a rough situation. But again, this is kind of what we're talking about, right? Because Warrior just deals with these types of boards very, very easily. There's not a huge amount of immediate threat on it. There's no front-loaded damage. It's all back-loaded damage through minion combat.
Ooh.
However,
Raised Dead could find you those Nazmanis back.
I mean, it has to be, right? You just have to go for it now. You're going to be going for this. mean, this makes it like this still pushes a lot of damage, right? But it's quote unquote only 16 damage. It's not even half the life total that Super Chicken had. So, granted, that could completely whiff on the removal, which actually is sort of the case right now.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a Frozen Buckler and the Drake that can get 10 damage in.
Oh.
We don't have quite enough damage to do both, so yeah, that is a big enough threat here. Gonna have to Bulwark just to survive one more turn. Does have the Brawl for next turn or that double Frozen Buckler with the Drake, but for now, just gonna Hero Power up, try to utilize that, get an extra 2 armor here that won't be easily dealt with this turn.
Yeah, and again, in terms of just being able to produce these massive minions, it is worth noting that I do believe the initial, like both copies of Bless have been used now. I think one of the Blesses were used to cycle through the Nasmanis earlier on, so that means that this is pretty much, in terms of like having huge minions, this is pretty much as far as we can go right now. Obviously, there's a Psyche split, which can create another copy of this 1616, but even then,
these are not the spells you're looking for.
What do you mean? I love seeing Void Shot when I'm playing Priest. I play a completely different type of Priest when I play Priest. And in that deck, you tend to like to see Void Shot, but that's a completely different story.
Yeah, I mean, it will allow for this Bulwark to be dealt with this turn if we want. Another board with that Raid Box Onyxia is not bad. That is a few turns away, though.
Is it only? Is it just the Dragon mode? Just because the provides more stickiness to the board?
Yeah, that looks to be the case here. And now Super Chicken has to decide how to deal with this board here. We do have the Brawl, but the wrong result could be devastating. So do we instead go for that big removal with the double Buckler into the Drake there to remove the 16/16? No, we are going for the Brawl. We have enough health here to survive, no need to overreact, and the big minion survives, of course. So worst result there for Super Chicken and summons that force. So gonna have to use that Frozen Buckler to feel safe going into this turn.
Yeah, the Frozen, like, this is just big, right? Because the thing is that there was the one minion you didn't want to live, right? Because every other minion you deal with, no issue.
Yeah.
But obviously, Super Chicken was trying to set up a world where they didn't just completely like, they had to commit like 3 cards to clearing 1 minion when you could have done with 1, right? Now it's kind of stuck in a limbo situation, and what I actually really want to see here is whether or not this is going to prompt the Psyche split coming out, right? Because you've already seen 1 Brawl, which means that there's only 1 left.
Yeah.
So copying and doubling up on this Alec here would actually end up from the position that we're sitting in, right? It's the undisputed correct play to put these massive 2 threats into play. Obviously, we were talking about how you need to consider this, consider that, which is what's going through Tacklehead's mind right now, one would assume at least. But the robe is burning, there's still 8 mana remaining. Is this going to be a little bit of a, okay, just going to be going about this being the mode, like just being as efficient with the mana as possible here, but now there's actually a board that's going to be quite tough to deal with because there's no battle.
Yeah, do we find the answer? Ooh, Shield Shatter will be a little bit helpful here. Does remove quite a few of those threats, and then you're able to follow up a little bit short on the damage here with the Drake, unfortunately.
Yeah,
so that's just not going to be enough here, I think, for Super Chicken. That should seal the deal. With that silence on this side for Taco Cat, both of these are going to connect, and that is a win for Taco Cat going in to the next round. 3-1 win over Super Chicken, winning that unfavored matchup. I think it really came down to that Brawl turn. There was that other option for Super Chicken, like you said, didn't want to commit those 3 cards, but with the result of the Brawl, if those 3 cards were committed, I think we would have been in better shape. Just not as big of threats available on the board for Taco Cat to copy.
It's one of those situations where you sat there and like, it's a 25%, right? But there are 4 minions on the board, minion is free, right? Like, it's a 1 in 4 that you are just in a very horrible situation, right? If that is not the case, you are going to be so fine, and everything is going to be so good for you. There's going to be no
Oh, yeah.
issue, nothing. Right, and you can just continue to like have the ability to completely just spread out your removal, and you're going to be able to deal with every single minion, no matter what's thrown at you. But the time was just not given, right? We're talking about this, how very often, as long as the warrior can just deal with the boards, there are going to be no issues. Well,
there you go.
Fate
Could
had
not
it.
deal with the boards.
That was just no because couldn't deal with the boards, because the brawler you need to buy the time, well, had some issues. I think it's the easiest way to say it. You're going to feel hard done by here if you're a super chicken. I think about that brawl in specific. I think that is not going to be too out of line to say that. Obviously, as you can see in a second, right, we have some updates that's going on and around the other parts of the bracket soon. Like, is there anything else you want to really touch upon from this series?
Yeah, no, I mean, really well played by both players. It's I've seen Super Chicken play quite a bit, and I will say that is the most unlucky brawl I've seen Super Chicken have. I feel like it's always the right result for Super Chicken. We saw it earlier in the series. We saw the Whelp surviving as well with the Warrior brawl, but not so in this game. And I think that really was the kicker in this matchup. Anyway, we could have seen some interesting stuff in that fifth game potentially, but we will not be seeing that at Warlock. So maybe we'll see some other options here from other players. But yeah, let's talk about the standings so far. So we did just see that Taco Cat take it over Super Chicken. So Taco Cat moving on to the upper final. And in that other Group B matchup, Dragon Ninja taking a huge 3-0 win over Spades there. So Taco Cat and Dragon Ninja in the upper final of Group B. And in Group A, we are still going a little bit here, but Gamer Dude taking it 3-0 over Scaramouche. So moving on to the upper final there, and Fierce Patty currently down 0-2 to Bog Nasty. We'll see who takes that one for the Group A upper final.
Yeah, I'm with them, right. We are playing group stages, double elimination brackets. So again, they're not completely out just yet. Again, both of the players that have lost, like all the 4 players technically that have lost their initial group rounds, will be put into a lower round here. As you can see on the screen, but just lower round 1. And then the loser from the upper final will go into the lower final, and then the winner of the lower final will advance as well, right? So losing the first match obviously isn't ideal, because you lose a life, right? But
sure,
you're still going to be in the running to get into that playoff situation that we got going on here.
Yeah. So definitely, the players that have lost are down, but certainly not out. They have a chance to advance further on, and it's important. And actually, looking at this loser round too, we do have the result for that upper round 1 match there, Fierce Patty versus Bog Nasty. Bog Nasty taking it 3-1 in the end there. So that does mean that teammates in Scaramouche and Fierce Patty, I believe, will be playing each other in that lower round 1. So going to have to eliminate one of their teammates here pretty early on in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's going to feel a little bit of suboptimal, right? You never really want to be knocking out your teammate, just because of the fact that it's just not ideal, right? You want to have 2 strong performances and not 1. And that's going to be great, right? So I think that's, again, you don't want to get absolutely annihilated. I think that's a big one. But yeah, other things that you really want to talk about here, as we are going to be, obviously we have a lot more action coming your way. I think that's a big one to talk about.
Yeah, but I think we do have a replay here, so let's take a look. Welcome back, everybody. We are ripping and ready for match 2 here. It is the upper bracket finals for the Group A, and we have Bog Nasty versus Gamer Dude. We already have our bans. We won't be seeing Bog Nasty's Druid, nor will we be seeing Gamer Dude's Paladin, so no Libram Paladin this time around. But we will. One of those Druids did get through, so we will see a Kazakusan Druid on Gamer Dude's side. For those other decks, Bog Nasty, actually both players bringing in that same Death Rattle, or not Death Rattle, excuse me, the Quest Fell DH. And then where they sort of differ here in their brings, Bog Nasty with a standard looking Face Hunter, where Gamer Dude going the other direction here with the Quest Hunter here. So excited to see those play out. And then Bog Nasty, finishing things off with this time around a charge control warrior, so not the standard control one, including that Galvangar in that combo, and Gamer Dude here, like I said, with that Druid to round things out.
Yeah, right. So actually, talk to me about this charge control warrior for a second. So,
yeah,
how does it work? What's the combo like? Because there might be some people out here that are watching today that might not know, because when they think control warrior, I just remove minions and then I wouldn't fatigue. But this is not really that type of deck.
Yeah, it's kind of a different take. It actually, before Kazakusan, this was seeing some play, but had a couple of things come forward that allowed it to be a little bit more popular. And in this case, we do have that Captain Galvangar is that win condition. Of course, you can win, especially into aggro decks, just by playing that control game that Warrior's so good at. But in those other matchups, you have inevitability. You have Galvangar, which when you've generated enough armor throughout the game, it becomes a charge 9/9, so plenty of damage there. And then you run double Faceless, you run Battleground Battlemaster, and you're able to just get a ton of damage from hand with comboing that to the front, which reduces the cost of all your minions for that turn. So you're able to play 2 to the fronts and get just tons and tons of damage through all of those charged Galvangars going to your face.
Right. Again, I always love decks where you see Faceless Manipulator, right? So I get a lot of flack for this because I am an aggro player by heart, but one of my favorite decks of all time, right? I think there was when some people kind of flaming me for this on Twitter when we're talking about teasers for the new core set. Yeah. I just put in Direhorn Matriarch, Direhorn Hatchling, and Faceless Manipulator, and just going back to that Odd Warrior, right? It was one of the coolest decks ever. Faceless just does so many cool things, right? Because again, I'm also looking at McFerridon and saying, okay, my opponents cannot deal with a 12/12. Well, how about multiple 12/12s, right? Is it 2020 or 12/12?
12/12, yeah.
It's the darkness that's 2020, right?
That's right, yeah, the darkness. Yeah. Wow.
No, we're just going back to we're just taking a walk down the dormant memory lane, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously, again, Conquest, so it's a lot harder to really fully predict how a series is going to pan out, because you have people that don't prescribe to saying that pure order matters, right? And you have people that definitely say that matters, stuff like that, right? So what do you envision these players will be opening up with?
Yeah, it's this interesting mind game, actually, I think, in this matchup, just because a lot of players that spell Druid being really, really powerful with the Kazakusan just think it can win every matchup, and it rightfully it often can. So some players just like to bring that in first, but knowing that, we could see Bog Nasty kind of bringing the best deck into that matchup. So you hear a lot of people, players talk about Conquest queuing, and I'm sure you've seen on Twitter and a million different discussions on if it matters or not. But
I have competed since 2015. Yeah. I have had this discussion for 7 years, my friend. Okay,
for 7 years. Yeah, exactly. So this is not an unusual discussion to have, but it comes down to, some people say, especially that first game, Q doesn't matter. Try to play the mind games. Sometimes that can backfire, and it often just flip a coin for that one. Once you've got a couple, decks out of the way, it's a little bit more clear cut what you need to be doing. But early on, like I said, if we do see that spell Druid come out, we might see Bog Nasty answer with that Face Hunter, which can kind of take it out before it can get going.
Yeah, right. And obviously, interesting you mentioned that. Right? We have gotten already one mention that we are going to be seeing the Face Hunter actually come up first here, right? Or and they're from Bog Nasty, at least. I think that should be the Face Hunter play. Because the thing is that he is, because Gamer Dude has a really interesting Hunter deck, right? Again, obviously, when I say interesting, it's obviously a very common deck. It's a deck that has been pretty much ever since Defender Dormant District was printed, has been toyed with in whatever fashion possible, just because of the fact that, people miss Rasa Priest. I don't know why they miss Rasa Priest, but people miss Rasa
You like
Priest.
pressing that button. You don't like pressing that button, the hero power button,
Nope.
every time that you do something? Button.
I mean, the whole thing, like, the old school Rasa Priest, Kazakis, Reno, no, I'm not about that life. I was a Coin Barnes gamer in Priest. And
Coin Barnes gamer?
Yep. Coin Barnes into Yashirash. I did that 3
boy.
times in a series at a major once. And it was a final round of the tournament, so it didn't matter.
Oh, man.
I've never seen an opponent be that disenchanted. The best out of 5 series that went 4 games was done in 15 minutes. We had
That's
4
unreal.
games in 15 minutes because it was all 4 games involved Barnes.
Yeah.
So you could just kind of envision how it went, right? So one person coins Barnes into Yashirash, and I press the Yashirash, and then
That's the game.
Yeah, that's the game. And I was just a superior player. But again,
Right.
it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, those were the days. I mean, these are also the days. We are going to be looking into some fantastic Hearthstone very shortly. Here I have this lovely graphic, obviously, Bognazi coming out of Bay State College, and Gamer Dude coming out of Carleton University. Obviously, Super Chicken is what we were talking about, these teams that have multiple players in this event. Well, Carlson is one of those teams, right? Super Chicken, teammate of Gamer Dude. And there's not really like a wordplay, like we can't really change an idiom around here, can we? Like Buck Nasty and Gamer Dude. I'm struggling to think of an English idiom that really works here. It was much easier with the cat and the mouse.
Yeah, the cat and mouse worked out. I know.
But here,
the dude in the bog. I don't know.
The dude in the bog. Well, we are going to be moving into game very, very, very shortly here. Here we are.
Oh yeah, and here we go. And this
Hunter
is
versus Demon Hunter, and
this is what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Exactly is potentially if you're expecting Gamer Dude like we see. To bring that Hunter for Bognazi. Bognazi can answer with exactly this Demon Hunter instead of that Druid saying, this is the matchup I wanted of the Face Hunter. I have plenty of heal. You can deal some damage early. I don't care. I'm just going to heal up to full, and then I'm gonna beat you with my cards, and you're not going to be able to do much. So we'll see if it does play out that way. But for now, let's get into it.
Yeah, so opening up here with the mini animal companions, right? The companion. So, opting to not go for the Iron Deep Trog first here. I think a lot of people sometimes just have a tendency to just yeet it out when they feel like it. Because again, sometimes it just feels right. But again, obviously, when you have the infestation, it's a way for you to ensure that it doesn't get one shot, right? Because again, a lot of these spells that are a thing here from the Demon Hunter tends to be very easy. Like something like Chaos Strike, for example, just allows you to deal with a 2 mana or 2 HP Iron Deep Trog very often. But again, pairing up with the infestation here means that you are going to be at least forcing some extra action here, and it's going to be quite hard for Bog Nasty to deal with this Trog in one shot here.
Yeah, certainly. I think holding back, like you said, in this matchup where the Demon Hunter has so many deal 2 damage options to get this Trog down a little bit healthier. I mean, as we see, Immolation Aura would have been a fantastic clear had it not been buffed. Now could result in a continuous Trog for a little bit. We'll see what Bognazi decides. Maybe not enough threat just yet, especially with that spell damage there in the hand in that Talented Arcanist does mean that we can just deal with this a little bit later and get a big heal. Instead, we're just gonna get it off now. For Bognazi saying, I don't want the threat.
This is like a line I was looking at as well, thinking this actually makes a lot of sense here. Also, sorry for it is going to be Gamer Dude is on the Demon Hunter. There's just a little bit of a upside down situation on here. But again, I do believe, right? Because this is Bognasis Hunter, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
so,
correct.
So just disregard the overlay for a second here. We are working on it, but we have the Hearthstone on screen. That's the most important part here, right? For Bognasis here on the Hunter. And this matchup tends to be quite hard, right, for Face Hunters to play with, because there's just so many different ways for Demon Hunter to deal with anything. Like, even if you get them down to like 10 HP, well, doesn't matter. I'm gonna Arcanist Fellscream Blast and I'm back to 30, right? Like, it is so hard for Hunters very often, I feel like, to have enough staying power in the matchup, because again, you're talking about how Immolation Aura was going to be a fantastic card last turn. Well, guess what?
Even better now.
Again, it's even better now, right? Like, it's so close to impossible.
Yeah, interesting
wait a second.
choice to trade here. Are we then instead going for a Fell Scream and a Hero Power?
Okay, I mean,
or Fell Barrage, I mean, and a Hero Power? Yeah, it looks like that is the direction. Holding on to that Immolation Aura a little bit longer.
So my only gripe with this, right, is an Immolation Aura cannot be used to deal with one singular big minion, as we do see a bit of a reaction here coming out. Not happy with, the Doggy Biscuit coming out like that. You would rather seen a minion to put any board pressure on here. Well, the Doggy Biscuit, just came back. What do you call it? It just got fetched, your dog just brought it back. You threw it away, and then your dog thought you were playing fetch, it wasn't giving him a snack. Well, here it is, right. So another thing I just want to talk about for a second, right, was Gamerdude's decision to throw away the quest turn against the Face Hunter, right? Because, again, actively recognizing that there's probably not going to be any value in them holding on to the quest, when that could just be another removal spell. And again, right, you're looking at this situation, again, from Bognasis now, with the initial bonds just being dealt with by that initial wave removal. They are stuck in a straight-up burn plan, and I think actually the big thing for them is the fact that the Fellscream Blast is gone. That is actually really big. That's really big because there's a huge amount of healing gone. So this might just be a situation where Bognasis can burn it out, but
yeah. Oh, never mind. There's that second one. I was going to say, using that early Fellscream Blast in this matchup, especially getting 0 heal off of it, as we saw earlier on, it did remove quite a nice board. But it did mean that we gave away some of that healing. So Bognasis kind of has the go-ahead to go aggressive, hoping we don't see that another Fellscream Blast or Warblades anytime soon. But we did just see that be picked up here by Gamerdude in conjunction with that Arcanist. Means there's plenty of healing. Just need some minions on the board.
Yeah, right. So actually, I had it for a while. I had this Crusade. So I go on random Crusades against Hearthstone cards. Right? As an aggro player, I've had it out for Demon Hunter ages, and actually something that I would have liked to see forever ago, pretty much, was actually the Fellscream Blast being changed to only being able to target enemy minions, because very often you would get in situations against OTK Demon Hunters, for example, right, where you can burn them out as long as you don't put anything on your own board. Then they just, enough Fellscream blasting their own board and killing you. I was like, oh well, that's the way around this. But I think it's obviously fine. It's one of those situations where it's just a very minor thing where I thought maybe we have to change mana costs around, stuff like that. But Gamerdude obviously here is probably he's probably feeling fairly cozy, I'd imagine. Like, again, it's obviously not ideal by any stretch of the imagination being in the situation, but Bognasis is down a decent amount of these damage spells already, right? Like, we've seen double aim shot, a quick shot. So the damage is slowly but surely waning away, and as long as Gamerdude doesn't put anything onto the board, the Trampling Rhinos will not do anything, etc., right? So as long as Gamerdude can ensure that he is not going to be losing out on he's just not going to be making any dumb overextension onto the board that he doesn't need to do, he should be fine having these, well, I guess it's 5 turns, and that 5 turns should be a plenty, one would assume, for this Demon Hunter to push through.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, I think this is getting pretty close. It's going to depend on what Gamerdude's able to find, because right now with the hand, there's no way to really put any threat on the other side, but we do have that Spectral Sight available here. I don't think it's a Magtheridon situation just yet.
There's no Magtheridon, right? So I would like to see the Spectral Sight, but there might be a world where Gamerdude is looking for quest completion.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And still having that in the back of the mind, Barracuda Bane, that actually might be the gas we're talking about he's been missing, right? Like, this Barracuda Bane is going to be an absolute godsend, one would assume, right? But even again, these damage spells are not, these are not spells that go face. But again, we've seen so much removal already being thrown out here. This 6/9 that will be buffed up by the Ramming Mount might just be what takes Buck Nasty over the line here.
Oh yeah, it certainly can. We do get a Discover here. Let's see if it's going to be enough. None of these really doing it. Glide. Don't really want to give your opponent any more cards, so going to draw first. Warblade's a pretty big pickup. Going to be able to heal somewhat in a conjunction with the Chaos Strike here, potentially. Looks like we will see that just to get some healing. Gets the reduction as well. No way to clear off the 6/9, but getting 5 healing here for, I guess, net healing. Does mean that we are able to survive another turn.
Yeah, mostly to be expected to be able to survive here, right? Like, and I think that the big thing here that probably will end up annoying Gamer, right, was there was no way for him to get the McFerrin tokens onto the board, and having with the single immolation, all right, again with both of the spell damage being gone, pretty much like he can't really one shot the tokens. And now this is a big issue. Like, this is a big question actually.
Oh, this Kurtrus is big though. This Kurtrus is going to be really big. We're going to get 2 of those rush minions. That's another 6 damage we can get, and with an additional hero power before, we can get 7 heal from this Kurtrus, or 8 heal, right? You play the hero power. Oh, with Fury now as well. That's even more heal. So if we want to play the Kurtrus, we have 5 mana for the Kurtrus and then another 4 mana to play with. So we can hero power Kurtrus.
I don't think that's worth noting, though, right? All this lines up. All this is all well and good. Truly, it is. But there's also a token on the back end of this, right?
Yeah.
And this unit has 8 attack. So you get the 5 armor from the Kurtrus, then you get, the healing, and it's going to be like 6 healing through.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to get, with those rush minions, even more healing here. So I think this, just having the Jace here off the top for that discount from last turn is going to be the swing here that Gamer Dude needed. I think Bog Nasty was almost able to close it out, but as we see, this is just going to be tons and tons of healing. No board on the other side. Besides that 2/2 to do anything, it's not going to be enough, and now the threat of just lethal on the other side is available. There is that trampling Rhino you were talking about, so you're going to be able to get a little bit of damage connected that way. But it's just not going to be enough, as we can see.
You're right. I completely forgot about the fact that the hero power refreshes. Right?
Oh yeah.
I was like, okay, how does this work out? The healing comes through,
tons
and also
of healing.
Yeah, right. I just kind of underestimated about this, like how big they were, like, because I thought it was like, you would have to front load an attack into the minion as well. But obviously, you just use your rush minion, you just take out the 2, you just like put everything else to the face, and just start the counter clock. And I want to have something here, right? So the reason why this muscle cup is being kept in the hand is obviously because of.
Oh.
Okay, this works out quite well.
Yeah, Guild Trader Immolation does allow the clear, and then we can also choose to glide with that.
No. It's Guild Trader McFerrin.
Oh, yeah. Then you get the nice clear, only a 12/12 on your board. Yeah, I like this. The glide is nice, but you don't want to give them cards either.
Yeah, so this glide is never getting played from this point. Right. I think the game ends next turn, whether you like it or not. It might just end on this turn specifically. I don't envision a draw here that actually keeps fucking nasty in it. Colt Neophyte. I mean, 3-2 versus 12-11, 7 HP on board. Nah, math doesn't really check out here. So, Gamer Dude will be taking game number 1 here. And again, obviously, matchup that went back off, which obviously to be expected. But even then, that was still, pretty good game, right? Because it kind of showed the ins and outs of how these type of matchups they go. Right, the Hunter putting on a lot of pressure, and then the Demon Hunter just having that last amount of healing needed to push through after. Being, I would say, fairly liberal with the use of the full screen blasters, right? Especially
absolutely.
The first one was incredibly liberally used, right? I think, and so it's like, because I think if you start doing the math, that is never going to be net 9 damage for you, right? And it was 9 healing that was technically wasted to a certain extent.
Yeah.
So again, But again, that's like how sometimes you just have to be a little bit. You have to be a little bit wasteful with that type of situation just to ensure that the board doesn't run away from you, right? Because if you start having to use stuff like coin, for example, then the R&D Trog obviously will just start replicating. Obviously, it's not as bad as it was pre-nerf. Pre-nerf, that card definitely. I have never seen that many people being mad on Twitter about a one drop since like Undertaker. Like we're talking like Undertaker levels are broken pretty much for like in the minds of a lot of people. Where like I was like, just play a minion, you know, you're allowed to play minions. So, like it was kind of like my take, and then like started like. Then I started seeing how this card just absolutely started annihilating everyone, and I was like, okay, fair enough. Maybe a nerf is in this. It's okay. It's warranted. It's fine. But now with the Demon Hunter being out the way here, what is going to be the name of the game for Gamer Dude here?
It's a tricky one. I mean, we saw that Face Hunter come out first. Did not hit the matchup for Bog Nasty, so we might see that once again, trying to hit that matchup. But Gamer Dude maybe being aware of that brings their own hunter here to try to answer, because that matchup's a little bit nicer than the other one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think right now matchups are just the most important thing, because if you can get 2-0 up, you're going to be in such a fantastic position, because even like no matter how unfavored your matchups are, pretty much, when you are 2-0 up, you are favored regardless. I think that is that's the really big thing to talk
you get
about.
3 chances with the deck, even if it's unfavored. Getting those 3 chances can help, and it looks like here we are. It is going to be that hunter versus hunter I was talking about. And one thing to note, Gamer Dude bringing the Drekthar version of the Quest Hunter, which has also been sort of more popular recently. Runs those mini mages for extra burn damage with the spell damage as well. And something I haven't seen in every list, but we do see here, is that Beatstalker Tavish as well, which could give some percentage points into other matchups here. Not necessarily this one. I think you like the hero power here versus the Beastalker hero power for the hunter. But
right, so it's talking about how the Drekthar adds value for the mini mages, right? But I'm looking at a package.
It just cycles the deck. It just you get stuff out of your deck.
So because you're gonna be playing it, because I'm thinking of it as a combo piece, quote unquote, here, right? Like there's Slate, there's double Rusttrot Viper, which I feel like almost regardless of how you flip it, that's pretty much, isn't double Rusttrot Viper really excessive?
Well, it's just more minions for the Drekthar. It's all about, like, if you get that early Drekthar, you get some pressure, you remove those minions out of your deck. They also are tradable, so that lets you get to more of your options. Because really, as the hunter here, as the quest hunter, you're just trying to accelerate your quest, get things going, and then you can just, like you said, Raza Priest them to death. And in this matchup, where the Face Hunter wants to be developing a board, and you have this hero power that just answers most of their minions, it becomes a little tricky. So we do see Gamer Dude holding back a little bit and trying to set up minions that can survive those initial hero powers here. This one especially being pretty resilient, but we are just going to rip that Drekthar on 4. That's what it's here for, and we hit the Slate and a Rusttrot, 2 3/4s. I mean, this is a tough board to deal with.
Definitely is, right? So this is like one of the things you're looking at that starts to make sense. My only real issue with this line of approach, right, is that we had a very, very clean piercing shot to kill this minion off. And obviously you can't always sit there and expect there to be that running mount that will just allow these trades to just be absolutely facilitated. But what do you lose from waiting one more turn to do this? It's like, that's kind of like where I'm sticking at, right? Because piercing shot is quest progression. It also deals with the only real threat on the board from your opponents to a certain extent. Right now you have a 4/4 on board, which again you wouldn't have the other way around, because you get turned down, but you didn't force your opponent to go for a different style of board building, I suppose.
And now Gamer Dude trying to decide this Overwhelm or Wound Prey here has an option to clear either minion with the Overwhelm or Wound Prey.
I don't like Wound Prey. So if you Wound Prey, it would kill the 2/2, which I guess so. That's the thing, right? And
or trade and Wound Prey here, have a 1/1. I think that's the direction we're going with this trade here.
We're going into turn 5. So I just didn't. Obviously, again,
I don't like a 1/1. Yeah.
Like, obviously, again, okay, just doesn't like killing anything here. I think that you just want to get that quest completion out here. So I think you're just, accelerating your quest progression here is more important than quote unquote wasting an overwhelm. But I think that also something that you need to consider, right, is that Gamer Dude here is going to be looking at going into Beastalker Tavish next turn, most likely, right? So we'll just be able to go for some of those off secrets, right?
Yeah,
freezing
it's
trap
also
world.
Critically, what can we hover just quick? Where are we in quest completion for the Tavish here, or for for Gamer Dude? Because if we're just one away, I think I see why Gamer Dude held back. Gamer Dude is really banking on it, like we were talking about in the opening, is hoping to get that Beastalker Tavish hero power to 0. So if you complete your quest before you get the Tavish down, you don't get that 0 discount on the Tavish hero power.
That's true.
So I think that was the decision
here. An aura effect. I completely forgot that for a second. I was like, it's not just like an aura effect, where it's like for the rest of the game your hero power costs 0. It's not something like that, right? It's a completely different.
Yes.
And that's actually a very good point here, and actually a pretty good recognition. Even after I was sort of, not full, we weren't fully on board with the whole skipping the initial piercing shot play, stuff like that. When we start looking at it like that, it actually makes a lot of sense. And then this kind of just starts running in here, gonna be great here.
Oh, instantly picked. Might be that explosive, I would guess, but we'll see. Could also just be a bluff there on the explosive.
It's never freezing that though, right? Like you're never going to be going for freezing, one would assume. No. So if you're Black Nasty here, these turns always start with you sending the 2/1 to the face, right? Because it has charge, and the freezer will never
gets frozen,
regardless.
Not too bad. Yeah. And if it's explosive, you want to get it out of the way before you play any other minions. You're not really going to be trading into their minions, so it does progress their quest, which is not your favorite thing to do. But yeah, so we are one away, it looks like, and that was the sort of nod there from Gamer Dude. We did get that instant explosive trap I was talking about. Does proc the quest. We get to that 0 cost hero power here with the Tavish hero power now. Does mean Animal Companions for free every single turn, and then once we get that full quest completion, that's going to be, Animal Companion after Animal Companion after Animal Companion.
Yep. So now do you actually just not play minions? Just like that. That's just not that. That's never a world that's actually useful. Like that's not a sustainable world. See, Black Nasty staying hydrated. Yeah. Has that gallon of water. That's a gallon, right? That jug.
That's got to be a gallon there. Keeping hydrated, always important. And there we have the always huffer we were talking about. Does play the Wound Prey into the Trampling Rhino, though this does mean some more damage can come through on the other side. But Gamer Dude saying, I don't care, I get my Tavish down this turn, and I can start just going face for lots and lots of Animal Companions here soon.
And again, we're kind of in this world where the Face Hunter just wasn't able to really push through in the other game, and now they're just going to be stuck just on the back foot and don't have the sustainable amount of damage coming through here.
Wow.
So,
and this Overwhelm with Dragon Bane shot does mean we get a lot of cycle here. We could have gotten, I guess, I would have liked to see the Dragon Bane cycled. I think it's minimal here. Right? It probably doesn't matter. Yeah, you can cycle it on your own number.
It's better to do it this way around, right? Because always huff up. But the thing is here, right? You end up cleaning up wall space because you might end up being a situation where you couldn't clean up your own wall space. It doesn't matter because you just leave it because you just hit the huffers before.
It's always huffer.
It's always huffer, and
always huffer.
Now it's 2-0 up here, 2-0, depending on which way you fall in terms of being able to utilize that linguistic, right? Like, are you a 2-0 or a 2-0, 2-0 guy? Like, what is your
I think I said a 2-0 guy. I think.
You're a 2-0 guy? Okay, I mean,
2-0 guy,
that's fair. Yeah, there's no real way. There's no real way to say that, is there? Like, I mean, it's a question of preference, I would say, right? But now, speaking of a question of preference, if you are Black Nasty here, you now have to face probably the hardest deck to beat in the entire metagame at the moment in this good old Druid. But the Druid has been left up, right? So there's a very clear plan for it.
I think we're sticking to our plan here. This Face Hunter was always trying to answer this Druid. We just didn't hit it yet for Bog Nasty. So Bog Nasty saying, it's time. This Face Hunter is going face. It's going to beat this Druid. And we'll see if it does play out that way. We do have Overgrowth. We have Amulet here as well. course, Overgrowth being really popular and powerful here early for Gamer Dude. We'll see if that is going to be kept. Everything else tossed aside. Lightning Bloom does mean we could get that early Overgrowth going as well.
Yes, you're right. So,
ooh, and Kazaku-san. So
this hand is just pure money from Gamer Dude. Actually, like this hand is actually not legal. I mean, it's probably gonna be.
It still could lose though. That's the thing. It's a crazy hand, but look at the hand from Bog Nasty. I mean, this is aggression and not too many answers. Although
this
we do
rips the
find
lunar eclipse though.
Wow.
I mean, that's
pretty
Lightning Bloom into something, lunar eclipse into the Overgrowth. So obviously, Gamer Dude will be fairly limited on this turn in terms of mana coming up, but Bog Nasty was really hoping to start building up that huge minion because again, Druids, they still tend to have issues dealing with these relatively tall minions. Obviously, either you go super wide or you go super tall, or you can just top deck Moontouch Amulet and kill the freefall as well. Like, Gamer Dude has been able to just perfectly bridge into this Kazakhstan pretty much from here on out. Because Bog Nasty is still stuck with 3 mana because, well, that is life. You went second against Druid that had, you know, just had nuts.
Had the Innervate, had the solar eclipse, or the lunar eclipse, excuse me, and that Overgrowth. I mean, that was oh my god, this is just the curve you're asking for as Druid. This is incredible. This is why people are banning the Druid, I would say.
This is very akin to my ladder experience. I mean,
is that right? I mean, which side are you playing? Is the question.
Let's say I'm not on the Druid side.
All right.
But like again, this is almost just feels bad for Bog Nasty, right? Like again, like there's a reason why like my reaction has just been to laugh at this because it is just that obscene. Obviously, again, this is probably just going to be double guess the way to go in post Kazakhstan. That's actually insanely big as well. Because sometimes you can have this situation where like the first treasure drawn is pretty dead.
Oh, we insta-picked something there. A Noyahorn, a nice pickup. Ooh, interesting options there. But yeah, also critically, we have the Onyxia that we can play next turn if we need some sort of clear on this board. Because really, the only threat right now for Gamer Dude is this current board. We're not really too worried about what comes next. We have plenty of options, but we just need to survive into this board for a couple more turns. So, gonna have to find the answer. The Warsong Wrangler is a pretty good pickup. Does pick up if we do see it come out. That Rhino, which could answer one of those whelps if we see the whelps come out as well.
Yeah, I'm starting to get damage here. That'll be nothing. Can you start planning over the course of 2 turns, right? The thing is that by playing Wrangler here, you're skipping a hero power. So
yeah.
So there's going to be 2 damage that you're going to be gaining on the back end, but it's not going to be guaranteed 2 damage because like where we're standing, we can see that the Raid Box Onyxia is a card, right? But that is not the situation from where Bog Nasty is sitting. So by foregoing the hero power here, he's potentially risking himself a lot. But I think that just being able to fetch for that, to fetch for the Warsong Wrangler here, turn right, so I should say, would be better. But this is also very telegraphed, meaning that if Gamer Dude feels like it, could just raid box Onyxia, raid boss. I don't know why they call it box, like raid boss Onyxia, and then could just trade off all the whelps.
Yeah.
Because I think that with only 6 whelps spawning, that is
I think we will see exactly that. Knowing that the Rhino is probably in the hand as well after that play. Gonna trade off all the whelps. Did wrong order, I guess, but... Oh no, right order, sorry. I thought the Onyxia hadn't attacked yet.
No, so like, obviously it's one of those things where it's like... It's a rough one, because again, it's one of those situations where I feel like, okay, do I need to do this? Can I do this? And kind of being punished by being a little bit too wide himself, right? Like, that is also somewhat unfortunate. But now I just gotta try to send as much damage to the face, but again, with that looming presence in hand as well for Gamer Dude.
Ooh,
well,
this is a choice. Do you want the 2 damage, or do you want the freezing to survive potentially an extra turn? We are going for the 2 damage. Just accelerate as fast as possible. We have the quick shot in hand and the hero power. If they don't heal up, they are in trouble. They do have the looming presence here, however, which is going to be a little bit of heal needed. Embers of Ragnaros and the freeze does mean we could freeze that weapon from attacking our face.
Isn't Embers just guaranteed lethal, though? It is. 16-16. Only 14.
Yeah, Embers is going to do it. Absolutely.
Gamer Dude with some absolute elite level of gameplay. This is like what Druid does, though, right? Again, good recognition from him being able to beam up. Again, like even if you like start going a little bit back, right? Had that Lunar Eclipse not been found, had it been pretty much any other card, this game is actually different because that initial threat on the board is going to be able to stay there. You're going to be able to build a more durable minion with that Doggy Biscuit, and then you're actually going to be in an okay spot to try to kind of just work your way through there, right? So again, even with the absolute nuts from Gamer Dude, that was still not like too out of it. It's kind of just showing how the matchup actually goes. But again, obviously, if you are Bog Nasty here, you're going to feel a little bit hard done by. But again, the important thing to note here is with the upper bracket final, so there is still hope. And again, going into the lower bracket final here, Bog Nasty knows, again, if he hits the person that he beat out in the previous round, he knows the matchups, he knows how to go through, knows how to approach the situation. So he is definitely far from out right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And to speak to that, we do have some results from the lower bracket as well that we can quickly discuss. It looks like in the Group B lower bracket, Super Chicken did take down Spades 3-0. So Super Chicken going to move on to round 2 of the loser bracket. And on the other side, Dragon Ninja versus Tomcat still going on. Currently, Dragon Ninja up 1-0.
Yeah, definitely. But again, that's just Druid. I mean, that is just Druid
in a nutshell
right now. And obviously, we only have about, 3 more weeks of this? So, right, 2 to 3 more weeks of this before we're going to be going into a new year. Obviously, we're going to see a lot of rotations. Lightning Bloom is going to be going. Overgrowth is going to be going. So many of these cards have kept Druid alive for years. Literally, at this point, those 2 cards alone have pretty much kept Druid alive as a non-aggro class for pretty much the entirety of their life cycle so far in the game. But that's going to be an interesting thing to see, because obviously these types of games, they happen, and it is what it is. Again, you need to know how to fully navigate them here. But now we do have our Group B standings here. So again, we're talking about how Super Chicken might have a little bit hard done by in the series against Taco Cat. Well, now Super Chicken has made it to the lower final, and if Dragon Ninja continues to close out the series, and they're obviously up 1-0 right now, well, that's going to be a rematch for Super Chicken. So maybe he will not get absolutely high-rolled by that Priest again, and might have a brawl that does go the right way, stuff like that, right? So there's obviously going to be a lot of perspective in that lower final for Super Chicken. Again, a chance of revenge, a chance of redemption. That's going to be pretty interesting to watch. Obviously, we'll also have our Group A standings coming your way in just a second. And here they are. So just take us through this for a second, man.
Yeah, so as we just saw, Gamer Dude with a very commanding victory there. Definitely close matchups, but Gamer Dude with that 3-0 win, moving on, advancing to the next stage here. But Bog Nasty not out of it, like we said. Still, it is a double elimination, so in that lower final now, we'll be facing off against one of those teammates there, facing each other right now. Scaramouche versus Fierce Patty, currently 2-1 in favor of Scaramouche. So going to be a close one there between those teammates, and we'll see who Bog Nasty does get to take on in the lower final to try maybe getting redemption against Gamer Dude later on.
Yeah, and obviously, right, I think if you're Bog Nasty there, you're probably hoping that Fierce Patty wins it, because obviously that was the person that you beat to go into the upper final in the first place. So that would be something that you're hopefully looking at to be what's going to be going on here. Again, I wish there was like more things to really talk about for us right now, but I'm gonna, say that that's gonna be, something for later. But it's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, okay, Druid happened. How much can we really talk about Druid happening? Because that is just kind of what happens when Druid happens. It's just gonna be really hard for you to fully get anything produced, because it's like, hey, he drew the Lightning Bloom, he drew the Overgrowth, and then that's from there. And I don't really think there was anything else that was like too egregious, right? Again, going back to the previous game with the whole, that was actually the same game, right? Again, like, that was not really that. Again, obviously, I still disagree with that whole piercing shot situation with going on in the game before this one, but even then, right, they won the series, and that's what's count right now. And I think that was also more of a question of preference, more so than like a question of whether it's be right or wrong, right? Because fact is, generally speaking, created by multiple people putting their subjective opinion in, and then that being accepted as the objective opinion. right? And that's the thing. And while that is my academic jingle jabble that I am learning, that's the type of thinking that I am applying in my current course at uni, right? Like that is an actual answer I have given at an exam, okay? Like, but
Yeah.
it is actually so true with Hearthstone and other games where it's like it's not X Y C equals, N, right? Like that is not really what happens. It is
Yeah, there's
just
not
what.
always a clear-cut right answer, right? It can be subjective, and we saw here that line of play working out as well for Gamer Dude. So can't fault the play at all here with that result, of course, the 3-0. But Bog Nasty sticking to that Face Hunter, not able to find the win, even with that really solid start in that last game. Druid just did Druid things, like you said. And now I think we're going to toss it quickly. You'll be able to see replay of that game, and we'll get that next game ready for everybody. Hello and welcome back, everybody. I am Myonodon once again, and now I'm joined by Bill Lesmos here to my left, right, either way. These are always confusing, but we are back, and we have a fantastic match coming up. And he's going to be our loser finals here, the loser bracket. In Group A, it is Bog Nasty, who we just saw not too long ago, against Scaramouche, who we've been hearing about throughout this tournament. Scaramouche did take down their teammate just earlier, moving on to this loser finals, and now they are playing against Bog Nasty. We have the bans and the decks already, so to start things off, Bog Nasty does have the Kazakusan Druid to start things off, as well as Fel DH, the Quest Fel DH, and Face Hunter. So decks we've seen quite a few times already, with that Warrior being banned out. And on the other side, Scaramouche, both Warriors being banned out actually, but Scaramouche with remaining the Bolner OTK Shaman we haven't seen yet today. And then that Miracle Priest we will be seeing once again. And then actually a Ramp Druid here, not the Spell Druid with the Kazakusan, rather the Ramp build with the Umbrella as the Cenarian Wards, Yogg, Yasharge, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, it looks like some of the action is kind of getting underway here. We're going to jump right on into it. Both players seem to have banned the Warriors in this matchup, and it is starting off quickly. Bog Nasty really trying to get a win on the Face Hunter. It got swept, I believe, in the last time we saw Bog Nasty in this series. So, looking to make sure that doesn't happen and play as many games as possible on that Face Hunter.
Yeah, we're just playing Hunter here today for Bog Nasty so far, but right now looking pretty good to try to get that first win. But anything can happen with this Miracle Priest. We already have one of these Nazmanis available and quite a few discounts, so we might see something come out here soon. But that, of course, we are seeing the Iron Deep Trog do quite a lot of work into a deck that is mostly spells.
I mean, I think you have to almost just go this turn if you're Scaramouche, right? A lot of zero cost. It's going to happen. Cue the epic sax music. Maybe this will be the turn to keep Scaramouche in this game. It kind of has to be. The discounts need to land in the right direction. I don't know if this is guaranteed, but it certainly is pretty close. Spending 2 mana on Insight already seems precarious, to say the least, but I'm going to go a different route here. I don't even know. I'm just trying to speak as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you want the other Nazmani here, right? So getting the Nazmani... Oh, we did hit the Malagos, though. That is also good to get discounts, but we were really hoping for that other Nazmani here first, I think, to get even more discounts on this hand, because right now, it's just not going to be enough. I mean, we're at 18 health, so currently alive to the board. But it is starting to get scary.
That Netherwind could clean things up next turn if we get there, right? Depending on where the trades go. I don't know if Bog Nasty's going to be in a rush to trade off the Divine Shield or not. Actually not. Just going to trade away some of the Trogs. You definitely have to kill this 2/5, which is tough for a Face Hunter to have to kill. You never want to trade if you're playing Face Hunter, hence the name Face Hunter. Bog Nasty, a very strong Face Hunter player, if I do say so myself, though. Seen a lot of gameplay from Bog Nasty throughout the Collegiate circuit, and I think that's why we see the Face Hunter brought from Bog Nasty. It's just a staple deck in their lineup, and getting some work done once again, but Scaramouche might be able to hold off some of this aggression.
Yeah, this will be a nice little swing here for Scaramouche off of that Light Maw. I don't see a way to get rid of that minion here. So considering playing these spells first so we don't generate more Trogs.
Okay. Yep, Scaramouche just going to Nether Drake this board down. The Trog does remain, and I think the key indicator here becomes the health total of Scaramouche. Can Bog Nasty get there? Rock Cotobane is a great pickup to try to make that happen.
Yeah, able to find a lot of that burn with that Cotobane. Right now, just minions in the hand, which aren't going to be connecting for too much longer. So getting that Cotobane might be exactly what Bog Nasty was hoping for, to find that last bit of damage. Gonna rip that Volpertinger to start. Has a lot of those minion buffs that need to connect. So,
and this is one of the situations with Cotobane where Bog Nasty ripped essentially Demon Companion and then 2 buffs, right? So if the board's clear, this Cotobane is not as useful So I'm very interested to see if Scaramouche is going to find a way to try and clear this board. Could just go with the Elec and try to lock out Bognasty in that direction, but going to go Bloodweaver and try to make some things happen. That is going to have to be a very nice discount coming on here. Bless going to come out as well. Double. Both discounts head the same direction. We could chain, but they do not, and this turn is going to be over already.
Yeah, that's an interesting turn there. You're generating so much threat on the other side of the board. Now I think that's just going to be it. I was wondering about that play. Like you said, you had the Elec mount. Maybe we had to just try for that this turn and survive one more turn, but Scaramouche not able to do so. And Bognasty taking the first win here. The Hunter finally gets through. Was not able to in the last series, but first game here for Bognasty. It's done. We got that Hunter through, and now we are coasting. Demon Hunter and Druid remaining for Bognasty. Any predictions on what we're going to see here for this next match? That Miracle Priest not finding the win. Might see it once again, but
yeah, it really depends. It really depends on comfort level for Scaramouche with this Priest. The Priest did seem like maybe it's better to hold a turn. It's a very, very difficult deck. A lot of Scaramouche's decks are, right? This is a high-risk, high-reward lineup. I think me and you might differ on the difficulty of Bolner Shaman, but I think the deck's impossible. But that's
certainly requires some piloting, no question. But we will, when we do see that, I will talk about that combo for anyone out there that's not familiar. But when we do see it, I'll mention that. But yeah, so that's one option, and then of course that Ramp Druid going a different direction. Still a really popular deck and pretty strong, but has, I think, fallen slightly out of favor with Kazaku-san kind of taking that spot of the ramping Druid build. But in certain matchups, it can really, really shine, and specifically in that mirror, that Druid mirror, I think it has somewhat of an advantage there as well.
Yeah, and this is actually a rematch of Uppers Round 1, right? Yeah. Where Bognasty took the win 3-0. So Bognasty's essentially up 4 games in a row against Scaramouche. And I don't know if that's a mental advantage leading in, or if Scaramouche kind of feels confident. Scaramouche is coming from Shawnee State, a fantastic program. We have 2 players in this tournament. Unfortunately, Scaramouche just had to eliminate their own teammate in losers round 1. Just an unfortunate draw there. You always hate to see it, but just a testament to Shawnee, Carleton's, a lot of these programs, really strong showings in this tournament. And Bognasty, kind of the lone wolf out of Bay State College, a very strong program and a lot of other esports. And Bognasty trying to say, hold up, we have a Hearthstone team too, and don't forget about it. Yeah. Bognasty really trying to put Bay State on their back here and carry through this. And this is a lot of the matches earlier, very exciting, not to take away from you and Weta, but this is winner lives, right? This is elimination on the line, and Scaramouche back against the wall here on whatever deck they're going to be playing. Not sure yet. Seems like Druid, if I do see so correctly, but
I believe so.
Very interesting.
Spoilers.
maybe
spoilers
some
for our chat here, but we will be seeing that very shortly. And like you were talking about the previous matchup, they did play in round 1 where GamerDude did take the win 3-1 in a similar fashion. We had the Hunter beat the Priest in that series as well. But in that series, both Druids were banned. So taking a different route, both players deciding, actually, I don't like the Warrior that I saw. Let's get rid of that this time around. And we'll see how that does end up playing out here.
Seems like an incredibly tame Druid start here, because I don't see Overgrowth or Lightning Bloom. I do see Resizing Pouch, which could get a Lightning Bloom. Interested to see if Scaramouche wants to go that route. Seems like they do not want to. Bognasty with the quest start here. I love the quests in this deck. I was very doubting it at first. I was like, why are we running quests? We're not a quest deck. But you're always a quest deck.
Yes, yeah. So it is now the standard in that Fel DH to run the quest. It just gives you more stuff to do and accelerates certain aspects and gives you more outs later on as well. And sorry, I didn't misspeak. I believe it was GamerDude versus Scaramouche in that first round, not Bognasty. So a little bit different, but similar matchups actually in their lineups here.
Oh, was it not? Was it not Bognasty versus Scaramouche? Oh, you watched it. Got it. I'm caught up now. This is a very interesting hand for Bognasty. Nothing comes together really nicely here. Spectral Sight is stuck between Talented Arcanist. You have the Expendables in your hand. I think patience is going to be a virtue here, and Bognasty probably going to be looking for a glide just to kind of say, all right, I want to redo this hand. And the hand is coming together for Scaramouche right now, because that card far right, that Overgrowth, could blow this game out of proportion pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Just in general, this matchup for that Fell DH, and to get this kind of start certainly isn't ideal. Scaramouche, no ramp just yet. Well, we see the Overgrowth now, but
goodness, Bognasty living up to the name
here.
That is a nasty top deck indeed. The glide is exactly what they needed to stay in this game. Sometimes you speak it and it just comes to fruition, so I have to apologize to Scaramouche for speaking the glide into existence there.
Yeah, it was a huge glide there. Does find both Warblades, not as key in this matchup, but Kurtrus getting that down early is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and actually got the coin back as well, right? So you can go coin Kurtrus this turn. It's not a great turn 5, but it's better than probably not doing it.
Yeah, that was sort of the question. I was wondering why we didn't play the coin. I know you can maybe float a mana, but that was something I didn't want to draw, right? I don't want to put that coin in my deck. So using it before the glide.
This is fine as well, just kind of juicing up the Kurtrus a little bit. You want to get these minions to be a little bit more relevant. And Scaramouche finds it again. Whew, man, this is like 2 heavyweight boxers going at it here with these top decks.
Yeah, no question. These are the cards you're looking for both players. Ooh, need for greed off the top does mean we're going to try to progress this quest. No need to rush the Kurtrus just yet. We have some options. We find the Spectral Sight to complete that next stage. So we're going to use it.
Oh my goodness. Kurtrus into Expendables, and they're all discounted. This could get explosive very quickly here in the next couple turns.
Absolutely. But quite a powerful hand here for Scaramouche. We're finally at that nice mana threshold where we can play the game as the Druid.
Yeah, right? We can do things now.
We do have quite a few options here. Probably not quite time for Raid Boss Onyxia, so might just see the Cenarian come down.
Yeah, I do think gaining armor is one way to kind of try and lock the Demon Hunter out of this matchup a little bit, because the Expendables is only going to do so much.
Yeah.
I actually don't hate this. I think it's a good read. Obviously, we have the vision of what is in the hand for Bognasty, so we are a bit biased, but this is an awkward turn, right? Kurtrus, you really wanted Kurtrus to come down this turn.
Still can make it happen here.
Yeah, you can clear this up.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here. Just get that Kurtrus down. We did get the coin that you were talking about, so it did work out in this case, drawing that coin. Perfect mana for this turn. Able to clear off. Unfortunately, have to use the face a little bit, but maybe we'll just hold back instead. Just the threat of those minions allowing that hero power to repeat. Nope, just going to clear. Play it safe here for Bognasty.
Could have preserved a little bit of health if you just swung face earlier, I think, right? They would have turned into 4/4s, but that's, Does Scaramouche see it?
Yeah, actually, you're right. If we had it swung first, we could have maintained one of those minions as well, I believe.
This is really risky.
Or no, we could have maintained the health, like you said. Yeah. So this Mutanist coming down does get rid of the Deadeye.
That's really good though.
Combo, yeah.
There is only one, and that shuts off about half the damage that Scaramouche that Bognasty rather can do here. This is going to be very interesting. It's probably going to come down to how much damage this Jace can do and how quickly the Jace can come out. Very well played from Scaramouche to assume at least one minion was in the hand, because a lot of the time you're going to want to hold that Mutinous until after the quest is played and try to eat the quest reward, but just recognition of tempo being pretty good in this scenario. And now Bognasty, with no real reason to hold on to the Expendables without the combo, opts to trade away these 1/1s and clean up the board and try to win this game through Kurtrus and Jace.
Yeah, also critically, that 7 health does mean that these performers will come back in full, and if there's no answer on either side, these are still a huge threat. Each one potentially 3 damage with that hero power. But Arcanist's going to be just the answer needed for Scaramouche, and this is going to be a really tough uphill climb now for Bognasty. Combo is gone, only the Jace really available to get some big damage swings, and we haven't just played enough yet. So going to have to be playing a lot more Fel cards to get that potential lethal that way.
Mm-hmm. Scaramouche really holding on to this Cenarian Ward, I think, recognizing, especially now that the Felfire Deadeye has been eaten, the breakpoints are pretty high or rather pretty low for what Bognasty can do to win this game. So Scaramouche, I think, trying to hold on for that Solar Eclipse into Cenarian Ward to try and lock out the game in that direction. Bognasty opting to push less damage this turn in order to try and push more next turn. Probably wants to hold on to the Fury till turn 10, I think, at this point. If you didn't use it last turn, you're probably holding on till turn 10, if I had to take a guess.
Oh, what are we looking for at 9 here? With this resizing pouch. Ooh, interesting. I mean, Clown is pretty funny with a Yasharj, but do we have a way to corrupt it? I mean, we have the Yogg, we already played the Onyxia, so no way to corrupt it beyond the Yasharj if we want to get it back from a Yogg, besides the Yogg, if we want to get it back from Yasharj. But maybe just don't even need to get it back, and just it's enough threat as it is as those 3 minions.
That is an 8/8 that makes spells more expensive. That is a very annoying card if you are a Bognasty fan.
Yeah, pretty powerful card to get in this scenario, but we do have the answer on the other side. It is going to take some doing, but we do have the answer, like I said, and Need for Greed can come out as well to progress, I believe. Is this going to complete the quest here? Oh no, we are 1 card away from completing the quest, actually. Ooh. Well, we were looking for that Solar Eclipse earlier. Less important now, but Ibis, getting a second Ibis and getting a 7-mana Ibis,
now,
8-mana Ibis
right?
down, would be pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ibis here. I think it's pretty strong. It's a question of if you really want to go with the Yasiraj, which it seems like that's the route that Scaramouche wants to go. Carnival Clown able to come down here as well. You did just see Talented plus Immolation, right?
And Immolation, Yeah, Fellscream plus Talented, not quite enough. So with no second Immolation, this is going to be tough to get through. We do have double Fellscream. So there is a way. Ooh, and critically playing enough minions here. So this Magtheridon cannot generate enough resources to clear as well. So it will... This is an interesting one. So just going to use the face, and generate the minions here, and then go the Arcanist Fellscream to clear the board and summon a 12/12. I think that's pretty good, I would say.
Yes, I do think clear the board, summon a 12/12 is probably a decent Hearthstone turn. I'm being incredibly sarcastic. It's very strong in this scenario. The question is the Yasiraj enough to keep this game in check for Scaramouche? Because Scaramouche kind of has the power of inevitability here. If able to stay alive long enough, then things could go well for them. But kind of a whiff there, and all of a sudden, Bognasty, this 12/12 is going to get to connect a little bit, and that definitely helps.
Yeah, and right now, what have we corrupted so far on the side of Scaramouche, right? We didn't corrupt those performers, or not performers, the clowns. We only corrupted one of these strongmen, right? Have we corrupted anything else? Because it's not even that strong of a Yasharj, and you overloaded yourself for this turn and allowed the swing to go the other way in a matchup that should be relatively easy. Lunar Eclipse not going to be it either.
You have to play Yasharj, right? You're kind of stuck.
Yeah, you can't risk. I mean, you're looking at 16 damage just on the board right now with the double hero power. And if they have any damage from hand, you cannot afford to take that. So have to rip the Yasharj this turn, only getting one strong man to protect. And I mean, we have enough to deal with this board here shortly, but a lot of these top decks could just be pretty devastating here. Fel Barrage not quite enough to get through.
I mean, Glide is an acceptable card to play. The only issue is you really want to play Fury this turn.
Yeah, and you don't want to glide them, obviously. So it's like this weird, I want to glide before playing either card. But also, Fury is pretty important to get off, to clear off their minions on the other side as well. So actually just going to go for the Fel Barrage first. And then I guess Hero Power?
Yes. You have to, right? I don't think you're gliding anymore, though.
So just Hero Power and trade and move on?
You're just pushing 12 and hoping that Scaramouche has whiffed the last 2 draws. I don't know about 4 draws here. Maybe if you find something, you have to find something that clears this up. This is just a little bit cleaner. Giving a Druid 4 draws is terrifying. You're dead to 9 on the backswing, but Druid doesn't have a ton of burn.
Yeah, I like going face here for sure.
We're going face.
Boggnasty,
and we're not going
deciding
face.
against it.
Okay.
Saying they're out of stuff. I'm going to go for this glide next turn and only refill my hand.
The Moon Touched Amulet as well. Lunar Eclipse just clears this up, and now Boggnasty is kind of out of the only thing that kept them in this game, right? I think this 12 damage may have been better put into the face, but you know, I didn't qualify for this tournament, so.
Yeah, no way to corrupt this Moon Touched critically. I think we were looking for that armor. If we could solar corrupted Moon Touch, that could also potentially seal it here with the way things have gone so far. But right now, no way to gain that armor, so probably we'll just see Lunar. And then the question is, do we still play this Moon Touch just for 4 damage? I don't know.
No, I think you just let it chill, to be honest. Lunar Hero Power, not very powerful, but good enough in this scenario, I think.
Yeah, but with that, I think Bognasty's just going to feel good about ripping this glide here to start the turn. Knowing that the opponent does not have good cards in the hand, you're okay getting your 4, not letting them get 4, and that's exactly what Bognasty does. Restaurant will mean we can finish, we have the quest completed here. We can play Kurtrus right now and then get our first discounted card here with Restaurant or the double jump. We do choose to rip that Restaurant and find a 0-cost Fury. So minimum discount so far with just the 1 instead of 2. But
something you can play this turn though, right? Fury, definitely a nice addition to this turn, pushing more damage. And the clock is ticking here for Scaramouche. Needs to find something to corrupt this Moon Touch Amulet to try and lock out Scaramouche. And that certainly does corrupt, but it doesn't do anything else.
It's not even...
No!
Oh, man. I mean, do you just play the Solar Moon Touch? I don't know. Like, do you want the Yogg to, like, be active next turn? Can you wait even next turn? I think we're... How do you answer? Maybe you just have to Solar Moon Touch clear this and hope you're not dead.
I think you do.
Wow. I mean, this is what happens with this Ramp Druid sometimes. You can draw dead and you know, this Demon Hunter can cycle just tremendously and get there. Right now, we just have not had the armor gain that we usually have for the Druid.
The prevailing question I have is, how did we not play 10 spells this game? I don't think Scaramouche did anything wrong particularly, but it's just interesting. And now Boggnasty has 1 turn left to really make this happen before Yogg could close this thing out. And you have to think they'd get there, but you never know.
Yeah, there's the Jace. That should just do it. I mean, with the cards in the deck, we cycled the entire deck here. Jace, bottom card or second to last card, but it doesn't matter. That is the win. This is a difficult win for that Demon Hunter to get, but able to get there. And Boggnasty taking a 2-0 lead. I mean, this is exactly what you're looking for if you're Boggnasty. You know, you had a tough 3-0 loss, couldn't get a win with the Face Hunter, and now first you win with the Face Hunter game 1. Game 2, you're playing an incredibly unfavored matchup, and you managed to get that win as well. And tons of damage available there. No heal, no armor up for Scaramouche there, finding very few of those options, and kind of a clunky order as well. We had to play the Asharge for just 1 corrupted thing. We didn't really have the right sort of curve there. I'm kind of wondering if that Onyxia, maybe, you know, intervening to the Onyxia on turn 8, if that could have been a big play there. I mean, we were overloaded for the next turn. We couldn't, you know, the Magtheridon was down on the board, that we were overloaded. We couldn't do anything significant the following turn. We didn't get corruption on that Clowns that we ended up taking. and we only had one other option to corrupt things with that Yogg, and again, that wasn't even active at the time, so we were kind of stuck when we did find it too. I wonder if, looking back, if that maybe could have been the turning point for this series. And it's hard not to play Onyxia, and it did force out the expendable. It did force out a lot of those potential win conditions for the Demon Hunter, but it did mean that you're putting off your own win condition, and we saw kind of with those dead draws, there was nothing that could be done on the other side. But now, with that 2-0 lead, facing into Spell Druid, I think we saw this last series as well. The Face Hunter was not able to get there for Bognasty last time into the Spell Druid. This time, Bognasty on the Spell Druid going to have to take out this Priest now, it looks like, from Scaramouche, bringing that out first. And it's just, this matchup for me, it feels like it's just a matter of who gets there first.
I mean, we just saw Bognasty get rid of an Innervate with Kazakusan in the hand. That could slow things down one whole turn, and that could be very, very crucial. Resizing Pouch picked up, though, to kind of make up for it. I think this could be a matchup where Bognasty really would be looking to get Kazakusan down as early as possible. Resizing Pouch into Guess the Weight, into Nature's Study, into
Guff. Man, we got the Guff now, so that does help things out quite a bit. Nature Studies could find some ramp here, which would also be pretty nice if we do manage to find some Cenarian Ward, Guess the Weight. Both cards you don't mind seeing. Cenarian Ward probably not as strong in this matchup, but we're going to take it just for something to do here in a little bit. We do find an Innervate like you were talking about. We did toss the other one, but able to find another one here to start accelerating things.
Tough choices here. I think Naru's probably fine. Draconic Studies could kind of mess up the Bloodweaver turn. So Naru's just kind of nice, maybe cycle next turn to try and find some things going on. This is a very difficult deck to play from Scaramouche, so I'm gonna be interested to see how they manage here. Guess the Weight turn, draw some cards. Well, it's always more, right? Unless it's another 0.
It is usually almost always more. It could have been another 0, but we are finding our ramp. So we are going to be able to get this Guff out next turn pretty cleanly.
This is smart here from Scaramouche, right? You really want to try to force the clear. I don't think Bognasty really has a choice, though. Just continue to Guff.
Wow, and more ramp here.
Math. This is turn 3 Kazakusan.
We certainly could. We certainly could. We didn't get our ramp out yet with the Guff, so we're kind of limiting ourselves with options following that. So maybe we get the Guff out this turn. It ramps us as well, and we're able to then follow up with Kazakusan next turn. That's the question. Maybe you want the Kazakusan down early. It's tough. I mean, if you innervate yourself this turn, that means you can't get a Scales or any sort of answer next turn.
You do have an 8/8 on the board, though.
Yes, that's true. You do have an 8/8 on the board, but it does limit your stuff the following turns. But it looks like that's no concern. That's no concern.
Oh, it's
for
Scales.
Bognasty.
It's Scales. No, it's Scales. Just clean it up with Scales.
Yeah. Also, an option here. I don't mind that either. We are limiting ourselves next turn. We won't really have anything to do, but we will have a nice board and difficult for Scaramouche to get this other Nazmani down safely without really a guarantee of drawing more cards or cycling with the current hand.
I think this play from Bognasty is a lot safer. I think you win probably more often than if you just jam Kazakusan in the face of a Bloodweaver. Devour is a nice pickup here.
Yeah, really good pickup into this board, especially. Next turn we can go for the Nazmani Devour, clear off this board. And as we can see, nothing for Bognasty to do next turn. We are just way too overloaded. So it's just going to be that hero power. Some chip damage coming in. There is that question, do you even push damage this turn? Is it worth it if they're just going to get a gift to draw? That's always a question when you're only doing a little bit of damage on top of that, but it looks like Bognasty's saying it's enough. They'll heal 3, but I want to start chipping away now, get things moving, force some sort of answers from them. So what if they heal and get 1 draw? Obviously we see they don't have that available, but palm reading may provide some options. Yeah.
This turn can go crazy, right?
It looks like we are going for crazy here. Let's see what kind of discounts we get. Gift of Luminous actually being pulled out first. We're going to get plenty of discount as is, so... Power Word Fortitude is sort of playing this weird game of going to cost more and less at the same time, so I kind of liked seeing that come out first, but instead we went for the Divine Shield just to guarantee it. I can also see that argument. You know, there wasn't a guarantee of getting out the Divine Shields if we just played the Fortitude first. Can I interest you in Guff on 5?
I love Guff on 5. Would love a Guff on 5. I wonder if this game changes with Kazaku-san. Who knows?
Do you bank the Innervate now? You Innervate and gain a mana now? Or do you save it? And, like, your turns the next turn are the same, but it does give you more options later if you Innervate now. So that there's that. There's an interesting sort of dynamic there, but we do have the Innervate, so we can get the Kazaku-san next turn if we want. Here we go, Miracle Priest play. Let's go. We have a Psych split now as well, providing potentially more discounts. Born of Arathion does find a dragon to get those minions out as well. I guess we were guaranteed at this point.
Psych split coming out. Gonna want to make sure you hit the Skeletal Dragon, but it seems like that is gonna happen.
Yeah, got enough discount there with just
Malagos
just enough. Yeah, gonna hold on to the Malagos here. It is available, of course, next turn to fill the hand once again. So this board will have to be answered by Bog Nasty, and going to go for that Innervate. Kazaku-san here. No answer for this board right now, but hoping that they can find an answer off the top next turn. None of these will do quite enough. That's one. Sign to destroy all minions. That is the winning card here. Can Bog Nasty survive to get it? That's going to come down to this turn. I mean, we're going to see this Malagos from Scaramouche. Is there going to be enough damage? Right now, we're looking at 10, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 damage. So only 9 damage needed off the top off of this Malagos. Certainly possible here.
Yeah, just one bless, right?
Oh yeah, one bless just seals it. Do we find it? Get to there it is,
bless.
And that no need to even mess around, but we will get some more discounts. Just make sure we're all good. And Druid does fall here, so Scaramouche able, assuming we see the bless here and they didn't glaze over it.
I think it's probably seen, but
yeah, we could double devour, get it even bigger.
Listen, I'm not against victory lapping on this deck. It's a very difficult deck to play, so why not victory lap it ever so slightly? This works the way we think it does, right? We're not missing anything here. Just a gigantic bless turn. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Got enough out of just the one minion. That was, I guess, the end game there. And that is going to be the Priest moving on through here. Any predictions there? Now the Spell Druid does have 2 more chances.
Yep.
But so far did not hit the stuff that you needed there. Not enough ramp early on. The pressure was on as well on the other side. Very good recognition there to start applying that pressure early. Playing that Naked Nazmani on turn 3 or whatever to just force some removal, force some answers. We saw that Innervate being played to answer it. Which essentially resulted in delaying even more stuff the following turns. It kind of was this compounding situation. And the Priest gets there. So Spell Druid going to have to take down now either the Ramp Druid or Bolnar OTK to take the win. What do you think we see here from Scaramouche to try to answer?
Yeah, I mean, just having your back against the wall with Druid is a nice deck to have your back against the wall with, right? You're kind of very likely to get there at some point, but I do think, we're playing Ramp Druid to kind of try and cheese out this Druid, right? So hopefully, we can see something in that ballpark. The Druid coming out, the Bolner Shaman coming out. One of these two, both pretty decent against this Druid. But again, sometimes Druid just gets there, right? Like sometimes when you're playing Druid, you just throw stats out the window, and you're like, I'm just gonna win one of these two games. Like whatever. Like I'm gonna draw Overgrowth. I'm gonna Guff on 3. I'm gonna Kazaku-san on 5, and the game's just gonna be over, right? We did see an opportunity for a turn 3 Kazaku-san last game and opted to respect the Bloodweaver, and then ended up playing Kazaku-san against 4 Bloodweavers, right? So it's kind of like an irony in that scenario. But yeah, I would have been interested to see if that game plays out any differently in that direction. But it's in the past now, and Bognassy can only really focus on the future and trying to close out this series and keep it alive. The lone Bay State player in this tournament really looking to continue their run. And here we go. We do have the matchup now about to be here for you to see. It is going to be that Shaman here. So yeah, I was going to say I think the Shaman has quite a better matchup here in the Spell Druid than the Ramp. The Ramp just doesn't have the same tools. If the Kazaku-san comes down for the Spell Druid, the Ramp Druid doesn't really have the best answers to those potential treasures. So it might come down to that. But in this matchup, the OTK Shaman plays its own game plan. It kind of ignores what the Druid does. If it plays minions, it freezes them and just tries to find that win con. And it can pretty much go infinite too for the Bolner OTK. So even with a ton of armor gain for the Spell Druid, it can get through. But yeah, so just to talk about a little bit this Shaman deck, as we were talking about earlier, it comes down to that Yasharj combo with Bolner. When you get that going, you get the Bolner hero or the Bolner battle cry to play out. You're able to cycle. But yeah, you're able to cycle pretty much non-stop and get just tons and tons of damage with that Circus Medic. Keep proccing the Charge, you get more Circus Medics, and then you keep proccing it, you keep using your Dunk Tanks, and it's just so much damage. It's pretty much as long as you have board space, you can continue generating damage. A nice little curve here for Scaramouche. Definitely nice to keep the Druid on the back foot as you try to assemble your combo. Sometimes if you whiff these early game pressure, then the Druid just gets to steamroll the board. And Overgrowth coming out could potentially steamroll the game. The card's very, very good. I don't know if you picked up on that from the few Hearthstone games we've played here today, but Overgrowth is a good Hearthstone card. But Scaramouche, with a nice Cult Neophyte pickup, can try and lock things out in the next couple turns here. Multicaster not really doing anything just yet. Maybe going to play some spells this turn to try and make that more relevant soon.
Yeah, I mean, Primordial is a good pickup, of course, for that multicaster. We did see a little bit of a whiff there with the Primal Dungeoneer. That does happen quite a bit with this deck, but we did find a way to generate or to play other spells beyond just nature spells, which is, we have a Wind Chill now. We just played our Primordial Studies, so we are juicing our multicaster with the spells that we're looking for. Yeah, that may be a big factor here in finding that combo. Because Scaramouche, it's all about the combo. I mean, this chip damage is fantastic. You love to see it. It helps you get there sooner. But really, it comes down to often finding that combo sooner. We have the tail end to, pull our Yasharj guaranteed when we want it. And then those multicasters, once we juice them a little bit more, can find our win conditions. So,
would you pay 5 mana for an Overgrowth? I think I would.
With this hand, yeah, I don't mind it. We really need things to do. Does it really accelerate our game plan with our current hand? Maybe not so much. But it does allow us maybe next turn if we do find a couple of different options here. Really the like 8 and 10 are the big cutoff. So now we're going to 9. It's kind of like, well, we're a little bit over 8, we're a little bit under 10, so we can't do everything we want to do, but we can do some of it. But anyway, on the other side, Scaramouche just keeping the pressure on, playing that 5-cost minion, protecting the other minions as well from any sort of shenanigans. And on the other side, Bognassy gonna have to find something to play. Gonna actually just go for the Malagos here, try to cycle some of the deck. We can taunt it up with the Iron Bark.
And I think this might have been a call of just like, I need to win this game in the next couple turns here, because I feel like Cenarian Ward and with the buff follow-up is just a little bit safer. This is a little bit more risky. You don't really get as much value out of your Malagos, but maybe, Bog Nasty feeling like, I don't have time to get value, right? I just need to extend this game a little bit further. And it's really funny. We spent the whole time talking about, this is crazy here. This don't stand in the fire.
Wow, that is that's crazy.
Yeah.
But able to get the wind chill off as well to juice that multicaster. I'm certain we're going to trade into this to push some damage, but it is still nice to just cycle and get that multicaster online. And on the other side, I think we're really just looking for solar. We want to be able to solar Cenarian this turn, and that's our potential out. Not finding. Oh, there it is!
Oh.
There it is! We could Lunar first if we want to get rid of one of these minions, but no need, says Bog Nasty. We get a taunt. That's going to help. 16 armor, of course, going to help. Let things move along. We have another Don't Stand in the Fire. Not going to be quite enough damage. If we do some trades, is there a way we do double trade? Then it is a clear. But that doesn't feel great to double.
It's also
trade.
our whole turn. Yeah. What if we multicaster instead? Try to find some other things to do, and then maybe we can use our board to trade later. Maybe we can't. Maybe we have to do it this turn. Maybe we have to clean this up.
If we're gonna Don't Stand in the Fire, if we're gonna do it. Doing it first seems way riskier in where this is exactly what I was sort of worried about. Now our breakdowns of where we can trade, the damage we can do is much more awkward.
Yeah, now you have to pick Bash, right? Beforehand you could have gone with some other stuff and maybe played the Primordial Studies and then played the spell damage minion and then played Don't Stand in the Fire. Just ignoring this, going for the trades and going for face now.
Yeah.
What burn is in our deck? I want to check. Not a ton. Really, just the Circus Medics, right?
It's the Circus Medics and the Dunk Tanks are the big combo pieces. Currently, no corrupted versions of those yet, which is really critical. We do find the Guff on the other side. Second Guff as well available now.
Double Guff.
Double Guff. It is quite a lot of armor gain. We also have Moon Touched Amulet as a potential here. Going to be able to clear and gain even more armor.
Now you're in an interesting spot if you're Scaramouche. Now you're on the back foot. Rukon could help clean that up a little bit, but not right now.
Yeah, I think it's more finding your stuff here. It's really still about that OTK, but we want to be able to corrupt things. And there's a Primal Dungeoneer could whiff once again.
Sleepbreaker's a nice pickup, though.
That.
You get to freeze the 9/4 and live to fight another day.
Yeah, certainly a nice pickup here for Scaramouche. And able to stay in. I mean, this is still anybody's game. I mean, Bog Nasty does have a little bit of pressure, but... and there's the Kazakhstan finally able to continue going. We have Moonlit Guidance as well to guarantee one of those draws.
We're guffing again.
We're going for Guff first. Yeah, let's get a card in our deck. We can still play the Kazakhstan. And yeah, let's see what we pick here. Holy Book, it looks like.
Wax Rager is probably the best of these.
I don't know. I mean... You just give minions to freeze. I mean, I get it. It's the best of those probably, but
this is a tough Kazakhstan right now. Bubba,
this
maybe?
isn't so much like a board matchup. That's it can if you make a big board, you can just get frozen and locked out of the game.
Oh my goodness, where were the embers? Where was the anything? The pure cold. Oh no, this could be very problematic.
There's the card that can lock you out of the game that I was talking about. Just long enough for the Shaman to get there, and right now we have quite a lot of juice. It's kind of a dealer's choice here into just getting things moving. No, we are not forced to play the Guardian just yet if we want to hold back. Rukon is available if we want to just clear off one of these.
Ryan, were any of those choices good? I didn't feel good about any of those.
There were a couple solid choices. It looks like we are going to go for the Brukan here. Clear off one of these minions, as well as probably put some taunts in the way. Maybe.
Seems like the option here.
I don't think the damage is what's going to matter. You're really going for that OTK here, if possible. And now we can just freeze out the other minion, draw another card. And how many cards do we have left here in the deck for Scaramouche? We also have Multicaster available, as well as that Dungeoneer. So plenty of draw. Just have not found any of those, either the Circumsmetic or those Dunk Tanks, which is your full combo pieces there, besides the Asharj still in the deck.
Okay, we have Wax Ragers. That's a Hearthstone card.
Yeah, could summon a taunt here if we want, a 10-10 taunt. Just keep applying that pressure, just negate any sort of face damage. It's going to have to come from hand. Your combo's going to have to do it. Hopefully some of these are able to connect. We do see the Snowfall Guardian available
14,
though.
14 taunt? That's even bigger.
Looking for a 2-drop here. Composting is interesting.
Just
draw into more. Ooh, Crazed Alchemist. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and able to find the 2 of the cheaper cards, I believe, available. And with that Brilliant Macaw, that does mean the Snowfall can chain for a couple more turns here if we need. So might see these Armor Vendors come down first, just to get more minions on the board, as well as get that Battle Cry out of the way so the Brilliant Macaw can feel safe to just take that Guardian hero power. And that looks like that's what we're doing. Build a big board, play this Guardian.
Yeah, I think that's the option here. I think Bog Nasty is really forced to deal with the pressure here, except for the fact that now...
Yeah, Scaramouche saying, I'm going to wait one more turn. I don't feel like I'm dead, and I can wait one more turn. I remove your other minion. You only have one minion to push damage.
Sure.
And this way I can draw some cards that maybe I'll need a little bit later, sooner. We do find that other Snowfall Guardian. Primal Dungeoneer hitting a nature spell this time around. Crazed Alchemist being used here. Does get a cleaner trade going.
The tempo. Man, any more burn in the Bog Nasty deck here would be
draw last. I love it.
I mean, this is a lot of damage. But Scaramouche kind of right in the scenario of, well, I'm not dead, so why am I dealing with this right now?
Yeah, can certainly do something about it this turn. And now that we found the other Snowfall, we can even play the Snowfall into the Multicaster if we want, or we can play the Multicaster first into the Snowfall if we want to make sure the Brilliant Macaw is activated, or go a totally different direction. We have a nice heal with our hero power now. We can play Vosh into Snowfall into hero power. Just feel safe that way as well. A plethora of options here, and it is starting to get to the point where, I mean, it's weird because we want to hold one of these Snowfalls for when we finally find those Dunk Tanks and Circus Medics. We want something to corrupt them, and Mutanus just probably isn't going to be enough pressure, so...
This is a lot of minions on the board for Bog Nasty as well. The Rax Wage are going to come out, but 2 more freezes from Scaramouche at minimum right now. Another Macaw in the deck, I believe, if I'm thinking correctly. So yeah, potentially finding
finally one of those Dunk Tanks found. So could go for that Macaw into Multicaster here potentially, and just find more options, or I mean, yeah, I think I like the Macaw first. We want to save the second Snowfall for the turn before we get the second Macaw if we can. It does mean we don't get the Corrupt on the Dunk Tank just yet. But we will be able to hopefully corrupt all of our cards here. Maybe we draw the second dunk tank and the circus. There's the second dunk tank. Where's the circus medic? There's the bowler. So we have all our pieces besides that circus medic. We just need to get them corrupted.
Mm-hmm. And do we have enough freezes to do so? We corrupt next turn. This is going to be a little close, right?
Yeah, it certainly, I mean, we're hoping to find the medic. If we find the medic next turn, then we can definitely get there. We have the lightning blow, yeah, which helps with the combo. So if we find circus medic here off the top, we just play snowfall next turn, and everything's corrupted, and then the following turn we can just rip all of our corrupted stuff.
And then the next turn.
And then the next turn we have the combo.
They're not frozen. Your corrupted stuff has to clear the board, right?
Well, Dunk Tank does a pretty good job of that.
Yes, it does.
It will leave up
these minions have a lot
minion.
of health. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be a weird balancing act here, hoping to find that other Macaw to negate some of that. If we find the other Macaw, then we can Snowfall next turn into Dunk Tank, then find the Macaw into the other Dunk Tank, Circus Medic, and then we're just golden. That's really what we're looking for here. Cenarian Ward coming down on the other side does find a pretty good minion here that's going to be another threat that's going to be hard to deal with.
Well, this actually could get really interesting, except we don't really have that many spells in the deck on the side of Fogmasty, so this could be interesting. Macaw, though.
There is that Macaw. That does mean we can go for that route. We don't have the Circus Medic yet, so still looking for that, but we could see...
Macaw's a game-solving draw, right? If we did our math right. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm good enough.
We still need the Circus Medic for the combo. And there it is. It is the final card of the deck, of course. Here comes the Snowfall, though. He's going to freeze this up. And then next turn, we can Macaw in addition to one of the Dunk Tanks and the Circus Medic. It's a little awkward. Yeah, I guess we're going to... It's going to be this turn that we use one of these Lightning Blooms, so we do not overload it for the following turn. So we'll see Lightning Bloom here into one of these cards. I assume the Circus Medic, because I guess we don't care that much that the 5/1 comes back unfrozen, is what we're saying here. Oh yeah, we can't play the Circus Medic because we want the Brilliant Macaw to Battle Cry next turn off of this Snowfall. So yeah, good awareness there. We're going to be able to Macaw into Circus Medic next turn. And then we have the combo. And it's just a matter of having enough board space and enough damage. We will only have one Dunk Tank cycling, so that does slow it down a little bit.
Macaw freezes. Medic is uncorrupted, right?
The Medic is corrupted now.
Oh, okay.
So we freeze, and then we Medic the face. And then the following turn, we Bolner, Innervate, you charge and
go.
Yeah.
Very well played from the side of Scaramouche, though, to see all of this. I think this was a very specific line of play that all needed to occur. And I don't think that this last card is super relevant. Another Holy Book coming out, but not the biggest implication here. Again,
board space
these treasures were tough.
Big decider here for what we can do. So it is going to be the Bolner coming down first. And we're just going to have to make space for these Circus Medics here shortly, but it should be doable. So first, the Dunk Tank coming out, Circus Medic. And we're just going to get a bunch of these. Yeah, and see how the Circus Medics are going into our own minions here. Just for the space. And there you go. That should be it. This could go infinite now. You can always remove one of your medics with the other medic. Make the space. Keep Dunk Tanking. And then, see, it's easy peasy once you get all the pieces.
It was difficult to get there, though. We had to survive. We needed all the freezes in our
question.
deck. I mean, this was not an easy game of Hearthstone. This was played very, very well from Scaramouche to get to this point. It is not Fogmasty's day when it comes to treasures, I will say, right? That's very, very difficult treasures to work with there. I think any real burn potentially locks this game out. But Scaramouche able to hang on, able to survive, and able to bring us to a Game 5. This is much different than the way the first series between these two went. And now we are seeing a winner-take-all Game 5 to stay in the tournament. Scaramouche looking to represent Shawnee State in our top 4, and Bognassy looking to represent Bay State College in that top 4 as well.
Yeah.
Both of these guys
will
playing
be the battle of the
Druids
Druids here to end things. But yeah, that was sort of the way we were talking about that matchup, and we saw the spell Druid not finding burn, like you said. Wasn't able to. I mean, the Shaman was at 16 health. It certainly could have went the other way if we found the burn. We both players were at 0 cards in deck at that point, so both players had seen every single card that was available to them at that point. And if there was burn for the spell Druid, maybe that would have been it. But unavailable, had to go for the board route, and of course, all the freezes available for the Shaman just meant your board doesn't matter. I don't care about this.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it was relevant in which order we drew the cards for the Shaman,
Sure.
right? I think we got order that it worked. I don't know if McCall's your last card. I think you might get locked out. I don't know. I'm actually not sure. We ended up drawing all of them, so maybe it's a lot less relevant than I think it is.
Yeah,
there's a lot of overgrowth
tricky
in this hand.
Yes, there is. Both hands have the overgrowth available. One side with the Kazaku-san, the other side with more of that ramp build. Not going to be looking for that, but Nature Studies, overgrowth, resizing pouch, Kazaku-san. That looks like a pretty good hand to me for Bognassy. This might be the chance. On the other side, Scaramouche finding the oh man, I've forgotten the name of that card. The
Wing Commander Mulvrick.
Wing Commander Mulvrick, yes, and not the most powerful in this matchup, but we'll see if it does come into play.
Another one.
I heard you like overgrowth, so we got you overgrowth in your overgrowth.
Look at this. There's 4 overgrowths in this game right now.
If you're a fan of overgrowth, this is the game for you. Guff coming out as well on the other side. This is all about the ramp, and both players ready to ramp it up. We're going to use both of these, the Innervate and the Coin. It's essentially a net 0, right? You use 2 mana this turn, you gain 2 mana for next turn, and you can use that for the rest of the game. And, it does mean you can't go over 10 until you got Guff, but...
I don't think Bognassy's going to care about Guff this game.
No.
Just overgrowth into Kazaku-san and to try and win it that way. I think is probably the line of play here for Bognassy. Scaramouche also has both overgrowths, but can't play one this turn. It's crazy that I'm looking at overgrowth, Guff, and I'm like, they didn't have the best hand of the two.
Well, it's just a matter of getting that overgrowth in first on the one side and having the follow-up right now. No really exciting follow-up for Scaramouche, but certainly a lot of ramp to get to like 20 mana in no time.
Bognassy has a lot of golden cards. Shout out Bognassy.
Shout out Bognassy. Golden cards, Golden Druid.
All right. Hopefully it's a little bit better than last game. Let's see. You're cold. That's
we can
burning.
get the blade. It's early enough that maybe the blade's not bad, but we chose to go a different route there.
Probably Holy Book
Very
here.
reasonable. Yeah, Holy Book could answer potentially a big threat. There's the hilt. We could have hilt and blade right after each other. We could have.
But Embers.
Nice. Wow, Keldalar really wants to be in this game. It's not going to happen though.
Another Guff.
How many Guffs would you like? Playing the one off of the Moonlit Guinness does give away that you have a second one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how significant that will be, but...
Is Guff a verb? Can you Guff somebody?
I think it can be. I would say Bognassy's been guffed this time.
I think he just got guffed. Yeah, I do too.
Got guffed. Bubba might have something to say about Guff being there, though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Bubba is also a verb, right? Scaramouche just got bubbed.
Got bubbed.
Got bubbed.
Zaku-san also applying that pressure, the 9-11. And not a clear answer here. Spam Arcanist can get rid of the 1/1s. But beyond that, maybe we're looking for a resizing pouch. What are we looking for at 8? Deviate Dreadfang is fun. Do we have any nature spells to go? We have 2 nature spells that we could go along with it if we want.
This turn.
Not this turn, though. Lieutenant could answer one big thing, which currently there are 2.
I mean, it has to get really lucky, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. This is a good Hearthstone turn.
It's not bad. You're still looking at quite a big threat and no way to deal with these minions, but gonna try to get there. On the other side, how much damage do we have now? Not 30, or not 40 even, but quite a lot available. Gonna actually go for trading the 1/1s here. And making your very own big boy Grom.
I think this is a very good turn. Do you trade it in?
Just get a big Grom, sure. It would have been a weird, it would have been weird to trade in 2 doggies, though, to do that.
Yeah, you would have traded in 1 doggy, yep. There's a lot of damage on the flip side. This game is getting out of hand quickly. This is a very quick game 5 we're looking at right now. I don't know how the Druid side of Scaramouche deals with this. They haven't played enough spells for a Yogg to be online.
Yeah, this is just not going to do it here, and that should be the series that the Spell Druid just gets there. I mean, all the ramp into Kazakusan. On the other side, did have the ramp, but no follow-up, and that is just going to be this. That's the tough part here for this ramp Druid. Even if you are accelerating at the same rate, your bombs just aren't quite as big as quickly.
A 9-drop here, probably not going to be able to save the day. Clown's not going to do it. I don't think. You probably play it so that you're
alive.
Yeah.
On board, as far as you know.
Theoretically. You're theoretically alive.
We do see the Onyxia. Will that be enough? You summon...
Oh, jeez.
The snakes will do it. So no need for Onyxia. Staff of Snakes going to seal it. Scaramouche saying, well played. Good series, but it does go to the Spell Druid here this time. Had 3 chances, finally got there. Really good effort there from Scaramouche to come back, but not going to be enough here, and that is going to be a win for Bognasty. We saw them lose 3-0 in that previous round, able to get redemption here and move on to that top 4, winning that loser finals in Group A. Well done.
Yeah, that is the Group A cleared up. It looks like our winners are going to be Gamer Dude and Bognasty. Gamer Dude representing Carleton, Bognasty representing Bay State College, and Group B seems to be finalized as well. I don't even know if I want to spoil that for everyone, if it's going to come up on screen or what is going to happen, but
all right. But yeah, we will be seeing that very shortly, I believe. We will be after reviewing these games quickly. We'll take a short break and then be in for that first semifinal. So now we have our top 4, like you said. Spoilers, like you know, a little bit there, but we do have for Group A. I believe it is, like we saw, Bognasty just made it through, and Gamer Dude from the previous series making it through in Group A. So both of those players advancing to the semifinals. And then if we're taking a look at Group B, we have Dragon Ninja took down Taco Cat.
Wow.
And that does mean Dragon Ninja moves on, and Super Chicken getting redemption against Taco Cat. We saw that first match in actually our very first match of the day was Super Chicken versus Taco Cat. Taco Cat took it to move on to play against Dragon Ninja, but Super Chicken fought in that loser's bracket, winning the next 2 matches 3-0 pretty dominantly, and able to move on to those the semifinals as well. So our top 4, we have a Gamer Dude, Bognasty, Dragon Ninja, and Super Chicken.
I mean, look how dominant Carleton is right now in NACE Starleague Hearthstone, right? The semifinals, the final 4 players in the country remaining. This is a national championship, and 2 of them are from Carleton. They have to play each other in the semifinals. That is very, very impressive. And also Dragon Ninja and Bognasty representing their schools greatly as well. But I have to give a shout out.
I believe that should be Super Chicken there, not Bognasty on one of those. But yes. Dragon Ninja, Super Chicken, Bognasty, Gamer Dude, all really good players making it here. And like you said, those Carleton players really showing up to this tournament. Making the top 4. It looks like I think they will be playing against each other based on those standings. But we will see that shortly.
Yeah, you see 1A versus 1B and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, they will probably be playing each other. But it seems like we're going to kick it off to a quick break, probably 10-15 minutes to get everything settled, let these players get their minds right for this top 4 playoff. It has been fantastic casting with you, Mayan. It's been fantastic working with the NACE Starleague to put this event on, and we will see you back shortly. Don't miss it. We got some high octane action coming right at you soon.
Top 4. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We have made it to the top four, the semifinals here today. Our top four players going to be duking it out. And to start things off, we have Gamer Dude versus Super Chicken. So it will be, a battle of two of the top players here. And we have the bans already. Druid's banned out from both players, so we won't be seeing those. But for Gamer Dude, we have Quest Hunter, Quest Fell, Demon Hunter, and Libram Paladin on the other side for Super Chicken. Burn Shaman, Control Warrior, and LTK Warlock. I'm seeing a lot of green here on my stats for Gamer Dude. Of course, it does not mean that Super Chicken is out, but it is going to be a difficult climb here into these matchups, I would say.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time people get really discouraged by statistics, right? Just because you have a 55% chance to win something does not mean you are 100% going to win it. If that were the case, we'd see a lot more things happening in the world, right? There'd be 100% chance every time you're favored. That's not the case. So Super Chicken's still very game and ready. And a lot of times, too, it comes down to individual level of play. If one person is playing better than somebody else, they can swing that win rate in their percentage. I coach a college team as well, and these guys obsess over statistics. And if you're playing a 52% win rate at a middle of the pack level, you're actually unfavored. So I'm very interested to see how this plays out. And with that said, Gamer Dude and Super Chicken, both really, really strong players. Carleton, a very strong program. These guys have been running the Canadian circuit for a while and now showing up on the national stage, international stage, I suppose. They're taking on a lot of these schools from the U.S. as well and doing really, really well.
Yeah, and that does mean, as you said, they're both the Carleton players there. Does mean that there will be a guaranteed Carleton player in the finals of this tournament. So well done there by that team, of course. And yeah, as we look here quickly at the prize pool, both these players have already guaranteed going away with some nice cash here, scholarship money, that $200 in that third and fourth place. But I mean, that jump to second and first is nice. They're going to be really playing for that. And we'll see here which of these players can move on and at least guarantee that 500.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many friendly sort of handshake, see how it goes scenarios. I think both of these players are going to be in it to win it here, and we're going to see a very hotly contested final. I think it really comes down deck selection. I think pre-game, right, Gamer Dude, massive advantage on the stat sheet. Like you said, a lot of green, but it's really up to how Super Chicken can play the matchups in and out to see if they can come away with it. I mean, Super Chicken coming off a very nice win over Taco Cat, who's a very, very strong player as well. Actually, Taco Cat taking the win the first time they played Super Chicken, bouncing back through the losers final and making it happen. Gamer Dude winning Group A pretty handily with the wins over Bog Nasty, who is also in the top four. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup to see how this all goes. What do you think? I mean, I think we've talked a little bit about the matchup spreads. What do you think with some of the decks you see? How do you think this really plays out?
Yeah, I think we did talk about the spread. I think, like you said, a lot of those matchups are closer to like 52, 53%. So, those are certainly really just comes down to draw. It comes down to the players. And both these players should know each other really well, being on the same team. So they know their play habits. They know their styles. So I think a lot of these are going to be closer to 50-50 matchups than maybe the spread says. And yeah, with that being said, I think it can go either way. Obviously, just looking at decks alone, I would say, Gamer Dude favored slightly. But, a lot of especially those decks that are remaining for Super Chicken all have just potential, game-winning options and positions. And LTK, being potentially the weak point here in this lineup, can still always find those wins with the right draw.
Actually interested to see how many times this best of 5 has gone down in practice, right? How many times has Carleton sat aside and said, all right, play some best of 5s against each other to test these decks? I mean, they've probably run this same best of 5 a ton of times in prep, right, for this event. You'd think that they've probably each brought the decks that they're going to bring to this event, ran it in a best of 5, and did it, unless maybe they thought that this would happen. They thought that they would see each other and avoided that, but this could have been something that had happened in the training room already.
Yeah.
We're just seeing it again happen live and in front of our eyes here. Very interested to see how it plays out. Now, even like you said, these guys probably co-op ladder together. They've prepped together all year. They've done really well in the Blizzard Collegiate circuit as well. So, I mean, a ton of in and outs. I bet you they'll be able to have a really good read on each other's hands the entire time. Going to be a really interesting series, and I think you're going to be able to see some really, really high-level Hearthstone play. And one way you're going to be able to see that is if it always seems like the plays are awkward for each player, right? Mayan, I don't know if you've ever played against some really, I mean, I'm sure you have played against some really strong players, and you're just sitting there like, why is everything so uncomfortable? Why don't I have a single good play? And I think that's a real testament of when you're getting you're playing against really high level opponents, and I do think we're going to see some really shifty plays that might not line up from the eyes of your very typical casual Hearthstone player. That'll make sense a lot more in the grand scheme of things. I'm very excited to see this series go down. I love watching good Hearthstone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm ready for this first matchup. I think we do know what the decks are going to be here in a second. And that will be, once we jump in here, that Shaman for Super Chicken, that Burn Shaman, and on the other side, the Quest Hunter for Gamer Dude. So already starting off with an interesting matchup. I think Quest Hunter gets to that win condition a little bit sooner, so has a little bit of an advantage there, but we'll see. I mean, certainly Burn Shaman can find those outs, and things like an early what's that card called? I blanked on it for a second here. An early Wildpaw Cavern can really be a big up for Super Chicken to get that early advantage, and right now there it is in the hand.
But that's an early Drekthar as well. So very interesting. Wildpaw Cavern is going to be a keep, but no Lightning Bloom to go with it. Lightning Bloom Wildpaw Cavern is a blowout play in most matchups.
Yeah, Gamer Dude, it looks like changing the shirt up maybe here for the semifinals.
Had to get ready. Had to put on the home jersey, I guess, this time.
Yeah.
Had the away jersey on earlier, I'd imagine.
All right, so jumping in, it is that Shaman versus the Hunter, as we said. Drekthar available very soon for Gamer Dude with that coin on the other side. Not too much going just yet. Gonna just probably move on with the turn. Not even gonna hero power. Does not want to give Gamer Dude any targets for accelerating this quest.
Yeah, very nicely played. I think I clicked that button 10 times out of 10 right there. Really just holding off and making sure that none of that happens. I'm actually interested if you even Sherpa Shrine Portal. Like, do you just hold on to everything?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
There's no reason to. It just accelerates their game plan a little bit faster than yours. And we do see the coin Drekthar come out. What is the result? It's going to be 3/4s usually. Oh, we do hit a mini mage.
There's a mini
as well.
mage in here. Wow.
Yeah, there's two. There's two in there. The Drekthar list does like to run those mini mages. That's been the popular list recently. Gives you more spell damage. Also, the stealth is pretty nice. As you see, both these were dealt with, but that mini mage can survive.
Gamer Dude able to advance some of this quest here, Super Chicken, making it as difficult as possible to do so, though. Super Chicken saying, no easy days here.
Yeah, certainly not. There's a Wildpaw Caverns again. No way to play them. And this is often what happens with this Drekthar list. If you get a mini mage down, you kind of just keep it around. Just gives you more bonus spell damage, and a lot of decks just have no way to deal with it. And that's going to be a Dragonbane shot that's going to cycle with this extra spell damage. It's really nice to get as the Hunter here. The more Dragonbane shots you can cycle, the quicker you accelerate your quest as well.
Wildpaw Cavern's going to come out. The minions are going to keep mounting on the board for Super Chicken, and really just more ammo for Gamer Dude to kind of continue to complete this quest. This aim shot is a very nice pickup as well. stage 2 of the quest is now going to be complete. I am completely sold on Mini Mage, by the way. Jeez, it's powerful when you get it out like that.
It really is good, especially, you know, this deck is very good into boards. You have a lot of like removal into minions. That's like half of your, you know, quest progression is minion removal. So able to get that extra spell damage helps you remove more minions and just more damage. And finally gonna let the minion mage, you know, see the light, gets a little bit of extra chip. And, you know, there was an opportunity there to set up the Tavish, but holding back for now. We'll be able to get it off next turn a little bit more cleanly.
It always feels nice to play it on the same turn as you complete.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
That's an interesting pickup.
Well, this is a little uncomfy now for Gamer Dude.
Yeah, now you're looking at some potential damage here suddenly. And you want to get this quest done, so maybe, yeah, it's. I guess we're gonna go for the Bola shot here.
Hero Power Bolo shot. We'll play your quests. Pass.
Yeah, I mean, there is the option to go for the Dragonbait shot twice here. I think that's what Gamer Dude's maybe consider. Nope, didn't even consider it for a second. Let's get this Tavish out. We like the Tavish. We'll get way more value off the shot next turn. They're gonna have to make some trades if they don't want me to get the value, and if they don't, that means I'm going to be able to hero power that face quite a lot here.
Also, freezing trap or explosive trap on board for Gamer Dude as well. So these 3/2s essentially dead or trading, right? The only thing that matters is the health total of each hero here, and start to dwindle away a little bit for Super Chicken if Gamer Dude can clear up this board. This is a lot of burn being dedicated to the board though, but Gamer Dude does not want to die here.
Yeah,
it
does progress things a little bit here as well. You're able to keep hero powering. You get a bunch of Dragonbait shots off. You've really essentially only used one card, and you haven't even used it. You get it back. It was a free turn. You get to deal a little bit of damage, remove their board, and get your cards back. And you just start with the same hand. It's pretty nice. Although the Furious Howl a little dead in this hand. You only get one draw probably throughout the rest of the game, but should be enough to push the damage. Yeah, so the Hunter just accelerating the you know, the game plan just faster than the Shaman.
Yeah, and the 3/4 being played here, going to be some ammo as well to kind of deal some more damage. Super Chicken kind of knows that the writing is on the wall here. Gamer Dude has enough spells to complete right here and end this game, I believe. Just going to end it.
Yeah, that should be enough here. Enough cycle to get the damage in for Gamer Dude, and there is that Hunter taking the win. I mean, this was definitely, I think, one of the more polarizing matchups in this series.
Yep.
So not too surprising to see that Hunter come through, but there was always a chance there for Super Chicken. We saw, you know, holding on to that Caverns, you know, could have been huge with that Innervate. Did not find it, or not Innervate, the, what's it called? The,
you got it. I believe in you.
Lightning Bloom. Thank you. You couldn't help me out there. See me struggling.
Nope. I just had to. I had to let you do it. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I was gonna get there.
I knew it. That's why I didn't step in.
All right. So Quest Hunter does get through. That does mean the Burn Shaman has some more favorable matchups moving forward. If we do see that once again. If not, you know, we have the option. Of course, of those other sort of controlling decks, which might fare better into the Paladin that's left. But we'll see what is brought. The Demon Hunter being kind of tricky into some of those more controlly combo-y decks. It just gets the combo sooner than the LTK. It gets the combo can still beat that control Warlock if it doesn't armor up enough and get out of range. The range is quite high too, so even through that.
Yeah, and it kind of felt like Super Chicken needs to keep kind of punching the wall with this Burn Shaman until it gets through, right? And the Burn Shaman is going to stay in play. Much better matchup against the Quest Demon Hunter. The Quest Demon Hunter is still favored, but not quite as much as that Quest Hunter was. Apparently, you insert the word demon and you get less favored for Gamer Dude here. And a pretty decent start for both sides here. Kurtrus in hand. Hellfire Deadeye a bit dead though, but the Warblades is going to be a very nice pickup as well. And actually opting to go away from the quest start just to juice up the Kurtrus even further, which I like.
Yeah, when you don't have any way to complete the quest anytime soon, or at least get it one step done, it's often better to just hold off. You get the hero power, you can do it the next turn. You don't really have good turn 2 plays that you want to be doing anyway in most situations. So I like this game plan from Gamer Dude. Good awareness, and with that Kurtrus, it's just going to juice it up, like you said.
Sleep Breaker coming down again, a set of 3/2s that are actually just going to chip away, right? That's the biggest thing. I feel like the Burn Shaman benefits so much from this early chip.
Need for Greed off the top, allowing for that first step of completion. Gamer Dude's going to be pretty happy with that, and just moving on. Taking a little bit of damage here, but plenty of heal in the deck. Wildpaw Caverns is gonna slow down some of that heal with the Warblades, but we do have an answer this turn. We can Warblades Immolation if we want. Clear off this board. Does mean we're frozen here, but it looks like Gamer Dude's saying it's fine. I can always coin the Kurtrus next turn. So yeah, not even gonna make the trade. No reason to freeze yourself. And Restaurant Viper gonna be able to answer this first Warblades as well, which is pretty nice.
Okay. Yep, is a very nice answer here. Now Kurtrus, we're going to be able to come down and trade into these freeze minions most likely.
Exactly right.
Does so that way to keep the hero from being frozen so that Gamer Dude can still attack, right? And this is a Lightning Bloom turn if I've ever seen one, right? Super Chicken popping off here. Gonna go pretty wide with the multicaster, try to get as many cards in his hands as possible. To really try to accumulate burn, right? And it seems like the Burn Shaman really is pivoting at this point and really trying to burn out over the top. Forget the board, it's not as relevant anymore. We're just going to try and burn out over the top coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, you're trying to end the game here before the big heals come through. So far we haven't seen it from Gamer Dude, just that one Eldraki. Now an interesting choice. We do have the Spectral here, which won't be quite enough. So instead, gonna just try to get some value off this Eldraki, get some trades, and remove the freeze minion here before it just permanently freezes the face.
Studies is not bad here. Gonna see a Wind Chill come out, and I imagine a 1/1 probably trades into the 4/1 just to clean that up nicely. So you're pushing 6 more damage to the face. Yeah.
It's an interesting one. You could set up a Phoenix. Guild Trader doing a similar role here, but allowing a little bit more flexibility on when it goes off. A little bit more mana, but with all the discounts it's set to as well.
This is interesting. So no healing going to be able to come out this turn for Gamer Dude. So Gamer Dude stuck at 18 unless they find...
Well, yeah, Fellscream Blast off the top would do it. No, Talented Arcanist found, but no Blast. There's the Blast. The positioning is a little awkward.
Yeah.
Is it worth it yet? Maybe you hold off next turn. You can get a bigger heal as well. You have double Arcanist if you want to go crazy heal. It depends if you think you're dead or not. That's the question.
Yeah. You're almost dead, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 7 on the board. And what we can see on the other side, we have Guild Trader, Serpent Shrine, Lightning Bloom, and Novice. Do we have enough mana for all that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
Yes. We have 8.
8. We have 8, so we can actually play all of them
lethal,
here.
Right?
And that should be, I believe, lethal, right? We have the +2 spell damage, or +4 spell damage with all of these. Serpent Shrine,
6 + 6.
Lightning Bolt will do it. That is going to be the game for Super Chicken, able to find the win here with the Burn Shaman. And yeah, it came down to just not getting that heal soon enough and choosing to kind of hold back there. Reasonably so. There was quite a lot of damage needed, and you would have had a bigger swing next turn. But does get punished a little there, Gamer Dude.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of when Gamer Dude would have died, though, right? I think Super Chicken just holds off, right? So, because those 3/4s don't die, so they still push 6, and you're kind of net even because you're healing 6. You take 6. That's the only heal left in your deck. You almost need to just hope that Super Chicken doesn't have exactly what they did have, and then blow out the game from there. Because if you can go a gigantic Fellscream Blast, right, into heal, and then you can win the game. So I think Gamer Dude kind of just between a rock and a hard place with that turn, and did the best that they could do under the circumstance.
Yeah, so now Gamer Dude gonna bring that Demon Hunter once again, hoping to get that through now. This time into the Control Warrior. This is definitely a better matchup here for that Fell Demon Hunter, but Control Warrior, especially right now, running Kazaku-san, crazy things can happen. It's just going to be a matter of can Super Chicken find them before it's too late.
This is a Hearthstone hand for Gamer Dude.
It's a Hearthstone hand for both.
Quest, Fury, Fellfire. But the other card in the hand is Kurtrus, and that is one of the bigger win conditions in this Demon Hunter deck. So,
yeah, and Super Chicken just saying, this Minefield's not going to do anything this matchup. You don't play that many minions. The minions you play, it doesn't really do what I need it to do. So, I just want to clean up my hand. I know I'm going to be playing these cutting classes soon. I just need to cycle and find my win conditions, and that is, what Super Chicken's thinking here. Does get the hero power off this turn. Could make a difference getting those hero powers off in the long run, but certainly there's so much damage in that Demon Hunter that usually you can't outlast it just by armoring up. Yeah, both players not too happy, I think, with the start of their hands here, but I think that's a better situation for Super Chicken than Gamer Dude being unhappy with the start, because Gamer Dude really is trying to win this, pretty quickly. Super Chicken, the longer this goes, the potential answers or potential Kazaku-san shenanigans could come through.
I mean, Gamer Dude just has a lot of almost good hands, right?
Almost, yeah.
I'm almost doing everything, but currently doing nothing. Need for Greed, though,
that's
changes
a good pickup, though. Yeah, able to get at least that first part of the quest completed here. Won't be too upset about that.
Coming together for Gamer Dude. Super Chicken finally gets the draw cards if they choose to do so.
Full cost cutting class. Can I introduce you into full cost cutting class? No. Super Chicken says, I'm going to get this armor off as many times as I can. No need to use this cutting class just yet. We also have the Rakara we can just coin next turn and double cutting class.
That's what I like holding it there. Get the 2 armor while you can. That can be very, very crucial in a matchup like this. Gamer Dude did just see a Blade Storm on an empty board, so potentially could be seeing a Kurtrus come out this turn.
Another happy guilty.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad option. Looks like we're gonna look for maybe getting this next step completed. We did find the Spectral, which would allow for that, right? Because we drew 1, 2, that would be 3, 4, and then we'd have to play the other Spectral, but could find something else that cycles. Oh, could just trade that Rust Rod away. Oh.
I'm gonna opt to not do so, though. I could see not wanting to trade the Rust Rod.
Yeah, I guess it's good to have the Rust Rod, but I like completing the quest as well.
Yeah, I think I do too.
We're using that many tools, or at least part 2. It's going to be rewarded here, though. Going to be able to remove this weapon here shortly.
Holding the second cutting class is interesting. How to rip both. Get the hand space for it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a reason we didn't. Blade Storm could come out to clean these up. I'd imagine it's going to happen just because we've been throwing out all of our clears pretty willy-nilly, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, but alternatively could gain armor here this way. Yeah, I was going to say, this allows for that armor gain, which every potential armor gain step can be really, really crucial here in this matchup. So Yeah, I like this line as well. Does get the second cutting class off now. Gets the swing off as well. Got all of our weapons. I don't think we've seen a Corsair cache yet, so won't be wanting to see that for Super Chicken here in the next couple turns. But right now, Gamer Dude does have the glide to just say, maybe the Corsair cache will have value now.
Yeah, right.
I guess there's
Double
that
Corsair
plus
cache
side
pickup.
here for Super Chicken.
And this armor
much
gain
rather
is
be
starting to
deeper into the deck. Yeah.
This armor gain is starting to pile up for Super Chicken.
Yeah, definitely not nothing here. I would say that glide was pretty powerful, though, removing all of those cards from the hand. Now kind of slowing down for Super Chicken. There's no sort of win con just yet. We do have Heavy Plate that we can try to look for something else if we need. But for now, Rustrat gonna be able to... Oh, no, trading that Rustrat away.
Yeah, I think
different
Gamer Dude
options.
probably going to try and save the Restaurant for the Bulwark.
Sure,
But
yeah.
that might be too long. You might be waiting too long, and the armor could just get out of hand either way in that scenario. Yeah, each one trade this
Yes.
Heavy Plate.
Yeah, so not much going here for Super Chicken, but not under any threat either.
Yeah, right? Just dealing 5 a turn at this point. Gamer Dude.
Yeah, this also might be one of those matchups that we just hold on to Mag Therodon to try to get our combo off that way. Because they just might not play minions. If you don't see the Kazakusan, you won't have minions to attack into. But we do get the Kurtrus this turn, so we're going to start having discounted cards, which is nice. Getting that before pulling either the Expendable or the Deadeye. Yeah, because now we got the 3-cost mag. We'll have a 5-cost Expendable and a free Deadeye or whatever. So we can play it all.
And the breakpoints are going to be super relevant here. How strong can this Jace get? I'd imagine you're going to want to see some Fel Barrages come out pretty soon. You're going to want to really try and start stacking up the damage to try and get there in this game. Because you're going to need the Jace and you're going to need the Expendables combo to be able to deal the damage you want to do.
Well, there is that Expendables, so we are starting to find that damage. How much damage is that combo with 9 swings? So you can get 10 hero powers down into the Mag Therodon. Oh, no.
Yep.
Yeah, you can get 10 hero powers down to the Mag Therodon, so that's 20 damage right there.
20 is not 36, though.
It is not 36. Yes, as you said, it is not 36. There's still a ways to go, but quite a lot of damage potential. And then in combination with that Jace, like you said, maybe
that basic arithmetic is the expert Hearthstone analysis you all signed up for.
That's right. So gonna use these double Arcanists, I think, to just get these Fel Barrages to do extra damage, just push that damage through, and that is gonna be the case.
Ouch.
Who cares about healing in this matchup? They're not doing any damage to my face anymore. Not until Kazakusan has anything to say about it. And now we're looking at maybe a situation where the Expendable combo will be enough.
Yeah, no, I think so, especially with the Jace, right? Gonna be up to Super Chicken to try and deal as much as they can in terms of armor gain this turn, right? To try and gain some of it back. Azanoth coming down as well.
Could try to sword and board hero power this 3/4 and swing into one of the 1/3s, get some draws going, get some armor going. Does seem to be the case. So draw first here for Super Chicken.
Sure.
Oh, interesting. Going for
it's the Rancor value, I think.
the Rancor to get the full
2.
clear instead. Get a little bit more armor that way. It doesn't mean we're not playing the Bulwark this turn, but I guess we don't want to play the Bulwark till after the Jace goes off, and that's what's going to happen right here. So Jace going to push quite a lot of damage. We got 2 Furies, I believe, double Fel Barrage. Do we play both Chaos Strikes or just the one? Oh, both Chaos Strikes.
Zero mana Viper as well to go along with this. It does decrease the amount of damage that the Expendables can do, but it should get there anyway, I think.
I mean, it's still enough because you'll have enough space for 5 Expendables. You just need 9. You're only going to get 9 things to attack into anyway. or 9 health to attack into with the Magtheridon proc, so it actually works out really nicely with the restaurant.
It's lethal for Gamer Dude, right?
That should be it. Yeah, it does not. The restaurant can come down. This Magtheridon comes down. Expendable Deadeye will just do it.
Wait, do you not have enough board space?
No, you have enough because you just summon. You summon.
Yep.
You can do the expendable here first. Attacks 1, hero power. Then you can play the restaurant.
I was just looking for doomsday scenarios. Yeah, I was just worried, but
yeah, this will be it. And Super Chicken just waiting for that restaurant to come down, but should know that is in the hand and that this should do it. Doesn't even need all of the swings here. Just enough already. Could just play the restaurant and finish it off, and that is going to be the case. No need to prolong this here for Super Chicken. And that is going to be game 3, going to Gamer Dude, taking it 2-1 over Super Chicken. So just remaining for Gamer Dude is that Libram Paladin. Will it be able to beat either this Warrior or Warlock? It's going to be close. I think that this is really the matchup we were waiting for. Is that Libram Paladin, can it get through? And it certainly, I think both of these matchups can really be kind of 50-50s. We saw the Libram Paladin take it over Warrior earlier.
Yep.
If it is able to apply that pressure and there aren't the board clears you need, or they don't work out the way you need, as we saw a brawl going really awry for Super Chicken earlier. We'll see if Super Chicken can change that around. But first, we will be seeing that Al TK Warlock into the Paladin. So let's see how that plays out in just a moment.
Yeah, I've really liked the play I've seen out of Gamer Dude so far. I think, as we were looking at the numbers last game, the breakpoints, the Jaces plus the expendables, right? One thing we didn't account for was all of the spell damage plus Fel Barrage, right? So Gamer Dude recognizing that that's another way to deal this damage really pushed the game. It's something that I think both of us didn't fully see, and something that Gamer Dude was able to take advantage of in order to win that game, because I think without that, Gamer Dude doesn't get the win, right? But now,
we had a plenty of overkill there at the end. It certainly helped get through some of that armor earlier.
Yep.
Which definitely made a difference. But I think we were at 6 health and we had another 14 damage available essentially, pretty much for Gamer Dude anyway. So I think maybe we still could have gotten there, but it applied enough pressure.
He dealt like 16 with the
It was a lot.
It was a lot.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, you are right. It was quite a lot. Probably more significant than I'm leading on, but
it felt like a big brain play to me.
It was big. It was certainly big. And now though we have this Paladin.
Yep.
Into this Warlock, as I said. No weapon yet for the Warlock to get some discounts here soon, which certainly helps accelerate things, but no discounts on the other side either for Gamer Dude.
No discounts, but some nice ways to clean things up for Super Chicken here. Touch of the Naru, not going to get any value healing-wise, but you really just want to keep the board clear, and Super Chicken recognizing the longer the board is clear, the more time that I have to do the things that I want to do this game.
And there's another Libram coming out for Gamer Dude. 0 discounts yet on those Librams. Ooh. Tab Mortal Coil is a nice pickup here, just continuing to cycle. That's really all Super Chicken cares about right now. Remove the board, cycle my deck, get to my win con. There's the Wicked Shipment. We'll probably see that traded away here shortly, or next turn.
The Hysteria is a really nice card in this deck for this matchup, right? Something to deal with big minions is a very nice touch in this Warlock deck.
Yeah, so Gamer Dude should have the awareness that once it gets to that point, might be time to play around that Hysteria, only kind of play one big minion and hope that can stick that way. Right now, just going to be another tap, continuing to find those cards in the deck. There's the touch of the Nathrazim coming out the second one. Really good pickup there to allow this trade of the Wicked Shipment.
That is a tough turn 5 for a Paladin.
Yeah, this is the... I mean, we had both Brooms, both Librams, both Hopes, or both Wisdoms, both Hopes in the top of the deck, and that is not what you want to see.
Yeah.
Not without discounts, that's for sure. And here's the Mithril Rod off the top on 5. What a pickup. Has the backfire as well to guarantee that first proc next turn. Hand of a Doll coming out, though, does make things a little trickier. This is the broom that could. But we have seen both brooms. So when we do eventually get to the point where we have maybe a Varian, we really only have one rush minion left. So if we find that Samuro coming out, that does mean that the Varian's going to be a little bit weaker here. Oof. I'd say this is a pretty good situation here for Super Chicken. Ooh.
Yeah, I'd say it's not a bad one at all. Armor Vendor into maybe Grimoire or something like that. It really cleans this board up nicely. One of the 5/4 is going to go in as well. Might even play Thalnos for Cycle, but I don't know if you want to in this scenario. You could clean up the whole board at this point, right? If you really wanted to. You see the Libra Wisdoms. You could trade, go Drain Soul.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna see here. No reason to leave their board alive if you can remove it. We weren't going to push the damage, and these Drain Souls, they're not going to get too much more value than this. Cariel does come down with a way to clear this board. It's going to reduce some of that damage potential, but I believe we should be running
a Viper, potentially?
A Viper. I don't see one, though. So, no, we are not running a Viper here, but still plenty of damage if we get the full combo off. Even if it's halved each time, still tons and tons of damage.
I believe it's, what, 28 halved?
What, the full combo? No, it's much more than that. With the double Tamsins phylactery.
Oh, if you go double Tamsins, yes.
Yeah, you go double Tamsin with the Tamsin Roam on the full board. It's 7 times 8 times 2, so you really divide it by half. It's 7 times 8.
I'm not PEMDOSing today. I don't want to use PEMDOS when trying to.
That's
figure
an
out
easy one. 7 times 8. Come on, it's 5, 6, 7, 8. You don't remember that one?
56. I'm on.
All right,
Display.
Okay, we're moving on. It's a lot of damage, is what I'm saying, and it can definitely get through even the halved armor here. One critical thing, though. One thing that could be an issue is with this Mithril Rod, actually, is if you get fully discounted Tamsin Phylactery, you can't double it. It's going to be a 0 cost, so a little bit tricky here with that pickup. But just one could be enough in its own right.
Yeah, just one could be enough if these owls keep connecting face, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, we could discount pretty much the rest of our deck here if we want.
Yep, seems like we're going to see the double discount come down. I don't see why we wouldn't at this point. 29 health. The armor's gone, which is super relevant, right? Because now the breakpoint is just 30.
Yeah, I think we're also considering this Wicked Shipment trade as well. If we want one more trade on it, we'll get the 6 minions instead. Which could potentially be significant, but instead, Super Chicken's saying, I have enough in the hand right now. And on the other side, options aren't that exciting. Still haven't found a single discount on Librams here.
Yeah, 9 mana, 8/8 Divine Shield, heal 1. Doesn't seem too powerful.
Really?
Not in today's Hearthstone.
No, Samuro can come down here for a decent... Is it a clear, actually? What are we at for the Samuro? Is it just buffed 1? So yeah, it won't be a full clear, actually, but we can clear off the... Hold up. Okay, so going to make sure to clear off the spell damage there.
Is this lethal?
That's a good question. It might be, actually. Yeah, if we have the Moarg and the Skull Spirits, that should be. Yeah, Wicked Shipment, Tamsins. Can we full clear into?
I don't know though.
Because the 5 health is tricky. Because we can do 4 damage with the School Spirits, but with both minions at 5, that means we can Mortal Coil 1, but one of them will live. So there's a chance one of the procs goes in, or one of the procs will go into the remaining minion, I would guess. Okay, so we are going to draw first instead, hoping to find. Oh, that'll do it, I believe. If we do that now, yeah, and then we play the Wicked Shipment, Tamsin's into the School Spirits, that should do it.
Wow, very well played.
Yeah, right, that's
4. You have to Mortal Coil the last one.
Yeah. Are we... Did I do the math wrong? Are we off by like 2? No, we have it. Yeah. We are over by 2. So the wrong side of the math. Over by 2.
You said the PEMDAS was easy.
Okay, get out of here. And that is the LTK taking the win. Like we said, you can find those outs early. Did not need to double it in that situation. Really good read there by Super Chicken. And now, it's our favorite time.
Game 5.
Game 5. The teammates playing against each other here in Game 5. Libram Paladin versus Control Warrior. We saw a matchup like this earlier go in the favor of the Paladin. Let's see if Super Chicken is able to turn that around. I believe it was Super Chicken last time losing that matchup. So we'll see if they can turn it around here and get that win with the Warrior into the Paladin.
Yeah, it's a winnable matchup. This is really anyone's series at this point. I think we've seen stellar play from both sides, so I'd venture to say that the statistics look pretty accurate. I think you can see that the Libram Paladin's probably a bit favored, but that does not by any means lead the series to say it's going to go to Gamer Dude here. It's going to be a very interesting Game 5 to see how it plays out. If Gamer Dude has another hand like that, it's going to be pretty difficult to secure the win, but we'll see.
Yeah, a hand like that is not what you want to see with the Paladin. 0 discounts, all of your heavy sort of cards in the hand, those double Librams just sitting there for quite a while. No discounts to use them, Libram of Hopes, and not the hand you're looking for Gamer Dude. And on the other side, Super Chicken, it might come down to some of those board clears if they hit the right way or they don't, like we saw in that previous series with the Brawl, hitting the worst result there, leading to that game loss. So let's see as we dive in here. Both players are going in. Best of luck to both. One of you will move on to the finals. The other still a really well-fought series, well-fought day, and of course all that work to get here today to start. So well done by both, and I think their school can be pretty proud of the results here.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. Very proud of this series. I think we've seen some really strong Hearthstone play. Just from my perspective, I'm super impressed with the level of play that we're seeing in this NACE Starleague Hearthstone competition right now.
My blade burns with holy fire.
Victory or death.
All right, and we are in Game 5. Carlton versus Carlton. Gamer Dude versus Super Chicken. Starting off with a discount. This is going much better already for Gamer Dude. A 1-drop and a discount coming down. Super Chicken on the other side does have that Corsair cash. Does have a decent amount of removal. Cutting class as well to draw some cards. Not a bad start, but no way to answer this early board. So just going to let things continue. There's a Leap of Hope picked up. Oh, Outrider's Axe, the pickup you were hoping for into this board.
Yeah, that's very, very helpful. I was actually holding my breath to see if Super Chicken runs into the Nightmare where they pick up the Bulwark in this scenario, but does not do so. The Outrider's Axe going to start to be able to come out next turn and clean some things up.
Yeah, Gamer Dude, good awareness there as well, knowing to get that minion to 4 health with that Outrider's Axe. Probably coming down here, or actually the Rancor looks pretty juicy, so gonna start off with that as the Outrider's Axe next turn. That should be able to clean up either of these minions. Knight of Anointment gonna make that a little trickier with that Libram, and finding those hopes once again. Yeah, Gamer Dude saying, I'm going to put the pressure on this minion. If you want to clear it, I can just put that on the next minion. You can clear with the Outrider's Axe, but it's just going to buff something else. So, ooh, another Ranker available again as well. So yeah, Super Chicken just saying, I'm not even going to give you those buffs back. I'm going to trade off these other minions before that buff can start really annoying me.
Pupil Trog isn't terrible. Already saw a
Yeah,
Rancor.
maybe
Probably
hold
gonna
back
hold
the
Trog,
Trog.
though.
Yeah, no need to overextend. You know Brawl could come down here on 5. You know there's quite a few other options. I mean, a trade into like a, some sort of shield shatter turn if you have, armor gain, that's also an option. Instead, we are going to see that Ranker into the trade here. It does work out pretty well, and it keeps the Librams on that 3-1, so Trog cannot be buffed either.
This could be a slow turn depending on what gets picked up here, and it is going to be a slow turn. Oh man, that's not what you want to see in a Paladin. You really can't afford to miss a turn here as a Paladin.
Yeah, we do have some powerful plays coming out soon. Although Lightforge Carriel feeling a little weaker with no minions in hand to buff. And on the other side, just Control Warrior doing Control Warrior things, not under too much pressure. Able to continue cycling, get some cards. Actually going to use his Drake to remove the last minion on the board here. Forcing out a hero power if they want to leave Room of Wisdom. Instead, gonna go for that Hope, double Wisdom. And there's the variant we were talking about last game when we had those double Brooms. This time, feeling a little bit better, still have all of those Rushmans in the deck.
That is a really nice top deck here to clean up this 10-10. You ever just field?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you ever do that? I mean, the odds of you hitting it are pretty high. To at least hit it once to get the clear, and you get to keep your minion. But Super Chicken saying, no need to waste the minefield here. This is a board-based matchup. I'm happy to have a 5 damage hit one of your minions here later on.
Can Super Chicken find the turn for Kazakhstan? Or is that necessary to win the game? Here?
I don't think it's necessary just yet, but certainly could find it here soon. This is a turn where it's time. Super Chicken says it's time. We could go for the minefield play here instead. We get the clear with minefield. I guess we're one off. Blade Storm is really what we're looking for.
Really good.
This is also good. All of these options working out pretty well. This presents a board which I like. Varian can come down here to answer this, however.
And no 4/5s to go behind it, so that's actually very interesting here.
Yeah, you do get to buff this Trog here, which is going to make things a little bit trickier. However, we do see the Blade Storm available in combination with a Shield Slam, or just play this Kazakhstan Shield Slam and say, or Shield Shatter also works. You have to trade your face, but you do draw a card here. Oh, instant snakes! It looked like
snakes in the jar. Maybe
certainly good in this matchup. Just getting those auto remove minions, even though the Divine Shields can slow that down.
Wand Wand and Embers in the same pick. Tough, very tough. Maybe Embers.
Yeah, I mean you want to win this game too, so you do need some burn on your side as well, not just that removal. And let's see what we do end up picking up here for Super Chicken with this draw. It is going to be Banana Split, so not too many minions left. I don't know what was picked up minion-wise for Super Chicken, but currently have the Kazakhstan on the board. Could be copied.
Gamer, you're going to look to clear out the board here, right?
Yeah, get as much Librams juiced in as well, it looks like, as possible.
A very nice cleanup coming out here from Gamer Dude. It's going to be really interesting to see how these treasures work out for Super Chicken, it's going to be very relevant to the end of this game. Obviously, it's the only thing left in Super Chicken's deck, right? So, of course, it's going to be a big deal, but this Onyxia is going to be a nice setup here. Double banana split. It's like 4 bananas.
Yeah, and Super Chicken doing my favorite thing, keeping things as even as possible when trading with the whelps. You can trade from either side to keep it, nice and clean. Two on either side. Yeah, symmetry is king here. That's going to give Super Chicken the extra percentage points.
Yep, the symmetry bonus points. Yep, for sure.
That's right. Lord Barov here can get a clear, I believe. Actually, not sure about that interaction. If I think the I don't know what goes off first, but
doesn't look like we're going to find out today.
No, at least not at this moment here. Does still, I assume it doesn't work the way I was hoping because of the order here. So GamerDude saying,
I think it doesn't.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
Whenever Onyxia is on the board, I just assume it works in my least favorite way possible.
Not a bad strategy.
Are we leaving up the 8/8? We're gonna get banana splitted.
Or we're gonna get Ricard, it looks like. No need to banana split just yet. This is enough pressure. I assume that means that we have some minions in the deck as well.
Yep.
To get these banana splits off.
Or we don't care. Or we're gonna end this game with 2 banana splits in our hand. It's also possible.
It's also possible. That is also certainly possible. Restaurant not valuing this just yet. Bannerman available. There's that Rust brought back to say hello.
So you sure you don't want to play me? Are you sure you're sure? Ariel could have come down at some point, but the board's just gonna continue to stay clear for GamerDude, just making sure that they don't die, right? I think that's pretty important in this scenario. Libra Wisdom's coming out crazy. We're gonna see Liadrin be a huge power play if it is picked up for GamerDude. Probably the one way this game is gonna be won on the side of GamerDude is if that Liadrin comes through. Super Chicken drawing treasures. Let's see what the next one is. Look at the Dead, pretty good.
Pretty good here. Free. Can hero power that 3/2 first if we want. Get some armor gain once again. Instead, going to hold on to that Book of the Dead. Ignore the armor gain. Just get the easy board clear. Don't waste any resources. No need to do that just yet. You see how much GamerDude is struggling to find any threats. And this is one of those situations that you maybe don't even want to play Cariel. Just because you need that hero power to keep generating threats here, and that is what GamerDude is thinking as well. Does get the Liadrin. This is a big Liadrin.
This is a very big Liadrin. At this point, GamerDude can honestly fill up their hands with the little guys, and that's what happens. No hopes coming out. The Libra Wisdoms could just be enough to secure the victory here. It's going to be very interesting to see how that works out, though, because you do have Necrotic Poison picked up from Super Chicken.
Yeah, one thing to note about this lineup here for GamerDude, we did see earlier on another Libram Paladin list, but that was running Smite, and this one does not run Smite, so that means there is no potential like Smite OTK, from hand lethal or anything like that.
Double book here is massive.
Double book is a lot of damage, and how much actually do we have here? If we play this other book, we have another 5, and then
just lethal. Lethal, right? Hero power swing.
Hero power swing, and we have
first
our
finalist
victor here. Super Chicken, taking it over their teammate GamerDude. GamerDude still really well done here in the tournament, and able to get to that top 4. Certainly nothing to scoff at, but Super Chicken moving on to the finals.
Yeah, very, very well played from the side of Super Chicken. I mean, we were talking about early in the series, and this is what, get those statistics out of here. They're all willy-nilly, right?
Right.
Honestly, just a great testament to how Super Chicken played this series with the win over GamerDude. And honestly, I didn't see anything from the side of GamerDude that really pointed to how this series got lost. I just think there was a lot going on from the side of Super Chicken that was just really high level. That burn Shaman play, holding off in the early game against even the matchup that Super Chicken lost, played really well, gave themselves the outs to win everything. Just a lot what happened in this series, and I think, it showed.
Yeah, and that Paladin kind of being that weak link, like we said, the matchup that maybe could have been won, just drawing really poorly there in that first Paladin game, and then in this one too, like not the most exciting hand either to get things moving, and the removal lined up for a Super Chicken, and played it kind of really smart with when certain removal was used, and sort of putting that pressure at the right time. And there we go. We have our first finalist. Like we said, Super Chicken. We will be back shortly with that other semifinal match, Dragon Ninja versus Bog Nasty. In just a little bit, you'll be joined by Bill, and Widow will be right back on the cast as well. So it's been a pleasure to cast for everybody here. Hope you enjoyed everything so far, and stay tuned for much more Hearthstone coming soon. 2 more fantastic matches.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge. We are super excited. We are in our second semi-final here today. I was just with you earlier, and Wida was here with you earlier today. Wida is back on my side here. We are going to be bringing you some high-octane Hearthstone action. You've seen Bog Nasty on stream earlier. They are back in the semifinals against Dragon Ninja. Both of these players have been playing all day. Honestly, all year these players have been competing and have brought themselves to the top 4 of this tournament and a chance to break into that next level of scholarship prizing in the finals. How do you feel today?
Right. I feel great, right? So again, worth noting that first place is $1,000 in scholarship, right? Which is a pretty big chunk. But even despite by winning this series, right, you are qualifying yourself and guaranteeing yourself 500, which is a pretty nice chunk of change, right? One would say.
Mm-hmm.
So that's definitely something to look out for, right? So Bog Nasty and Dragon Ninja, obviously Bog Nasty is a player that I have had the chance to follow in other series as well, not exclusive to the NACE, a player that I know has been around. And Dragon Ninja obviously is a player that I don't know as much about, must admit that, right? But again, obviously has made it so far and has gone through a qualification process that was quite long, quite tedious, right? So obviously deserves to be here. I don't think there's anyone that can really refute that. I think that obviously both of these players deserve to be here with a shot at going into the finals.
Yeah, and I've actually had some run-ins with Dragon Ninja before, back in days where they were prepping for some Master Store stuff, working on some qualifying for Master Stores. Actually worked with them a little bit on just brainstorming and thinking about the game, and just from those conversations, understanding that Dragon Ninja has a really good understanding of the game, and that's definitely been proven throughout this year to get to this point, representing Florida State University. Down there in Florida, and Bog Nasty representing Bay State College. Again, we've seen a lot of Bog Nasty in the collegiate scene. This is really Dragon Ninja's pretty much breakout into the national stage of the collegiate scene. I'm not exactly familiar with how well Florida State has done in the Blizzard Collegiate Series, but Bog Nasty has been a constant in this space for the last year or so. So maybe some fresh blood up against Bog Nasty to see who can take this one. Should be a very hotly contested series so far. I'm pretty excited to see how it all goes down. And each player has their decks submitted earlier. Dragon Ninja is playing an aggro beast druid, looks like a burn shaman, a quest rogue, and a paladin, a Libram paladin. So a very aggressive lineup coming out from Dragon Ninja, and it seemed to have worked out so far at this point in the tournament. And Bog Nasty, which we've seen before, running that Kazaku-san spell druid, the Fell Demon Hunter, and the Face Hunter, as well as a warrior deck. Is if I could warrior. Don't know what happened there. So how do you feel seeing the decks? How do you feel seeing the decks in this series? And you'll be happy to know that the warrior is banned, so you don't have to hear me say it for the rest of this series.
What do you mean warrior is perfect pronunciation of the word that's spelled, like it is, right? So, and here I was the one that has English as second language, not mother tongue. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, right? But no, I actually really do enjoy looking at Dragon Ninja's lineup. I think that the Beast Druid is like an exceptionally fun deck to play. Like just being able to just abuse the Oracle of Balloon and being able to put out, multiple Umbrellas, putting out the Sabers as well. Like you just do so much. You just end up creating some Frost Saber Matriarchs. Let's just be completely full here, right? But like you can just end up going really wide. I've been playing more of a Jolly Rick Carpenter list instead of Yes. But I've also seen a lot of people really go into and look like I think Paradox for the Master Store was playing double Pride's Fury, for example, right? Whereas when it's one twists and like stuff you can do to the deck lists, but that is going to be for a different player, is it now? No, I don't think so. I do believe we actually are going to be seeing it right now, as we've been talking about it so much here, right? But again, the Demon Hunter matchup is not a matchup that I have played too much of, to be completely honest. It is a matchup that I feel like is quite hard for the Druid, because again, Demon Hunter just tends to deal with these wider, relatively not tall boards quite well.
Yeah, but the Demon Hunter definitely has to play the matchup well, because the amount of boards a Druid can make is just ridiculous, right? You're like, I cleared the board, Druid does another, clear the board, Druid has another. So you really need to make sure that you're using your clears optimally to make sure that you have enough to deal with the onslaught of boards that Druid's going to be throwing at you. Cards like Composting just make it so the Druid never draws dead. And there is a card on the side of the Druid, the Iron Deep Trog, that's going to be huge for this matchup. Dragon Ninja, very excited to see it picked up as well.
Yeah, it is huge for this match, right? But then again, you just can you give me 2 minutes to talk about our Lord and Savior? You know what I'm referring to, Immolation Aura right now, right? Like, because that card post now, like just as a 1/2, it just doesn't align very well in this matchup, because stuff like Fell Barrage just kills it because of the fact that it's an after trigger, not a whenever trigger, which I think is really big, right? And was one of my main gripes with people really complaining a lot about the card when it was printed, was that, like, a lot of people just didn't realize you could just frostbolt it, right? Just frostbolt it, it's kind of got, like, don't get me wrong, right? But, like, it has a lot of implications when it comes to how things go on the stack in Hearthstone, right? So it will never not just die to a spell, essentially, because you won't generate another copy until the spell has resolved, which is one of the reasons why Collegiate Immolation Aura tends to be quite good as well. So now Dragon and Jackson has to think for a second, slow down, because there's a world where you just play second Trog and muscle card, but there's also a world where you start leaning into figuring out how you get this Pride Fury effective, because starting with the Major Studies, I think, is a good way of going about it. Oh, but Fallen Grove Sentries, if you don't care about Nature Study or Immolation Aura, it's actually so strong here. Like, I would almost rather see the Fallen Grove be played out.
Yeah, I think Thorn Growth is a little bit safer. I think this is very heavy into Immolation Aura. It could be kind of difficult. No Immolation Aura picked up, though, at this point, but it's gonna be tough to clear up, and I think Bognassi's gonna find the way to do it with this Fell Barrage, though, and Thorn Growth could have definitely been a bit safer in this scenario, but that is, to be fair to Dragon Ninja, one of those very valuable clears used up decently early in this matchup, and Kennel's going to come down, and the next board is beginning to mount here for the Druid. The Demon Hunter going to have to find ways to essentially get to their win condition at some point as well, and this Spectral Sight far left is going to be a great way to do it.
Yeah, but I can start working at those quest triggers, really start just, getting through the deck, cycling through it here, seeing the Jace. Needs to find a card draw here, and yes, Scholar Gul'dan is technically card draw, but it's not playable right now. And that's going to stop this in its tracks, right? Like, this Jace would love to see that being reduced. Obviously, Kurtrus is going to be quite good board clear at some point, right? Just going to go onto the board, get rid of essentially these stealthed wolves from the Frostbolt Kennels. And I feel like Kennels is actually a really good card in terms of just being able to shore off your game plan. Oh, there's a part of me here that says, you know what, it's just going to be Oracle of Illume plus Viper and Squirrel. I
don't hate it. I really don't hate it. The only thing better than one squirrel is 2 squirrels. Yeah,
it's mana efficient. It's one of those things where it's like having 6 of the Acons in your deck is actually really huge, because you're so much more likely to find it. And going for Fallen Grove Sentries plus this is a bit wasteful. This board is still really weak to something like an Immolation Aura, if that's something you want to aim to play around. What this does, however, is it does go more wider in terms of a sense of a guarantee for the prize for on the following turn. However, is that really going to be enough? I also guess the big kicker is you were unable to protect the Oracle of Illume from just more direct interaction with the likes of Chaos Strikes, the Furies, etc., right? And maybe the world for Dragon Ninja lives in right now is the world where they just need to find those, the Matriarchs, the Umbrells, copy them with the Oracle of Illume, and then that way around start working our way through it, right? And if that's the world that they're living in, I can definitely understand why you want to hold on to the Oracle of Illume, because you might just feel like you have a need to wait until that happens. However, now Pride Fury actually is going to come down here and shore off this board relatively stably, right? And also looking at it, Bognassy, he is down to 15, does have Talon Arcanist plus a Fellscream Blast too. I was about to say clean some stuff up, but that actually doesn't clean anything up, right? It just heals you for 9, which is also very solid, right? But again, this freezing is going to be quite hard to get through.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like that Dragon Ninja could be running out of gas post this board. I mean, this turn wasn't exactly that great in terms of cleaning things up for Bognasty, but it is a step in the right direction. You could even see an Expendables come out next turn. At this point, Dragon Ninja is looking at like a Loon Cub follow-up for this, and it's not great without composting, so I'm interested to see what if Bognasty can just get through this board and no follow-up comes out. This Chaos Strike not going to get a ton of value, but the second Fell Scream picked up could do so.
Yeah, right. It just leaves you with just a 3-6, which would be a 3-5 at that point, right? I think that is to be preferred. I think that your draw right now is not really in a great position either, right? But I can also see like just working away at this 3-6 for a while. The extra 5 damage on the board probably is not going to be that impactful. However, the most impactful thing here, okay, Moonlight Guidance here is actually a way to look at this coming through. Owl is a start, but is Owl even cheap enough by now to be played out with the Oracle of Elune?
It'd have to be 6 spells throughout this game at some point. I think we played a good amount of spells. We played at least 2 Thorn Growths. There it is.
Okay, never mind. It's free. It's free. It's actually just free. And now positioning here is going to matter quite a lot, right? In terms of being able to play around additional Fell Screams, like the additional Fell Scream Blast that we can see. So you actually want to have a good mixture here, because again, the spawn coming through like this is going to be weird. I would like to see the free one traded off. The additional free damage here is not going to matter. And then you want to get the additional 4/4s in. And this way you also don't really care too much about the Fell Scream Blast anymore as well. So that is going to be preferable for Dragon Ninja. And now the question really is going to be, can Bognasty find the answer to the question of life? Immolation of Aura is a very, very good start, but the real big issue here, right, is there's no card draw to potentially fuel anything. Having missed out on all these triggers makes it quite hard for Bognasty to fully find a way, because how much damage does the performance actively remove her? You just need to stay alive for the Jace next turn. That is the big one. You know the card in the hand is a Muscle Cup. Infestation here is not going to come out and ruin everybody's day. So, performance can remove... It's 14 attacks. 14 attacks are quite a lot.
Yep. You can remove this 3 and another 4, so that's 7 damage off the board. And then you can remove another 4 and a 2. So a lot of damage comes off the board, but any follow-up damage is lethal for Dragon Ninja, I think.
Yeah, and the big thing here as well to notice, the Oracle of Elune is stuck on the board.
Yep.
Like, the Oracle of Elune now is stuck on the board, and will be able to just actively generate the value that you want to see it now. Obviously, Muscle Cup is not the greatest thing in the world. He'll really like just kind of just chipping away at the board, making it easy to kill. And Kennels is not great because I'm pretty sure it only reads play on the Oracle of Elune, so that's not going to generate anything out of the ordinary. And now this board becomes a lot easier to work with for Bognasty here. Obviously, you're now lacking a lot of damage in the combo, but to be honest, you're not really caring too much about the combo when you're looking at the life total you're at and the size of the hand for Dragon Ninja.
Yeah, and I mean, people might be a little curious as to why Bognasty traded off more damage instead of the Oracle, but it's really just like the Oracle doesn't matter in this scenario if you live to Jace, right? So this Jace could just be a blowout turn, but gonna go with not the Jace, gonna go with the Immolation Aura and a Fell Scream Blast to clean things up. Seems like the line that we're going for.
Doesn't clean enough up, though.
If to take damage this way. But Druid
has no Bognasty just dies to the... Wait, does it just die to the hero pool? Am I...
No, you have Immolation Aura.
Yeah, but I'm not this. Okay, I guess then it goes back to 4. So just playing like Faradon done, but that means you die to the hero power. That's why.
Yeah, you can't play Mag.
And where is Druid of the Claw when you need it?
Yeah, right? I mean, it couldn't attack in anything either, though. I don't know how the Druid really gets here at this point, though.
Druid of the Claw has charge. I'm
that one. I was talking about Park Panther.
No. I'm not talking about any... Okay. This game is just under lock and key. You play Jace or do you play the Kurtrus? I feel like Jace is just a guaranteed ball clear, right? Felbarage is in there, Immolation Aura. You even have the opportunity to potentially even heal a little bit if you want to as well. In a weird sense, right, the worst play is almost going for the Kurtrus, right? Because this way you only remove the 4 damage and 2/2 stays alive.
Yep. Yeah, I don't really know how this 2/2 kills you, but yes, I think
right. Like
the least
it's
safe
not going
of
to
the
kill
plays
you.
still.
It's not going to kill you. It mounts sort of the biggest counter pressure, right? I think that's the big kicker as well. There's obviously no really big issue. There's not going to be any card that's going to provide 5 damage for Dragon Ninja, Savage World, stuff like that never really exists anymore. And even though Dragon Ninja got really close, it's just kind of one of those situations where it's just not going to be enough here. And just a second as Jace comes down, it's just going to be infinite healing. But even that actually might not be the case, right? So let's think about this for a second.
True.
The last trigger of the Fossil Kennels is a thing. And also, like, Dragon is living in a world where there's no Jace.
Yep.
That is also something that we really need to think about here, because if you notice there's a Jace in hand, this 2/2 attacks every time, because you know you're just going to be getting Immolation Art again. And that's just going to mean that you're just going to die. Like, the game is just over, right? But in this world right now, Dragon is living like this. Okay, if I draw Arbor up, I'm out of here. I'm not going to be in any sort of trouble. Now, the question really beckons here. I think we're going to see
swing first, right?
The second this comes down. Yeah, you need to swing first, because obviously that is something you need to consider. But, I mean, that is just going to be guaranteed death here. To be fair, fairly unfortunate sequencing, right, for Buck Nasty. But again, missing the 7 damage, it's probably not going to have an impact.
That's pretty good sequencing. It's about as good as it could have. You healed twice, at least.
If Immolation Aura goes off before the Photo Rush, you push 4 more damage.
Okay.
In that regard, right? Obviously, you could have pushed 7 more if you've swung first. Moonlit Guidance into Arbor Up would actually be a pretty solid setup to be working on, one would assume, at least with Dragon Ninja. Or the Acorn Dream is alive, by the way.
Yeah, you just go Acorn into Arbor Up or something like that?
Yeah, I feel like you might just Arbor Up here just to, draw the second copy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome, because you're just going to cost yourself a draw if you don't. And now there's need to be 2 separate clears. Obviously, we see the Chaos Leech as well as the Fury be there and lined up, but at least you're going to be able to push 4 damage. But also, Dark Nasty knows that there's going to be the follow-up and you're going to be dead if you don't. So, this also means this McFerrin is going to be stuck in hand for even more time. So, it is slowly but surely coming together for Dragon Ninja for the final push to getting over the hurdle, but Immolation Aura, Fel Barrage, all this good stuff is going to come through. It's going to absolutely tear Dragon Ninja's dreams apart. One would assume.
Outside of squirrels, right? If you rip like every squirrel.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? So if Buck Nasty uses this Immolation Aura, that's going to be his last Immolation Aura, right? So if he goes like Fel Barrage, Immolation Aura, that means that the squirrel board still exists. And that is something that Buck Nasty needs to think about. But there's only going to be 3 squirrels in the deck right now, so that is our Acorns, Revosaur, should I say. Because obviously we didn't go for the multiplication earlier on.
Yep. I think that would have been a lot cleaner, that double squirrel turn, in hindsight, but...
I mean, it lined up quite well, right, because you had the infinite Umbral Owl board as well.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Bought you a lot of time, put on a lot of pressure. So I don't think you can look at it like that, be like, that's the correct way about it, but
There's
obviously
one.
Again, there's one. Just the one. Oh.
Sure.
I mean, it's the
Play
most
everything.
durable minion in your deck outside of Matriarchs at this point, right? So you're quite happy to draw this, actually, just based off of that. And this board is actually fairly hard to deal with for Buck Nasty. You look at it, right? Immolation Aura only really gets rid of 1 minion.
Yep.
Then you have to put your face into another minion. This draw here is going to be really important. Obviously, Eldrachi is big because it just allows you to heal a lot.
Can you clear everything with Mag? What am I missing? You can't clear everything, right?
No. The McFerrydown tokens are just 1-3, it's not 1-2, so they don't die to the Immolation Aura. So you play middle glide here.
Very hero power, run to the 4/5. What is happening?
Oh, this works out. This works out. You just get all the useful spells out of your hand now, then you glide into 4 new cards.
Okay.
Right? You just let that on board here. You heal for 8. Effectively heal for like 12. And you just like pray to getting like a Fury or something here. This also completes a quest step, which means that like any card like the Fury will be free to play, which means you will also get an extra hero power in, so you're just going to be able to put yourself completely out of range if that's what you want to do. But that's not going to be the case here. But it's going to take out the Oracle Balloon. Again, at this point in time, do not want to give over any regeneration. So it's going to be going out to a lovely 17. Power the Wild. Do you go for a free-to here, actually?
Sure. You're pushing 9 this turn. My brain is just trying to crunch all these numbers. You're pushing 9 this turn, and then the heal on the backswing of this Warblades could probably push Bognasty over the edge here. Arcanist is a dead card at this point in time. Is the Demon Hunter ever at risk of just running out of gas?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? And like having to start to push this damage towards the face here, has the second Eldraki. If you play the Rostrot Viper instead of trading it, that presents an issue, and then you just like, obviously you don't glide here. And then you just, this is the board, and that's what you're probably going to be playing for. But, okay, that's Sow the Soil. His reaction made it feel like that was going to be the second number up.
That's close. It's so close to lethal, but it's not quite there. If you trade, though, how do you lose? You lose over turns here. Trade the 3/2 into the 1/3, 4/1 in. You make a 2/2, and you go face. Then you get hit.
That was like the most Fury Hunter explanation that you have ever made, by the way. Like the whole cadence was like so Fury Hunter. It's actually, it's actually unbelievable how Fury Hunter like cadence was there for a second. I feel like I've almost had Fury Hunter make me that exact same kind of like argumentation. So Need for Greed though, that is unconditional card draw, unlike Glide. This actually, we're talking about how does Strategy lose his spot. Well, this might be it.
Is it just fatigue Bognasty though? Fungal Fortress off the top is just lethal here, right? Or not Fungal Fortress, sorry, Arbor up.
Yeah, maybe this could be enough. Like I don't know what the remaining cards in the deck are, but if they were playable. You see Dragon's reaction, right? He's like, what's going on? Like,
I don't know what's going on either. I mean, this is such a strange...
Oh, okay, it would have been a fatigue. Okay, no, man, second Need for Greed, and then...
I think if you're tracking here, I think Bognasty is almost just out of gas, right? Like, yeah, no, it's just completely out of gas.
Okay, actually managed to pull through here, but...
Right? That was a very interesting scenario. I think what happened was, I think the Magtheridon just held on in hand for too long, and there was just no counter pressure laid up for Bognasty. Like, Bognasty never amounted enough counter pressure, and then the incremental boards from Dragon Ninja just kept adding up, and then it just got there. But, like, there was just a board remaining. It was a very interesting game. Like, my brain is trying to process exactly what happened there, and it is a very interesting one.
I mean, you have to go back for a second, right? Think about the fact that there were some of these boards that like they were built in like very awkward increments, but also the whole like having to quote unquote waste the expendable performance in the way it was wasted, right? It meant there was no combo potential being presented. There were no minions that were left up for you to be able to attack or anything like that. It was actually a pretty interesting one to look at to a certain extent and be like, well, what did go wrong here? Because I feel like it's one of those games, and again, obviously, I'm not a good enough Demon Hunter player. It's like my least played class, even respectively. And when I'm very much in your deleted priest, camp of thinking that I should say a lot right now, right? By the way, banger meme. I listened to it the other day actually because we were doing some like it still holds up here like close to like a year after. It's actually hilarious. But it's one of those games where like you look at it and you feel like, damn, that was a rough one. And you could definitely feel it for a second as well. So, but again, it's not the end of the world. You're far from out. You lost the game, and that that can happen. Losing games, that's okay. We can't all beat DJ Khaled, and all we do is win, right? Like that is
exactly. You're gonna drop a couple along the way. The series is very well alive, and I think that's something that we need to back. That good pointing it out, because as much as that game might have felt bad in terms of Bognassy just running out of gas, right? I mean, it was so interesting. Like you couldn't even complete the quest because of the card draw. It's very interesting. But anyway, the series continues, right? The series continues. Bognassy still has this Demon Hunter against a lot of these aggressively leaning decks, right? So the Demon Hunter could still get through. Seems like Bognassy going to be falling onto Demon, or actually just playing Hunter here. And I will say, I've seen Bognassy play a lot of different Hearthstone lineups. I think all of them had Face Hunter in it. I think this is just a comfort bring that Bognassy loves to bring to these events, and it's obviously done well, right? Because Bognassy's in the top 4 here. So going to be very interested to see how that plays out. I think Dragon Ninja going to be very interesting to see what they decide to queue into this. Obviously, they don't know it's a Hunter, but it'll be very interesting. They have to win with Quest Rogue, which is a deck that I have not played a ton of, and Burn Shaman, which is a deck that I love. I love Freeze Mage type decks, so this Burn Shaman is something that I love very much.
Yeah, like I mean, this Burn Shaman is just fantastic. Like honestly, like it was one of those decks where so when I came back, I needed to start doing my prep for this event, right? I was like, okay, I'm just going to be playing Burn Shaman, and I was playing some of the Beast Druid, obviously because most of the other decks are decks that are relatively old in Hearthstone terms, right? Decks that we have been playing for pretty much the past 5 months. Face Hunter is still Face Hunter. Surprise, right? Quest Hunter is still Quest Hunter, but better now because of the 2-mana shot spell, right? Like, there are so many things that obviously, we start looking into it, and it's one of the things it's just going to be super interesting to follow what's going to be the bring now, because again, Druid is still up, Druid is not banned, right?
Yep.
That is the big thing. Neither Druid was banned, obviously Druid just won for Dragon Ninja, obviously.
Yep.
And this Rogue is also just a cool deck, and I feel like having Leroy back in Standard, right? I was actually just doing citation the second before the production changed away from my camera. Obviously, Mr. Smite is not quite Leroy Jenkins, but having that neutral, strong finisher just provides decks like this Rogue here with so much more damage. Because again, it's worth noting, you can even do something like Tenwu onto Mr. Smite, which is just super, super fun, right? Like, I say super fun. I enjoy hitting people in the face, okay, in Hearthstone.
Yep.
And being able to hit your opponent for 12 for 9 mana is quite fun, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's not bad.
And speaking of the Quest Rogue, we are going to be going into trying to find the Imposter here. So that is going to be the name of the game. So obviously not a deck that I'm fully familiar with here, but still interesting to see that he throws away the Swindle while being uncoined. Do you really need to go for that very minion-heavy opener against something like the Face Hunter? Because I'm looking at it and feel like you're looking at pretty much just SI7 extortion or something like that to just try to have any removal.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you actually kind of do need some minions early, so I don't think it's a terrible mulligan. I think Swindle's obviously really good, but look at this scenario here, right? Trog coming out at this point could just be GG, right? I don't think a Rogue is a really good way to deal with this. I'm going to be very interested to see how Dragon Ninja plays this out, but Bognassy opting to not go Doggy Biscuit on Trog, going to go with, I'm assuming, going to buff it up with a Doral Infestation, though.
Might just go as wide as possible, right? Because a Doral Infestation doesn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. It still just dies to Extortion. Obviously, you know there was no Extortion on turn 1. Could have come into the hand, obviously. And another thing to discuss here, right? Let's say that Dragon Ninja did have his SS7 Extortion. He still would be unable to play the quest. He would miss a step off completion. And now, however, this is where it really starts to just fully change, right? Because now this 4-6 is going to be pretty much impossible. You can see the realization on the face of Dragon Ninja right now that this is going to be a real rough one to get back from. And it might, as I said, might just be GG.
Yeah, you have to start playing SI cards without... I mean, at this point, you just play the quest, right? Maybe? I don't even know. Maybe you just deal with 1-2s? have to get an SI assassin online eventually.
Yeah. This is what it is at this point, right? Like, you just gotta get there, but second try coming through as well. It's actually kind of low tempo, low pressure, right? Like, it's actually not ideal here.
Yeah.
You'd like even like a Warsong Wrangler here would have been absolutely incredible just to guarantee that massive tempo gain. Obviously, you have Barak Toto Bane, which is obviously a grade 5 drop for what it is at this point in time as well, but it's just not going to be that direct damage to swing you for lethal this turn, and would a potential Thunder Rhino, yes. I missed Thunder Rhino, but no, that's not quite Thunder Rhino. Trembling Rhino, you know, there's a T and an R in both of those words, but nah.
You nailed it. It's good. It's good enough for me. It checks out.
Man, some of the Thunder Rhino OTKs, man, they were nutty. I miss Thunder Rhino.
A tough lineup for Dragon Ninja here. Actually, just going to concede and go on to the next game, I think. I mean, what can you do, right? The Trog came down, and the Trog got buffed, and the Trog got bigger, and it hit you in the face, and now you're dead. That's.
And this is why you're the oracle of North American Collegiate Hearthstone.
I mean, also, like, you brought Quest Rogue, right? Like, you run into scenarios like this where if you don't have Extortion,
like,
you're just doomed, right? You don't have a lot of clears for Trogs.
Especially like with backstab not being in standard, right, as well.
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
This is like a match where you like really would like to have backstab, right? And it's interesting, for sure, but it's definitely not ideal right now. Obviously, we are going to be waiting for the players to get us into Game 3. That was a very quick game, so it's been a fairly quick series. So obviously, when you look at the decks, it is to be expected, right? A matchup like Face Hunter going into this Rogue deck when the Rogue just... It didn't even draw blank. Against any other one-drop, this Rogue hand is actually playable and can start moving around. But again, I've been memeing a little bit on Trog and saying, you know what, just play minions. Well, sometimes you still get punished by it. And it is what it is at this point, right? It's one of those things where it's like, okay, fair enough. It's all chill, it's all good, but now, do you stay on the Rogue if you are a Dragon Ninja? Or would you prefer to move on to something else?
It depends how you feel, right? Like, if you feel like Rogue can get there, you just jam it again. If you're just, like, disgusted at the deck because of your last hand, you just play something new and try to freshen it up. Like, you know, obviously win rates and statistics come into play with all this stuff, but at a certain point, if you're just upset enough at a deck, you just don't play it. Even if it's, like, more favored. You're just like, I can't look at this class.
No free space, I won't play you into Control Warrior. It doesn't matter if I'm playing it into Face Hunter instead. No, won't happen.
Nope, absolutely not, yeah.
No, so obviously we have gotten the game confirmation. We'll be Rogue again, and also we will see Buck Nasty move on to the Druid, right? So one can never get enough Kazakhstan Druid, right, Les?
I love that deck. People hate that deck so much.
Blink twice. It's okay. You're allowed to blink twice.
Wide-eyed. It's great. No, it is. So I liked Luna's Pocket Galaxy, man. Like, I love this, like, cheese clown fiesta type games. Like, I mean, when they're the best deck in the meta, it's a little bit different, but, you know, it is what it is.
I played like 3 games before going to bed last night, and I just queued into 3 Kazakhstan Druids that all just like overgrowth into guffed me on like curve. 3 games in a row, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to bed. It was fun, enjoyable experience. And you look at his head with Buck Nasty and be like, well, it's actually it's not that good. And then you realize, well, 1 overgrowth and a Goth, and this hand is just beyond insane. So,
just comes together.
Because the thing is, like, like Malik goes into like all the spells from the treasure, right? So, and you're looking at the hand here for Dragon Ninja. Besides to not keep the Cutlass, sometimes you see people, you know, keep that just to make their hand easier to operate. Speaking of operates, SI7 Operative has come into the hand now. A minion that you'd probably like to see in the previous game if you were a Dragon Ninja, but now it's at your disposal, and you can attack and stealth and all the good stuff.
Innervate. This hand's getting there.
It is. Old school Innervate, not new, cooler Innervate in Lightning Bloom. But, yeah. I have played a lot of Lightning Blooms this standard year, not gonna lie.
It's a good card. Can't believe they reprinted it. Can't believe they printed it. Still.
Can't believe they reprinted it. Are you leaking the call set, Les?
No, I know. Imagine I just have some inside core set scoop. No, it's not. It might be in the core set. It might actually. I'm not going to get too nerdy about the upcoming core set because we're supposed to be talking about this game, but I could see a world where it's still in there. Interesting start here from Bognasty. Gonna try. I mean, the game plan's pretty clear, right? Get this Kazaku-san out as early as possible. I think we're all on board with that being the general game plan that's gonna happen here. Obviously, for Dragon Ninja, really just trying to mount enough of a board in time to make it relevant. Is this draw gonna be that? And at this point, not quite. You could Shadow Step this, though, to make this Informant a lot larger next turn if you wanted to. It depends on the gizmo you're going to get here.
Like a Null, which is a really good... Untitled Null is such a cool card to me. It's just like... Well, it's just so much value in that, and I tend to like value. Speaking of value, we are one turn away from Kazaku-san. Would you actually just like... yield out next turn, just like Lightning Bloom, innovate, and then just send it, or like
yes.
Do we need to hold off here?
Why would we hold off? We're not doing anything else.
Also, I would like to see this Powder Wall come down last turn if we're playing it now.
Yeah, me too.
So if we're playing a spell now, I'd play Moon Touch and say I don't really care too much about the armor. The armor is probably going to be recouped just by killing this 2/4, to be completely honest. That's my take on it, at least if you start doing the math that way around. So, also, minor thing we'll like to see Hero Power after. It obviously doesn't matter anymore, because we already have second damage. It's like one of those minor mechanical things, to be honest. But, now, SI7 Informant is going to come down as a 5/5.
What if we got something good off the mole? We didn't check the mole first. Okay, that's not good, but still. What if we got, I don't know.
I don't even know what a legendary does, to be honest. I'm just going to let you do you here for a second. But
this series, I'm excited to see Dragon Ninja's face here, because he's been reacting very bravely to everything coming so
far. And that was
far.
just me for 3 games straight last night, dude. Like, I can feel that right down my bones. Yeah. You know, like, this is just the feeling of frustration sometimes, okay? So, Ancient Reflections is not very good as a first pick. I would say that maybe Pure Cold. Oh, wait.
These are kind of bad. Probably Knife over Split, right?
Oh, yeah, Split is, Knife is also really good, I suppose. But
you have to stick a minion, but at this point, oof.
These are not great.
We've seen a lot of bad treasures today in general, like the.
Maybe just like lowered the quality just to balance.
At least we got a Noyo Horn.
Noyo Horn is actually so frustrating, man. It's actually unbelievable.
This isn't a bad turn though. You get to swing with the 5/5 and step it, and then assassinate.
Checking mole first. Improvements.
Yes. We get the swing first. Oh, we're stepping the mole.
Yeah, but you can't replay the Informant, right? If you want to.
Oh, true. You are correct.
Yeah, you want to assassin here, and that's going to be.
Well, no, right? The Informant costs 2, and then the assassin goes down to 3. So you could have.
Oh, you do math much better than I do.
Quick maths.
But no, because we want to get the second mole that we knew we were going to get. Okay?
Yeah. This
is why.
We needed the second mole. Yep.
There's multiple things here, right? Because you also get the stealth one, which will protect the 5/5. You attack and swing.
This is a dead draw. I think Dragon Ninja just gets there here, right?
Yeah, this should just be enough with the positioning for
Battleground Battlemaster.
It's not great. I mean, it's not bad because you can just swing it and trade it into the Panther, and you're still going to be maximum damage. It's just going to be lethal pretty much regardless, right? So it doesn't matter in that regard, but it's also one of those minor positioning things again. But if you are going to setting up that line of trades, like the good old-fashioned Direwolf Alpha trade train from back in the day, playing Sue, 80 Sues, right? But like, regularly now it's going to be going up to the 1 here. The Druid taking the loss on right now for Nasty. So that just means that we're just left with Dragon Ninja's Shaman, right? And that is going to be something of a sight to behold. Shaman going up against the Druid is a matchup where I feel like if you find a very high tempo opening as the Shaman, there's definitely a world where you just end up eventually just completely like being able to put enough chip damage to the fact that unless they have like literally solar eclipse into scenario boards like twice, you can just burn them out pretty much, right? So it's not an impossible matchup for Dragon Ninja in the first place, but also it's definitely not impossible for Bug Nasty to be like this and then move in and expect to be able to get into that game 5 as well, which I think is the big kicker, right? Again, these players are given that they're all right now. Again, they are playing for that spot in the grand finals where they are going to be fighting for their lion's share of the $2,000 prize pool, $1,000 for first, $500 for second. So quite a lot of scholarship money to help fund your education right now. Again, we're just waiting for everything to be fully ready, and obviously Bug Nasty to make that important decision, and that is going to be Bug Nasty going to be going for the Druid.
What I love about this series is we get to see the dichotomy of Hearthstone players, right? Like on the top in this series, you have Dragon Ninja who's just reacting to every single draw, like every single play, every single draw, and at the bottom you just have Bog Nasty who's like just a stoic, right? Like just absolutely just I'm gonna deal with whatever this game throws at me, and I'm gonna discover it analytically. So I love watching these two to play this series out, because it's just like you see Dragon Ninja with these reactions of what's going on, what are you doing, and then Bog Nasty's just mad chill, just I got this, don't worry about it, don't worry about a thing. It's just it's a funny series to watch.
You know what we also got right now?
What?
We got Game 4 coming.
Game 4.
Here it is. All you gotta do is ask sometimes, right? So let's talk about Mulligan phase here. Obviously, the Mulligan for Bug Nasty seems to be rather self-explanatory right now. So, like, what are you looking for as a Burn Shaman player in this matchup specifically?
That's a turn 1 guff. Sorry, I got distracted. You want early minions, right? You want early minions, early chip damage. You want Wild Paw Caverns if you had a Bloom with it. But at this point, it seems like to be a little bit too slow. You do have the Brucon for some late game stuff here. What is happening this game? My brain hurts now.
There's actually not like it's not necessarily just like Lightning Bloom and Double Lightning Bloom Gotha. That's not necessarily self-given, right? I think that's just waiting, holding on now, being able to maintain at least one Lightning Bloom is going to be a massive boon for Bug Nasty in terms of being able to get that additional acceleration for the Kazakhstan. So now I would Lightning Bloom, Coin, Guff.
Yep.
And then we just utilize our hero power in a calming turn at some point, because now we're also not full on mana locked. Yeah. Okay. Actually, rather damped expression from Dragon Ninja compared to some of the previous ones that we've seen. But
yeah, right.
got a Lightning Bloom of his own, but it's not going to be what is going to be played here. We're just going to be going for the wind chill, trying to slow things down a little bit. But the thing is that Goff right now, he is chilling in the sun, and he doesn't care about you wanting to chill. So, I mean, Bug Nasty here, it's just an easy Iron Bar going to the totem. There's nothing to think about here. Easy must
yeah, easiest Hearthstone turn. Yep, easiest Hearthstone turn I think I've ever seen. You just interesting. He goes for the mana instead. We're kidding. This was the
damn 2 mana left on an overloaded turn here. Goes for the mana instead of going for playing cards hand. I thought this was Uno, man. I thought we were emptying our hand. That was the name of the game. But I mean, the question here is, do you do it?
I mean, I want to do it. I mean, you could go like hero power first and then innervate Bloom Kazaku-san, but I just want to do it. Giving a long pause about doing it, but Bog Nasty seems to have determined that he's doing it.
It is Kazaku-san time.
Dragon Ninja is every one of us on ladder.
I mean, also, like, it's understandable, right? Because, like, it's first Lightning Bloom into God.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. That's almost reasonable, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, you see the second Lightning Bloom into the Kazakhstan, and you realize it was just the opening hand all along, right? Like, that is rough. think that if you are Dragon Ninja right now, you just gotta pack it up and start thinking about Game 5. Just mentally working on a reset, right? That's the big thing right now.
And also, especially with like Lightning Blue Mutinous in hand, right? You're like, I can eat this thing if it's any turn besides this one, right?
Yep.
So it's even more tilting.
Sometimes Druid is just too fast. And that is a lot of the time, to be completely honest, right?
Or if you just go Mutinous anyway, but a lot of the time there's no minions in the deck. This is pretty irrelevant though, this Vampiric Fangs.
Yeah, right, so that's the thing, right, whereas in terms of the fact you need to draw cards, but you also kind of need to give yourself more HP to work with. Granted that a good thing for Dragon Ninja, right, with Locusts being taken out of the pool now, and with Ragnaros being the primary type of burn spell, right, is that outside of Scale of Onyxia, which at this point in time I would not play around being there, it's very hard for the Druid to deal with these wider boards full of very like small irrelevant minions such as these totems.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of freezes that need to come down for this matchup to turn back into Dragon Ninja's favor. I mean, it's definitely possible, but it's going to be a long road back.
I mean, you start off with the Brukan. And that's well, because like, so you start with the Brukan now, then you just Macaw. I think Macaw here makes a lot of sense as a follow-up turn, right? That's going to be the way you're going to be going about it here. You can even put up the taunts just to make the board more durable, freeze the 9/11, and then you're just kind of fine.
Yep.
To a certain extent, right? So,
fine is incredibly relative, but you're alive.
I mean, like, to be honest, right? Okay, wait, I didn't realize. So that's Pure Cold and that's Embers of Ragnaros. That's actually an obscene amount of damage coming through. Interesting that.
You gotta start using it though. You kind of have to start using it though, because you're kind of at a point where you might die eventually if you don't start to deal some of this damage, right? So, like, if you go for Looming instead of Pure Cold here, this could get kind of awkward where you don't really have enough turns to do all the damage you need to do.
Innovate Onyxia instead. Innovate Scale. Yes, that's 6 attacks, which means you actually no. This lines up so horribly on this board.
It's not fun. 1, 2,
right,
3,
because you have
4.
to commit 4 attacks to killing off these, right, and then get the 3/4 wing. Killing the 3/4 here is the biggest thing though, because it means it forces Dragon Ninja to have either a ton of removal spells to dump into the Kazakus, or another, or like a wind chill, for example, to be generated, but that's not going to be the case here.
Needs to get 2 3s here.
You need this.
6 is okay.
That's just double fuck.
Uh-oh.
It just shows twice for some reason.
You just play another minion here and hope that... okay. Okay.
I mean,
20
can't come down until turn 10, right? So
yep.
That is so much damage.
So much healing too here. You get the Former here, plus the healing is one of the bigger factors here.
This is just pure gas. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, like neglecting the counterclock, as you're saying here with the armor, right? That is definitely also something that is really huge. The 13 damage burst is almost kind of redundant to a certain extent, right? Like, it's not like, okay, that's going to be the biggest thing or anything like that. It's obviously nice, but like just being able to put yourself out of any type of situation that would limit the burn or anything like that, right? That's just, you just don't want to get counter pushed or anything like that. So,
Viper's trade to start. You need to find the freeze. If you find the freeze, you can get there, right? But 34 is a lot.
Yeah, 34 is a lot.
34 is a lot.
Also, could just go about it with like lightning bolt, frostbite, something like that, right? Like, there's a world where. Okay.
Sure.
More of the disintegration doesn't care about this though. But if you clean off the We do clean up the Kazakhstan, that's a start, but...
Yep. The whole deck's gone already. Jeez.
Oh, Vampiric Fangs. We're talking about healing, right?
Yeah.
This is actually this has been such a gas Kazakhstan, actually, right? Like, you've had the Vampiric Fangs, then you had the Looming Presences to gain your armor.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very good Kazakhstan. I don't think there's any way out of this besides going really wide this turn, and maybe that gets you there.
Yeah, there was absolutely no way that this is going to be turned around here. Potentially for Dragon Ninja here, probably also the worst invocation for him to play for right now as well. I think it's safe to say. That's a sleep breaker, right?
Sure, it's good enough, right? Not good enough, but it's a body right now, and you're playing bodies right now.
It's a card draw. I think that's the big one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Spell power here means you cannot go for an honorable kill, which means that you have no way of neglecting the damage that's going to be pushed. And also we can see that this is kind of just going to be redundant. Obviously we know that that's going to be the double one of Disintegration, which means that this board is just no longer long for this world at any point in time. So, yeah, I mean, Dragon Ninja just kind of watched Bucknasty just draw the absolute stone cold nuts. I think that's the best way of describing what just happened on our screens, to be completely honest. And then just pray that this is going to be enough burn to somehow get you there, but obviously we can see that it is just not going to be, because like, actually, honestly though, there is a world where the second Pure Cold is the last type of burn, right? And then that's just going to be enough for you to get there at any point in time.
And you're like, oh, maybe I get there because he's out of burn, but then the last two cards are Embers, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. If Embers missed, you actually win this game.
I mean, generally speaking, I don't like Overdraft, but I like it even less right now. I mean, I quite like Overdraft as the Hearthstone card. I don't like Overdraft as the concept, right? But yeah, this would have been enough. The healing would have been enough had it not been for the Empress of Ragnaros. However, he's going to take 2 out of 3 fireballs. Yeah, Dragon Ninja realizes that this is not going to be fantastic here now. Very passionate, very emotional player in terms of just showcasing it, right? Really, you know, his reactions are just, I mean, we've all been there, right, as well. I think that's the big one to notice. Sure. Like, it's not like we haven't all experienced this, and like, whether we've done it on LAN, at tournaments, done it on ladder, we've just been sat there, right? But really, that's like catching those emotions. It just really gives to you how much these matches actually mean for these players, right? Because again, I'm not sure you would be reacting like this in a ladder game. That would be relatively inconsequential, but right now this is actually a match that guarantees you a $300 bump in pricing, and that's quite significant, one would say.
That's not nothing for sure. That is a at least week changing amount of money for sure.
Is that the new measurement? So like instead of life changing, we have then we go for like decade changing.
Year changing, month changing, week changing, day changing. And then
so if I gave you like $2, that would be like 30-minute changing.
I don't know, man. It's tough out here. It's tough out here. $2 might be day changing at this point.
I mean, you go into a store and $2, you grab yourself a can of your favorite soda, and everything is just good in the world, right? Like,
it can make your whole day better.
You might even be able to grab half a liter at that point.
Yeah, maybe.
I actually don't know. Can you grab a half a liter in America? Because your sizes are odd.
Yeah, it's ounces. You go into ounces. You get an 8 ounce. And, who knows?
Then there's a lot other things to consider. But the only thing we need to consider right now is Game 5 of this series here is going to be Shaman going up against the Demon Hunter here. So Les, give me the nitty-gritty of this matchup.
So this hand is looking much better for Dragon Ninja. These are the kind of things you want to see in this matchup. And then for Bognasty, it's very much cycling through this deck, dealing with the board enough, right? So you don't have to use all of your heal just based on the chip damage, and you can kind of stay healthy. But we've seen Burn Shaman just accumulate so much damage over the course of turns that it doesn't even really matter how much. Like 30 sometimes just not enough, right? Cards like Fellscreen Blast are definitely helpful, but it's, you know, we already have a Glide to the far left of this hand. This could be a very interesting game.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where Glide really will come into its own a lot of the times, right? Because the Shaman will be holding on to a lot of key pieces. They might be overloaded so they can't unload their hand, stuff like that. Which means that right now you might just snipe this Brukan. And the big thing for me, right, actually, this might sound really weird and really awkward, but shuffling the coin into the deck can actually just be super impactful. Because, like, drawing the coin, you're essentially not drawing a card. Unless you're drawing Innovate all the time. But, like, still, it's one of in a deck like Shaman here where you have a lot of very high impact draws. So then just, like, going into the coin, for example, would just be really awkward. Obviously, it's going to be coin Kevin, most likely, one would assume at least. But, like, let's say Dragon is like, okay, I'm just going to chill here, I'm going to take it slow, I'm just going to go for the maximum amount of damage right now, 7-round portal, you know. And then the coin just gets glided away, glowed away.
Lid
away. you wouldn't believe that I've taken
I think it's glided.
3 unit level.
This is a
English
crazy
consoles.
Hearthstone turn. This is wild. This is one of the best clears in the deck. The main source of healing in the deck, which I was talking about. And now Dragon Ninja able to come back with this coin Wildpaw Cavern, so that gliding the coin scenario is a lot less relevant. And Bognasty using one of the biggest healing cards in the deck on one healing, essentially, just to avoid that early chip damage. And we did talk about how relevant a lot of that chip damage is, but yeah, and I also feel like that would have been one of the best glide turns, because now you've drawn a bunch of cards and you're getting less. You're gliding away more of your cards in this scenario.
Yeah, the big thing here as well is that with the Fury only being rank 1, you're just going to be permanently frozen for the rest of the game now.
Essentially,
so, like,
yeah.
So your other major healing engine in the Adraki Warblades is completely neglected. And now Dragon Ninja can just see, you know what, I'm just going to completely start going in here. It doesn't matter if I overload. I'm just going to completely be able to shut down all of your angles of approach going on continues for the rest of the game here. Obviously, yes, Immolation Aura is a thing. But where's the Talented Arcanist right now? Because I don't see it, and without the Arcanist, there's going to be quite a tough board to get through and deal with. So, Bognasty now is going to be in a ton of pain, ton of issues.
Yeah.
He's staring down just 12 on board alone.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to get weird quickly for Bognasty. I actually think Dragon Ninja is threatening a very quick end to this game, and this glide is going to have to be very good for Bognasty.
Looking at Immolation Aura and Wellspring Blast and Talented Arcanist.
You need all of it. It needs to be like all of those things.
Yeah, that is literally what it needs to be, right? So Dragon Ninja here obviously going to be kind of upset about that. I think that is totally okay to be upset with.
Jace? Oof.
I mean, there's a world where the Jace... Well, not the Jace. The Curse was probably should have time needed next turn, right? But that is also a very unbelievable world to live in. I think outside of the overdraft, we're just going to be dealing 3. Or actually, yeah, no, it's going to be dealing 4, actually. 2 crystals and a small damage.
And you get to go multicaster afterwards, so it ends up being a really nice turn.
Yeah, this is...
3's not bad, though, right? Like, that's not bad at all. You have McCall for the follow-up to get more burn off the top, and essentially this needs to be cleared this turn, right? Kurt just needs to do
Immolation Aura.
all of the work.
And that is just gonna be it, right? With that, that's gonna put...
Is it it? Yep. Yeah, it is. I did not mean to cut you off. I apologize. This is going to put Dragon Ninja into the finals here. Dragon Ninja winning the Game 5 in this series, and it just ended up not happening here for Bognasty. Dragon Ninja just doing the math, counting it out, and has the lethal. Very well played series from both sides here, I think, though. Dragon Ninja getting very excited and animated, and again, the dichotomy of Hearthstone. Bognasty looking exactly the same as they had all series. Congratulations to both players on such a great run through this tournament. We'll see Dragon Ninja again here in the finals pretty soon.
Yeah, that was actually a very, very quick 5-game series, honestly, right? Like, I feel like these players were really quick in the way that they played. I think they're sometimes maybe a little bit too quick at times, right? Again, obviously, there has always been this kind of debate whether or not Casey would be a better player if he played more like Life Coach, right? Like, just take two extremes of the scale, right? You have Life Coach, very slow, very meticulous player back in the day, and you have Casey just coming in, zooming around, and just being like, I have 5 seconds to my turn, bang. That's like, you know, like that type of situation, right? And maybe there's a world where if Bog Nasty sits that, like, you know, brings it back, thinks a little bit more about it, maybe that's a world where that actually ends up meaning that that game is winnable from his perspective, right? Because obviously, committing that Fellscreen Blasted early on, I didn't necessarily have too much of a focus on his hand state, so it might have been a question of trying to clean up for some of the other cards. Even then, you had that glide to the left side of your hand that you could actually start playing towards. Again, obviously, the issue with glide, especially against this specific deck, right, is that if they get the cavern out before you can start gliding away, then you are just wasting an entire turn when they just get 2 3 falls for free, or sorry, should I say? So that is obviously an issue.
Yeah, but I mean, the Dragon Ninja able to keep that pressure on, and the grand finals are set now. We have Super Chicken from Carlton after the team kill in the semifinals, facing off against Dragon Ninja. Super Chicken going to try and represent Carlton, and hopefully for them see Carlton as our champion. But Dragon Ninja going to have a lot to say for Florida State, and we will be back very shortly with a lot of that. And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty excited for grand finals time. I'm going to get pretty animated, and we're going to make it happen. So we will be back very shortly with that grand finals.
Amidst the flames, we shall remain.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the NACE Starleague Collegiate Hearthstone Challenge. This has been a year-long circuit event. Hundreds of matches have been played throughout this year through 4 different circuit qualifiers. These players have fought hard through those circuit qualifiers, requiring multiple top 4s, top 8s, even wins in these circuit qualifiers to even qualify for this top 8 event. And the 2 players that we have are the last 2 standing in the entire country, actually the entire North American continent, right? Because I don't want to exclude Canada from this because of the Carleton representation here. Shout out to the Canadians up there, our brothers up north. We have Super Chicken from Carleton and Dragon Ninja from Florida State have both duked it out to get to this point, the grand finals in this tournament. A large scholarship is on the line for these players. We have Super Chicken bringing a very combo-oriented lineup with the Owl TK Warlock, the Kazaku-san Warrior, the Beast Druid, and the Burn Shaman. We have Dragon Ninja, who we just saw with the Beast Druid, the Burn Shaman, the Libram Paladin, and the Quest Rogue. These are going to be some really high-octane matchups. How are you feeling? I know I came in a little excited. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling fantastic, amazing. Listen, we have a final in the hand. It's going to be fantastic, and I'm going to turn down a little bit, right? But I absolutely know I am super excited here, just to see some great Hearthstone, right? And I also get potentially to see Beast Druid yet again, right? Again, a deck that I really vibe with, and there's not much more to add to that. But also the fact that I just vibe with, right? But I feel like the lineups here are super interesting to look at. I think we've seen solid play from both of the finals representatives here so far, moving in towards the final here. So what I'm interested to see, right, is that I didn't get to see any of the LTK Warlock on stream earlier. So I want to see some of that, because that deck is fun when you're not the one having to pilot it, right? Because like there's a lot of things you need to think about, a lot of things you need to be like there, okay, I need to get my Rune Mithril up, because then I can start setting off my combo here correctly and all these types of situations, right? You need to find a turn to kill off the owl, all these types of things you need to look at, but I'm really excited to see where this is going to be taking us. Obviously, again, a final here that will... Obviously, there's a lot of money on the line here, right? Because it's either $1,000 or $500. It's all in your power to figure out which part of the pie you're going to get, right? So, again, even being guaranteed 500, I think, at this point in time is obviously very solid, but you are just here now to play for the win. You're not here to be satisfied with second.
Yeah, you're definitely fighting for this grand prize of $1,000 scholarship. Like you said, you can maybe take a little bit of an exhale with the 500 in your pocket, right? You have that. You can work from there, but that double up essentially to get to this first place is going to be crucial, and we're going to see how they navigate under the pressure of this event. You'll be happy to know that we did see Super Chicken play some LTK Warlock on stream against their teammate in the semifinals, and I will say it was a very well played matchup. They were actually able to take out the Paladin that had that hero card on board. I forget the name escaped me unfortunately for a second there. The Lightforged Cariel. There you go. Able to
immovable object.
Yep, able to secure the OTK through that. So very, very strong showing from Super Chicken there. And I think we're going to see the same level of play. We just saw Dragon Ninja as well, and it's going to be a banger of a series. These players actually came out of the same group, right? So Dragon Ninja took the victory in the group, this Group B graphic that you're looking at right now. However, you will notice that these players did not play each other on the way there. So this is going to be the first time that these decks have matched up against each other. Rita, you're a Hearthstone guy. You know a little bit about Hearthstone. How do you think this series is going to go if you're looking at some of the decks that you see in front of you?
Well, that's a very good question, Les. I feel like Super Chicken is my favorite to take it. I think that is just because of like the play I saw, because like even going back to the first game of the day, right, where I had the honor of watching Super Chicken's gameplay, and I felt like he got incredibly hard done by in the matchup that he played against Taco Cat in that game number 2, I do believe, or it might have been game number 3, where they got incredibly hard done by that brawl back then, if I recall correctly. Right, it was a brawl on the Alec that was super big, super buffed. So like, it's literally any other minion that survives, he's just fine, right? And I think that he showed that by running it back against Taco Cat in the lower bracket finals 3-0. So obviously, again, Cat had a much better grip of how to go about it. Didn't get as quote unquote unlucky, one might add as well, right? So. Ton of things here. We also obviously still haven't gotten our bans in just yet. I might be wrong. Could be right. We'll see. Bans are not in play just yet. Right. Obviously, again, players are allowed to converse with people that they feel like talking to about these decks as long as the series hasn't started. So obviously, again, figuring out what to ban is going to be a really, really important thing to look at, because the ban is pretty much the only control really you have in Conquest, right? And this is not me meaning about whether or not pick order matters or anything like that, but the only matchup you can control is the one you don't want to go up against, whereas some other formats you can more or less control your matches because you know what your opponent will be playing. And that's not the case here, right? So again, the ban is incredibly important because it also really speaks volumes about how your lineup has been constructed to reach this point.
Yeah, we've definitely seen success out of lineups that do things. I coach a Hearthstone team as well, and a lot of the times when we look over our lineups, I say, what are we doing? What's our plan? What are we banning? What do we beat? And I think some of the lineups that we've seen here throughout this tournament had really, really good game plans. There were some that were a little bit trying to do a little bit too much, but you see that at the collegiate level sometimes where some of these players, I have a team that's really good on 4 decks. So guess what decks we're bringing? Those 4 decks and nothing else.
That sounds like a very good Conquest team, to be fair. That sounds like your ideal Conquest team. All right, guys. Here's the 4 best decks in Standard right now. I have already made sure there's no class overlap for you, so just play these 4 decks for the rest of the month, and then we'll reconvene next time around, and then you'll have your setup for your tournament lineup, because we're playing Conquest, right? I mean, that is Conquest in a nutshell, very, very on the nose, right? This is not how Conquest actually is or anything like that. It's just kind of like what Conquest sometimes can be boiled down to.
Yeah, I mean, they were the easiest team I've ever coached in my life. Hey guys, what are we playing this week? Same 4 decks we always play? Sounds good. Because a lot of the other decks in the meta, I mean, we could have spent the whole week, the whole month just training them on those decks, but their efficiency on those 4 decks just showed. And I think that's what we saw in the semifinal with Bognasty as well. Bognasty bringing Face Hunter, which is a deck that was a bit not highly represented in this tournament for maybe for good reason, but it's just a deck that Bognasty, that's his deck. That's what they like to play, and that's what you can see a lot of success. And I mean, top 4 in the country at this point is a heck of a showing. So nothing to be taken away from that at all. But these decks seem to be crafted for success. These lineups seem to be doing things. The question is, how are they going to do against each other, right? And I think that's the question that we're going to be answered here shortly as soon as these bans come through. I don't have the matchup spread in front of me. I probably should, but I mean, I think if you're Dragon Ninja, you might be in a rush to get rid of this Warrior potentially. Maybe even just a Druid ban. Handshake Druid. I mean, there's been a couple Handshake Druid metas in back in the Jade Druid days. Everyone would just handshake off away the Druid and just all right, we'll just play the other decks.
Alright, so I told a story about how I just coined bonds to everyone at a DreamHack once when I was casting with Mayan earlier. I remember this was DreamHack Winter 2017. I was playing, that was my only international LAN, quote unquote, that I competed at, and for Hearthstone specifically. I've done some other card games. But I remember just turning up there, and this was in a meta where Jade Druid wasn't as prominent. And every single French player just brought Jade Druid. And guess what I hit? My initial rounds up this west was alright, I get the issue here. It's the only deck my lineup doesn't do anything against. No one's playing Jade Druid except the entirety of the French population, because I queued into I can't remember, I think it was Talk I queued into later on that same tournament, and he also had Jade Druid. I was it was only the French players that brought it to that event. It's okay, so I just got unlucky to a certain extent, right? But obviously we have the bans on screen right now. There's going to be no Handshake Druid. So that is obviously amazing. So we're going to be seeing Druid and Shaman overlap from both of our players. Obviously, separate archetypes for the Druids. Worth noting here, right, that we do know that Dragon Ninja is on the very fun, and for me at least, very fun and enjoyable Beast Druid. And also Super Chicken, I assume, Wait, no, there's actually no difference. This is the same
Double Beast
archetype.
Druid. Yep.
Yeah, that's actually true. I just like look at
Double
it, I
Beast
was
Druid.
assuming there's like, you know what, it's just gonna be just like that. You know, I actually also casted Chicken earlier, but I do believe it was banned then, so I didn't see it.
Yeah.
There was some stuff going on there at least, right? So, again, other interesting things to note here. Dragon Ninja has the Mutinous attack in their Shaman. That is not the case for Super Chicken. Gone for a more traditional, more just, you know, non-compromised version, quote unquote, you want to say it like that. Doesn't really worry too much about Kazakhstan to farm that with the Mutinous, etc. So that might just be a leg up, quote unquote, the drag for Super Chicken, because he's going to be having more consistent draws. We won't be stuck with a Mutinous that will end up doing nothing, quote unquote, potentially. And we always spend time talking about the LTK Warlock, and we've also spent time talking about the Quest Rogue, right? That was going to be Dragon Ninja's final deck.
It seems like, I mean, we talked about how Conquest Q order doesn't matter, but I'm actually very interested to see what the first matchup is, right? Getting a leg up in that series is very important, and I actually think, you know, Conquest Q order, as much as a meme as it is, it's nice to get ahead, right? It's nice to get the first win in the series and mentally wrap your head around what's going to happen the rest of the series. So I'm interested to see what these players play first, what's going to happen. I think we have it in now that Super Chicken might be playing Warlock first. So you might be seeing that OWL Warlock right away. And that might speak to the comfort that Super Chicken has on the deck, right? Just like this, if you put in hundreds and hundreds of games on a deck, you can beat anything with it. And you know, if you're able to play it at that level. So I'm excited to see what happens when this deck gets queued up and Super Chicken is able to pilot it at the best of their ability.
Yeah, right.
Dragon.
Interesting.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, you go ahead.
Go ahead.
I didn't. No.
You go ahead.
No. I'm gonna. Fine. I give up. All right. Dragon Ninja. Dragon Ninja. How do you feel about Quest Rogue? Right. I think it's a deck that only Dragon Ninja brought to this tournament. It's one that got the win, but obviously struggled against some of the more board-centric decks, and we do have, you know, Burn Shaman that gets on board early. We have, you know, a Beast Druid that lives on the board, right? So some of these could be a bit of an issue if the board starts to get lost a little bit for this Quest Rogue. So I'm very interested to see how this series goes. We did see Dragon Ninja queue up Druid first last series, and it seems like they are gonna potentially do it again, but actually Dragon Ninja going with the Shaman this time around. So we're going to see Burn Shaman versus OWL Lock, which is in my opinion, very close matchup, right? Who can get going first?
It's a fun matchup for sure. It's a fun matchup for sure because it's a lot about the clock. Kind of. A lot of things are about the clock for you and I.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But this is not not that type of clock, right? But like, it's one of those things where you're going to looking into it, being like, okay, this is fair, this is all good now, but like, they're just you know, draws, and I think that also worth noting here. There's no like Rostrut Viper tech or like, actually there is the Rostrut Viper tech, and that actually might be the deciding factor here, because if you can lock down that first Ruined Mythorod, especially now that it's been brought up to 5 mana, been nerfed twice.
Jeez, yeah.
It's so insane, right? It's like, okay, this card started out at 3 mana, then we moved to the 4 mana, people still played it, it was still strong. Oh, okay, never mind, 5 mana, people still play it, right? Like, it's just insane to a certain extent, right? That is still just like one of those super, super playable and powerful cards, but like, being able to shut that down, because it's much, much harder for the Warlock player to be like, okay, I'm just going to start with my Ruined Mythorod, then I'm going to get my organic draw on the following turn, then I'm going to backfire and get my reductions. That is no longer as natural of a play pattern, and that's going to give a lot more time for someone who's going to be playing on a different deck to find a Rostrut Viper. But we are going to be moving into the game 1 here of our finals. The players are already ready to go? No?
Seems like we're just trying to get in and make sure we're spectating everything the right way, but spoiler alert, there is a Hearthstone game going on. We're going to get to it very, very soon.
That's actually impressive, man. Like, imagine if we just like casually had like an Overwatch 1v1 going on here. What do you think Dragon Ninja's Overwatch main would be?
Dragon Ninja's Overwatch main? Ooh, yeah. Junkrat.
Super Chicken?
Super Chicken? Super Chicken plays May, for sure.
Okay, so Junkrat just wins that 1v1.
Potentially. Depends how skilled the May is.
that depends on like everything.
I'm not an expert in Overwatch. I'm almost somewhat kind of a little bit an expert in Hearthstone, so that's what I'll talk about instead. This series starting out, I think, pretty nicely for Super Chicken. I see no chip damage being taken on the LTK lock. Super Chicken nice enough to join us on camera for this grand final, so we're going to have both players' reactions, and I'm interested to see how that looks in this series. An early...
Yeah, look at this hand, though, in terms of reductions. Right, like you're looking at Phylactery already, you're looking at Grimoire, like double Grimoire, potentially can be something you need to do at some point, right? Obviously, would like to see a Tamsin, etc., but getting that Phylactery potentially double reduced here could end up being pretty critical.
And the Grimoire coming out to clear things up. Yeah, just keep the board clean, stay away from the chip damage. I definitely like it. Multicaster could be pretty relevant at some point pretty soon.
So, literally only Arcane, because Kevin's doesn't have a spell school. Could you imagine if they gave, like, Kevin a spell school, how broken that would be for, like, multicaster purposes?
I mean, thematically, it's Frost, right?
Yeah, and, like, if you don't play Wind Chill, stuff like that, sometimes you just don't have it, and it's just, like, really broken. But again, like, just getting a draw out here, just starting the cycle, right, I think is super important. You gotta get to that Rustshot Viper if you can, even so just to block out that second trigger, because the first one obviously is guaranteed now. Has hit the Owl as well, which obviously is not always that you're playing the Owl on the turn that you're comboing, but just getting that Owl up for cheaper. Even gets the second Rumifera just to start getting those reductions really free-flowing, and obviously you don't want to reduce the Phylactery down below 1 mana, because then it doesn't get replicated by the Tamsin. So that's actually a fun thing to balance at times, right? Like, I feel like, at least. At least we have very limited experience on the deck. Obviously, double Rumifera is great. You even see him considering just playing the Ruin Mifferot here, just giving up a trigger, just because of the fact that there is nothing else to do with the mana, really, outside of playing a 1/1 that gives you free hero power. You can just do this anytime.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, 0 mana Tams isn't the worst thing in the world, to be honest. You can still secure the lethal without it.
You're talking about this, like, avoiding the chip damage, right? I would like to point out the amount of resources that Super Chicken has committed right now to clean this board stable, right? We're talking double Grimoire, we're talking School Spirits. So, like, it's 1 School Spirits left to be able to kill off your Wicked Shipment Imps when time comes. And just Tempo Owl. And also, like, now with those gone, it's going to be harder for him to just kill off the Owl if it just gets frozen continuously. But it seems like Dragon Ninja is just going to do its job. Just kill it off now, so you're going to do 6 and 2 here, I would assume, right? So,
why would you kill it off?
Lightning. I mean, but I already traded them as well, right? Because you just put the Tauntaun away. I think, like, again, like, I disagree with the fact of killing the Owl, right? Like, I disagree with that sentiment to a certain extent.
Sure.
It's not...
Burn hero power picked up is crucial here for Dragon Ninja. It puts the clock even further onto Super Chicken in a matchup where they are, I mean, honestly, probably a little bit behind here in terms of securing this victory. Have to find the other Wicked Shipment as well at this point. Armor Vendor is going to be a valiant attempt, but the burn is adding up here.
You start looking at it, right? You have, what, 1 Frostbite, 1 Lightning Bolt, 1 Summon Shrine Portal, plus the hero power, so that's 9 from hand, plus 6, that's 15, plus the 3 and 4, that leaves... Switching at an effective 2, obviously, the Elementor will come in and block that, but, again, this type of damage that's going to be produced here is just going to be insane, and with the Brilliant Macaw here, this could be... Old Macaw, actually, if these get some Fire Invocation, this could just straight up be lethal with the amount of leftover mana afterwards, right? Obviously, again, whiffs on the first one. Second one could still produce just a singular Invocation. Looking at the reaction, seems like it didn't, or am I missing something? It produces one invocation here, that's fine. And obviously you can hold back with the lightning bolt here, because obviously it's not really front-loading the mana, because obviously the overload will backload the mana for you, so it doesn't really matter when you do it. And now the question beckons, is there a world where Super Chicken gets out of here? Has the School Spirits, but that lobby isn't going to kill off this board. Backfires at will.
You have to go School Spirits here, and then I don't think you have a really great way to clear anything up, right?
Nope. I think that is just going to be it. Regardless, here has a lot of healing obviously coming through with Nafrasim and Drain Soul goes to 15. School Spirits are cleaning up the board. Even leaves up the Moag Artificer. That's not really going to matter, I think, at the end of the day here, so...
This is very unique here, where the Super Chicken has already used every way to clear up these 1/1s, unless the Hysteria can do it. Or maybe the Tamsin.
Hysteria could technically do it, actually, right? Like, Hysteria onto a relatively big minion would do it. Okay, that's a snipe. Gets out the way. There's a singular big minion right now being produced here. Whips in the hero power again, but now there's a minion here that produced, like, just threatens 12 damage by itself. So now, Tamsin gonna come down, and that's not gonna be enough. You're talking about how this might be the out, but obviously, gotta get that continuous cycle going here. Gotta ensure you no longer take 2 damage whenever you are cycling, because that would be horrible.
Is Shaman lethal?
No. That's a very good question, actually. Depends which shipment it is, right? Because only one of them has been traded off, and there's only gonna be one phylactery as well. Worth noting. And that was just a 2 imp shipment, so... Well, actually, I might as well upgrade by 2. Phylactery. Then Hysteria onto 12-5. I mean, it's a good start, right? To a certain extent. Obviously, you would like to see a more juicy HP total, but it is meaning that it's going to be quite tough to deal this, kill this board off for Dragon Ninja. And leaves him at an effective 10. Drain Soul is going to be another 8 next turn.
I think he gets there here on the side of Super Chicken, because I don't see how Dragon Ninja needs to either kill Super Chicken or go wide enough and freeze the board to where... I mean,
Snowfall Guardian is a great option to start off this off with, right? So you Snowfall, then you probably Invocation yourself here, right? With 2 leftover mana, which means that you actually don't really have a whole lot you can do outside of, like, Frostbites. And Frostbite is not really gonna help you dissect this either. I feel like you need this hero power. Unless you're saying that it doesn't matter, there's only one, as long as none of these will die, you don't need the hero power. You just want to produce a stronger counterboard, which I can kind of see, right? And also, putting extra minions in play will kind of offset the hero power. It's going to be the same mana gain to a certain extent, right? Putting more bodies in the way of this. So I can see this Novice Sapper going into Service Portal kind of working out. It's going to be going with the Lightning Bolt instead, it seems. So I like the additional body more so than I like this approach, I think.
Yeah, I think I like this a little bit more. I like the additional body a little bit more as well. Also, the flexibility of a Lightning Bolt just feels a little bit better than the Serpent Shrine in this scenario. But with that said, it might not matter, as this Drain Soul is going to be really, really nice as well to clear off a lot of these minions in order to potentially end the game here. And Super Chicken just getting themselves out of range as well, just healing up to infinity at this point.
Yeah, it's approaching fatigue, but right? But again, we'll be able to kill off multiple minions here with the Drain Soul to kill off 2 of his own minions. Goes with the guaranteed damage removal here with the Novice Sapper, and this is
lethal, right?
It's just guaranteed lethal, right? There it is.
Yep.
That should just be lethal, guaranteed at the end of the day here. And Dragon Ninja now is going to be faced with the sad reality for him, right? That he's going to be down after game 1 in this series to the final here, right? But Super Chicken going to be off to a fantastic start here. And LTK Warlock just got there.
Yeah. Super
Also,
Chicken
great
is
name. LTK
Super
Warlock.
Chicken is good at Hearthstone. I'm starting to realize. I'm starting to take a quick look at this and realize that Super Chicken might be pretty good at Hearthstone.
Sorry, Les. I'm just acting as an agent here. Les, just just like Les is like, okay, I need to recruit this.
That's no.
He's just doing the scouting work.
No. This is not a scouting event. Super Chicken is killing it up at Carleton. I mean, honestly, but very, very, very good at Hearthstone. And honestly, a big testament to that is that Dragon Ninja is also very good at Hearthstone, right? And Super Chicken just got there this game in a matchup where me and you were looking at this and being like, how do you kill these off, right? Just constant cool under pressure, mapping it out, ways to kill these things off. Like, that game was solved essentially, and I don't think me or you ever really got there, right? Like, it was a solvable game, and Super Chicken able to pilot it the way that they did was really, really impressive to me. And we're actually going to get to see Super Chicken move on to the Shaman. So we're going to see Super Chicken start to pilot that Burn Shaman instead.
Yes, that is going to be fantastic here, right? So Shaman is looking at a potential Shaman mirror even.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's going to be the case, what is the what's the important factors to look out for in the Burn Shaman mirror? Do you want to be on the coin so you can get that quicker cavern? Do you want to go first? What's the name of the game here, Bill? Like, take me through like how the early game approach is going to be.
Yeah, I think if you can get the early cavern, you take it, right? And I might just be saying the most obvious thing in the world in that scenario, but if you can get that early cavern, get on board early, and assert that chip damage, you just walk away with the match there in that mirror. We saw it in Game 5 of the last series when Dragon Ninja was able to get those early cavern on board. It's super beneficial. Turn 1 cavern just shuts games down, right? So obviously being on coin helps with that. So I would much rather be on coin in this matchup. A lot of the time your 1-drops, you're holding them for burn anyway. You only really have the novice sappers. So those sleep breakers, they're coming down on 2 anyway. So why, like, right? Are you really being that proactive in this scenario? So I would much rather be on coin. But that's my personal take on it, and yeah, it just comes down to getting on board. If you can win the board and your opponent has to use burn reactively, you can use yours proactively and win the game, right?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like being the person with the upper hand is huge. I think that is just the big thing in general. Obviously, we're still waiting for confirmation for what the exact matchup will be. We're just talking about the hypotheticals here. This reminds me, there's this great clip of a guy at a Liverpool game where he's like, I don't speak in ifs, if so, and maybes.
I don't do if, buts, and maybes, lads. I do absolutes. Yeah.
I'm serious.
It's
such a good clip. Like that's like we are doing everything but speaking facts right now. We are doing the exact opposite, right? But we are going to be going into game number 2 here very briefly. But no, that clip it's legendary. It's
don't do if, buts, and maybes, lad.
It's so good. It's actually insane. We are going to be seeing the Shaman mirror, so maybe we were speaking about that. Maybe we were speaking.
It was an absolute. It was an absolute, lad. Let me put my Liverpool accent away before I'm not invited to hang out with our friends anymore.
No, I mean we did see a lot of us going here. Okay, we see double cavern hand for Dragon Ninja, and I feel like you see 1 cavern and you're happy, seeing 2 and you're kind of like,
yeah,
right. But
less caverns now, please.
Being the person with the first cavern is so big because like
we're
going to be using the real Hearthstone terms here, but your spawns being able to lose the summoning sickness first is actually so big. It's not even funny. But what Super Chicken has been able to do here, right, is being able to produce the free fall here now, just going to be able to test it. However, if that's going to be the case, right, Super Chicken will be giving up any mana for Wild Kevin himself, right? So even if a train were to come out here, that would be beneficial for Dragon Ninja. And now Dragon Ninja needs to find a way to deal with 2 separate free falls.
Well, Novice Zapper Serpent Shrine is certainly a way to do so if chosen, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Also go
but I
Novice
feel like
Zapper,
just the
Lightning
wind chill
Bolt.
here is fine. Like, I really like wind. Oh, no, I don't. You see, like, this is actually a play you could just commit, just wait, right? So,
yeah.
Hear me out for a second. If this is the line you want to go for, just wait until the wild pour itself has fully concluded, right? You're not under any pressure right now. You have full board control. You can take these traits. This is a play where if the exact same things happens to the opposite side of the board, you're going to be in massive trouble because you're down a really, really, really big type of investment. Obviously, we're going to see Switching having to be way less efficient about going about this, but still, this could have been a pretty big deal had this come to fruition the other way around. So, obviously, Dragon will just be able to put down a minion on board here, but I feel like this is almost advanced Super Chicken, which feels really weird to say, right? But having given up a landslide without really accomplishing anything with it is actually a pretty big deal, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is certainly a big deal here. We're seeing identical starts, right, from these decks. Double Serpent Shrine in hand for Super Chicken. McCall's going to come out and gain another Wind Chill, if I remember correctly. Oh, no, it's it's Viper.
That might just be one of those oversights where, like, wait, Viper is a Battle Prime minion, right? That is pretty unfortunate, considering the fact that this is actually just like one of the most impactful minions in the deck in general, because this could be Windfall Guardian chaining. And speaking of chaining, Dragon Ninja has just been able to chain together these Wildpaw Caverns, and that's just going to be a really, really solid amount of pressure coming through for Dragon Ninja. And we can see right now what this forces Super Chicken to do is just start that aggressive phase plan instead. But it's worth noting, Super Chicken committed a lot, and I mean a lot of burn to minions on the previous turn here. We'll be able to shut some of it down here now with Frostbite in combination with the Service Shrine Portal. I would have liked to see this go another way around, would I? now all the porcupine just goes onto the humongous Razor Leaf, right? Nope, they did not.
What is that 1/5?
I actually have no idea.
Is this a new card? I have no idea what this 1/5 does.
Well, I guess we'll see now. It's a Frenzy minion that draws a card. Okay.
Frenzy draw a card?
Actually not bad, right? Also managed to
draw
find
2 cards?
Multicaster. Yeah, maybe.
Interesting. Is this just me not knowing the card? Is it in the, like, I don't know what that card is.
We don't play enough Arena, I think that's the issue, Lars.
Yeah. Let me see. It is Whelp Bonker. Frenzy and Honorable Kill, draw a card. Huh.
Oh, it's true, actually. Yeah, now I remember the name.
Oh, it's in the mini set.
Hilarious.
It's in the mini set.
Yeah, it's a new card, right? But the name is hilarious. I remember, like, the name was hilarious. The art is actually really good. You can't really see the art too much because it's frozen. It's on the minion art on board, right? But if this hits the would you rather have this hit the Guardian or the Multicaster?
I think Guardian's probably a little bit better here, but Multicaster's still pretty darn good. You're still pretty happy with this. Guardian's problematic for you though, right? Your board gets frozen. You don't have anything on the backswing right now.
Yeah, it's all, but the additional like resources from the Multicaster would also just be huge, right? Dragon again probably realizing that he's in a bit of a situation here. Primordial Studies could be a way out, but
Vash.
Lady Vash is more like Lady Washed right now. It's not really going to be able to help you, and again, there hasn't even totem for the potential of a Taunt Totem. So that is just going to be the game.
You just go for Taunt Totem, right? Yeah.
This is going to be game over here. And that's going to be Super Chicken now. Moving on to 2-0 in the series here. Despite the minor mishap, if you want to call it that, with the Rhythm McCall, right? That was potentially looking semi-scary to a certain extent, right? Okay, this is a long grinding match, but can be, and just wasted one of the most valuable resources because it wasn't really, too focused on the fact that, yes, Rustshot Viper has a battle cry that goes through, even if it does nothing, right? It's not the last battle cry that triggers the fact or whatever, right? So, That's going to be interesting. Now, obviously, now we know that we are going to be seeing this Druid for potentially 3 games in a row coming out from our good friend Super Chicken here. Again, must be feeling quite comfortable right now, right? Again, I'm looking at this, be like, hey, I have Beast Druid into Rogue, and I'm like, okay, cool. I have a Mirror, okay. You know, okay, maybe not. Maybe the Shaman matchup is not necessarily the best one potentially like for us, right? But again, it's definitely a doable position to be in right now.
It's not the worst matchup, right? If you can get ahead on board, it is tough to come back. Dragon Ninja only really running that double landslide package to come back on board in a wide variety. Obviously, can deal with 1 minute at a time with your spells, but then you're using burn. So, you know, clearing, you know, if Beast Druid can get out early, like a Trog, right? A buff Trog, or 2 Trogs, or any other minion, right? It can be kind of difficult for the Shaman to really keep up, especially if Shaman misses, right? If Shaman comes in and goes like, I don't know, Brucon, Multicaster, McCall, or something like that in the opener, right? It can get really hairy, whereas I think Druid just has a lot more good openings to take away and get this victory here. So while I do agree that it's probably the most precarious matchup of the 3, I still think it's a definitely winnable one, especially with someone playing at the level that Super Chicken's been playing. We had a long conversation about the, you know, win rates versus actual outcomes, right? And I think people put a lot of weight onto a 52% win rate. They're like, "Oh, I just win, dude." It's like, no, you win.
What do you mean? I played this matchup 100 times in my mind, and I saw 52 scenarios where I win. So I'm just gonna get one of those 52 scenarios, you know?
Yeah, everyone's like, "Oh, I'm favored. I just win." It's like you still know you lose 48 times out of 100, right? Like that's still a scenario that happens. So yeah.
What do you mean? 48 out of 100 doesn't? They just don't happen. They just don't exist. Speaking of not existing, here are faces, because we are going to be going into game number 3, and it's going to be the Shaman run back from Dragon Ninja here, and an interesting hand for Super Chicken. I would assume that Soda Soils will be mollied away. Only Nature Study is being kept around here. Obviously, this is not the matchup where Wing Commander really is going to come in and you know, swoop you off your feet, if you know what I'm talking about, right? Again, just like comes in swinging, you know, but nah. And honestly, though, Iron Deep Trog, not the best of minions in this matchup. Obviously, still will force a minor gameplay change coming through, but it's definitely a matchup where the Shaman can actually just let these be duplicated for a while solidly without really having to care too much about it because of the fact that they just have Landslide.
Yep. Also have Serpent Shine Portal to clean it up as well if it gets too out of hand and buffed early.
Double the Trog, double the fun. Is that the name of the game right now?
Feels like it certainly could be. You get to go Trog.
Another infestation.
Buff is really good, and then you trade off the 2/1 into the 1/1 or something like that. You actually protect against Serpent Shine as well.
Doesn't care.
Never mind.
And I actually think this is a very valid point you're bringing up here, right? Is that the 1/1 token actually provides a lot of trading scenarios that you might not normally think about, right? Because now you're...
Whoa!
That's a banger one, to be fair, right? Is it Fishin or Mushin or whatever? Like
Mischiffin. It's Mischiffin.
Mischiffin, that's true, right? It's not a card that you want to play in your deck, but seeing it come off something like Serpent Shrine, you are really happy, to be completely honest, right? Because it's just super impactful. At the end of the day here, I really like Mini-Mage.
I think I really like Novice Zapper right now. I think it's a
so it's
clear on a stick for the Landslide.
So Novice Zapper would be Landslide, right? So this actually accomplishes the same thing to a certain extent, right? Where it's like this Zapper would just have been the same thing for Landslide specifically, but the thing is that Druid has no way of interacting with this Mini-Mage. So you can just keep the stealth for how long you feel like it needs to be stealth for. And that is just fine, whereas the Zapper, you obviously would tend to take the card you're running in your deck, but I think this is a situation where you had the mana, you were not under any specific pressure or anything like that, so I think this is just fine here. Nice cycling with the Moonlit Guidances, just find another Arbor up here, so I just wants to start producing a wider board, but it also just needs to address the fact that you are currently being beaten on it. But this is not a strong or fantastic situation by any stretch of the imagination here. It's going to keep these 2/2 stealth for now.
Yep.
which I am totally on board with. Again, you have the Arbor up. They are not quite shades of Nax Rammus, even though I mean I miss Shade of Nax so much sometimes. I just like envisioned like kennels as like just spawning Shades of Nax instead. Could you imagine that actually?
This turn gets pretty interesting. You could go for the Arbor up, but I think the Moonlit's just a little bit bigger here. You get to go Cub, Saber, and then maybe buff everything. You are playing into the Landslide a bit, though, in that scenario. But what are you going to do? You're going to lose to it at some point, right?
I like pushing the guaranteed damage here with the Soul Assault, actually. Instead, then you have the reload coming through, because you reload on the following turn will involve Arbor up. Obviously, you could wait another turn, even depending on your draws, and start working out this way. I mean, this is just Landslide, right? You don't care about the second part of it, even. You have the spell power for a specific reason as well, right? Is there anything that wants us to go Serpent Shrine first? Okay. I mean, Dragon is just playing like an entire expansion right now. Just gets the primes every time, dude. Just start stacking primes. So, who even wants to play Invite Rustwicks, okay? It's like, you don't care about Invite Rustwicks, you just play Serpent Shrine portals and stuff. Just get the base ones at the primes. I'll also attack with the Mini-Mage here, I think. If your opponent is willing to spend a hero power, I think that you would be more than happy to push 3 damage and 6 damage in total, right? But now you're down a Landslide, and now there are this incredibly strong turn looking your way. However, obviously with the taunts and stuff like that, these minions aren't necessarily super scary. It's more so the fact that you can't guarantee you're able to deal with the inside of the board, and I say that. Windfall Guardian into Brukan is a pretty good way of approaching this situation, though. Oh my goodness gracious. Composting here actually might be what keeps in the game. And actually very good recognition here in not going for Arbor, I'd say, to a certain extent, right? Like, knows this board is most likely going to be get dealt with. Just going to go for the recycled aspect of the board, one would assume, but, well... Have you heard about second Windfall Guardian?
I heard that it's even bigger than the first.
How about the third one? Coming through in just a minute.
Second verse, same as the first.
No, don't Siegebreaker.
Yeah, Sleepbreaker would be problematic.
Sleepbreaker, yeah, not Siegebreaker. That would be different. Don't Sleepbreaker. That would be... not ideal, I'd assume here. I mean, to be fair, like front load the Frostbite here also makes sense in a world where you feel like you're forced to go for Brukan.
I mean, you just have to Arbor up, right?
You have to.
Or you just concede. That's one way to do it as well.
I mean, conceding here I think is fine. To a certain extent, right? Like, you know you're not going to be winning this game from this point on, and this matchup just tends to come down to this, where it's like, this Druid version can't do anything without the board. You know what? If there's one thing Burn Shaman does incredibly well, it is locking out your board continuously and meticulously. Just going to be doing this over and over and over again, and then the one big thing might just be Wind Chill for a second, right? Like, it is so easy for Shaman to keep that under control.
Yeah, it was definitely something that makes that matchup really, really difficult. I talked a lot about ways that Druid can win that matchup, and I didn't really talk about ways that Druid can lose that matchup. And if I had, I'm sure in my wisdom I would have said that freezing it is a way that they lose. We can just assume that I said that.
Yeah, you can just be smart about it, I guess. I definitely did call that out. The smartest man in the world.
No one's going to check the VOD. I've never been wrong, per se, right? You know?
You speak a lot of if some and maybes right now. That's not so much.
I'll save you all the accent again. I won't do it again.
No, okay. So let's talk about this for a second, right? Obviously, we know what switching will be bringing to the table. It's going to be running it back with the Druid. So if you are Dragon right now, do you go for the Rogue matchup or do you go for the Mirror? Like, where do you feel like you're going to be looking at your best right now in the series?
Yeah, I think maybe in one of the circuit qualifiers, you got to play your most favorable matchup. But I think now, just whatever you feel like playing, whatever makes you feel better, right? It sounds very corny, but it doesn't matter what you play. You got to beat Druid either way. So just play whatever you want first, right? If you want the mirror, fine. If you want the rogue matchup and then the 50-50, great, right? You're going to have to take the coin flip on the 50-50 either way, right? So it doesn't really matter. Whatever Dragon Dragon Ninja feels so inclined to be playing. But
it's a comfort thing, right? Like it's also just like what do I feel is my best way of going about it? Because if you win one, you have to win double as well, right? It's not like okay, I can just I don't care. Like one of them is not going to impact the series. Well, it is going to have an impact regardless. So I would actually just play whatever you're the most comfortable right now. Right now would be my idea, right? Because if it's a 3-1 or a 3-2, it's not going to change anything. You're not playing for tiebreakers or anything like that either, right? Like you are literally just playing for this series and nothing but this series. So just do whatever makes you happy. I mean, that's just great life advice, right? Just like do whatever makes you feel happy.
Yeah,
that would be the ideal way of going about it. One would assume, right? But we are just waiting for these type of decisions to be made because it's, as much as we are joking about it right now, this is not a decision to be taken lightly at all.
Yeah.
Definitely, right? It's definitely not a decision to be taken lightly, and especially not when you have one of the matches being a mirror. I think you are very often you are sat there thinking about what will actually be the case here. But we are going to be seeing said mirror actually, so that's going to be super interesting to look out for here. And I mean, both players have one drop. That is about as far as my analysis will go right now, because that is the first thing you check for when you start the game.
Yeah, for sure. Extreme expert analysis of this Druid matchup. Do I have one drop? Yes.
If no, toss hand. If yes, keep it.
Well, this is a matchup where Mulverick is pretty relevant, huh?
Yep, actually, it's an absolutely insane one, because the thing is you can just like continuously just clean these boards out over and over and over again. And Dragon Ninja does not have that luxury, because
that's
he
2
is
trogs
playing.
The second trog is insane here.
You're right, because even like you can't even power the wild to like create the free to the contest. And you can even see the frustrations to a certain extent, right? Because this just completely locks out the hand for Dragon Ninja. No other minions here they can start contesting with. We'll have to, over the course of 2 turns, hero power down the second trog. And while that might feel slow, no, you do not power the wild here. I'm sorry, mate. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
you just gotta take it slow. What does this accomplish that the hero power doesn't accomplish? I think is my real question, right?
Yeah. It's the same thing. You're in the same boat.
Oh, Infestation is actually insane here.
Yeah, you're just stuck in this loop now. Super Chicken's allowed to play spells. That seems good.
Oh, that's a Pride Fury as well. That could be huge.
Yeah, I think you probably grab that. Because now you're still stuck in the loop of, trading hero power poke, right? That's still the same loop.
Oh, this is not what you want to see in a potential knockout game here if you're Dragon Ninja, right? Like this is pretty much impossible, right? So again, the approach we were talking about, we were discussing, would have been punished by the Adorable Infestation top deck, right? That's something that we need to consider in terms of like when we talk about the approach that was taken. Composting. Okay. I mean, Super Chicken is just having a super draw right now, right? Like this is just what happens sometimes when you have the mirror, right? One player will just have the absolute stone cold nut, just look at me like, yeah, like again, are there any minions in this deck at this point, dude? Like,
yeah,
because I'm starting to wonder to a certain extent, right? I've seen one minion. Obviously, it's a fairly spell-heavy deck that you are producing, right? In terms of like early game minions, you are actually, wait for a second here, you're looking at Druid the Reef, which would have been fantastic, right? Again, straight up rush, clean it out, don't think about it anymore. Squirrels, Iron Deep Trogs yourself, your own. that is like, outside of the Owl and the Matriarchs, those are like the only remaining minions with Oracle Loom as well. Those are not going to come down and answer, right? So it is very likely that you would be struggling to a certain extent, right? And it's just slowed down. Like, the amount of mana that Dragon Ninja has been floating has just been not it, right? Like, it has just been
painful.
Pure pain. Right now, and you can see it in his face. Like, he's trying to figure out what you want to do, trying to, like, you know, figure it out. But this Foregrove Sentries here is just going to be locking him out of the game here pronto. And again, look at what's in store for the hand, right? Like, so, like, honestly though, like, I can understand Dragon Ninja being very, very frustrated right now, but this draw is not very unlikely. Again, right? Had this been any other minion that aren't at Trog, you would have been, okay, fair enough, fine, I'm actually not too upset about this. This kind of ends up working out, panning out. It's okay, but it's just one of those situations where you're like, you're just super frustrated, and even then, like, the Umbral Owl is 1 mana off being relevant right now as well, which is gonna slow down your approach, because looking at what Super Chicken has in store for us right now, Oracle Balloon, Umbral Owl, plus whatever. Or you could just, you know, just straight up just Pride Fury, because if you Pride Furies, these Sharks are just never gonna die. Same thing goes, you just taunt up here as well. That is basically just a Foregrove Sentries, right? You can see Dragon Ninja's frustration is very visible, it's very real, and it's very understandable. However, this Pride Fury next turn is just gonna completely lock him out, and the despair will just be complete, right? Dragon Ninja here can just see his game just slowly but surely just wailing away here as Iron Deep Trog, even the nerf, even in the, like, you know, nerfed state, has just really taken a massive toll here. And, you know, it gotta feel, it gotta feel bad, right? Definitely not gonna be fantastic. Is there a world where you can get this to line up in a way that you don't die? I think that is what I'm looking at here. You can produce free taunts. Is there a way back in this game now that we are missing here?
There's a way where you don't die. I wouldn't call it a way where you win per se. You don't die.
That is a start, right? That is the start.
I mean, this is good, right?
This is good. It is. It is definitely good, right? But again, when you're looking at the when you're looking at the infinite amount of opportunities right now in the hand for Super Chicken, right? Like Pride Fury, Beyond Insane. Then you have to think about, do you Infestation first? Second, like, do you want to get buffs on that? Do you sow the soil for an extra 2/2, whatever, right? Like, there is a lot of math here in terms of trading. Because is there even like a world where, you know, something like the Wing Commander comes into play, right? Like, okay, so we're not Pride Furying here. He is going to be looking for the Wing Commander. And again, obviously, this is an honorable kill being lined up here for the Umbral Owl, so that is definitely a start. The Oracle Loom will also have honorable trades, and these will just like, these honorable kills will just keep on rolling and rolling for a second here. I honestly dislike giving up the HP on the Wing Commander itself. I don't think it's always going to have that big of an impact in general, but what's the game here? Yeah, this is just pure pain, right? And this is just like how snowball this matchup can be.
I mean, the matchup's snowballing in a nutshell, right? It happens a lot like this. How's this turn going to end, though? I'd like to see the board clear. Sure.
Asking your shot
down, trade down. Whew. I mean, the Mulverick turn was insane there, and actually really, really well played to make sure that you got as many minions as possible out of this. I think a lot of thought went into that turn and just played it really the right way. I mean, I don't think it was the most difficult turn of Hearthstone we've ever seen, nor has this game essentially been the most difficult game of Hearthstone we've ever seen, but it doesn't mean that Super Chicken's not playing well. Dragon Ninja gonna throw up the heart. It's been a pleasure watching Dragon Ninja compete, but Super Chicken gonna take it down and win this tournament. It's been a year-long circuit to get to this point. It has been an absolute show of just absolute great Hearthstone. And Super Chicken of Carleton University is your NACE Starleague Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge champion. It's been a great run.
It really has, man. And again, just an overall good final. We got to see a lot of really fun and intricate matchups really push through. Right, and obviously it's got to be rough one for Dragon Ninja, right? Definitely gonna feel hard done by that. by that last game here. Felt like if he had a more fair look at the draw, it would have been a more fair game to close out on, right? It's one of those games where you start running it back and you feel like you actually can't really blame yourself, right? Because in hindsight, going for the 3-2 was actually the better play with the hero power thing that I was talking about, right? So like, made the correct play in hindsight and just couldn't find a way to push through, and that's just kind of what happens at times. So, well, all you gotta do is kind of just head up and just be like, okay, fair enough, stuff happens. But again, Super Chicken reigns supreme.
Yeah, and getting it done for Carleton as well, right? Taking home that scholarship prize pool. Super Chicken, after having to knock out their teammate in the semifinals of this tournament, able to take it home for Carleton and show, hey, don't worry, sorry that had to happen, but I'm going to get this done for us, and does get it done over Dragon Ninja, who also just played a really great series. And just obviously, I think a lot of the level of Hearthstone we saw today was pretty high. I mean, I know you've seen a lot of different varying levels of Collegiate Hearthstone. And I do think this was a pretty strong showing today, honestly. I'm really not... I mean, maybe some micro changes here and there, but honestly, just an overall really, really good experience. And it's been, a great showing all around. Is there any closing thoughts from you here before we call it a great year in NACE Collegiate Hearthstone?
No, not really, to be completely honest here. So I feel like, again, obviously, a lot of things that great today. A lot of things that were and just great content here. And obviously, again, it's always interesting for me, right, as a European, coming over, quote unquote, and having the honor to be a part of these collegiate broadcasts and just seeing, how the circuit, really works out compared to a traditional circuit or a different circuit from what I'm used to, right? And again, being able to provide these players with collegiate prize money and scholarships, and that way, to help them fund their education, whatever, and stuff like that. It's just. It's just great, right? Because again, at the end of the day, right, $500 taking off your debt, whatever, $1,000 being put towards your education, it's a good amount of money at the end of the day, right? It is a really good amount of money. So I think that for me is just the highlight, right? Being able to provide these players with these opportunities is just fantastic.
Yeah, and that's the work that the NACE Starleague has been doing in a lot of different titles, and the fact that they're able to show some love to Hearthstone. I know at the end of the day, I'm a Hearthstone guy through and through, and you are too. As much as we venture off into other games, we're always going to find a home here, and it's good for these players to have a home to compete in. But with that said, it's been a great event. It's been great working with you all today. It's been great talking to you all today, and I think that's gonna end it here. And it's been a pleasure, and we hope to see you all again in some tournaments pretty soon. Thank you all, and you have a great rest of your very brief rest of your weekend.